Section 18 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henry Cohen. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. Richard Coeur de Lion, Part 3. Saladin was not within the city, but was encamped with his army upon the surrounding mountains. And finding that he could not aid the besieged inhabitants, he agreed to these overbearing terms, which King Philip had in vain tried to make more honorable. Although the treaty had been made in the names of both the kings, Richard entered the city as the conqueror, assigning to Philip a secondary place. And having taken position, Richard established himself and Berengaria in the principal palace, leaving Philip to secure quarters as best he might. Richard also enraged the Duke of Austria, which was also one of the Crusaders, by pulling down the banner of the Duke, which he had ventured to place on one of the towers. Now again, the disputes regarding the title of the King of Jerusalem were renewed. Two knights, Guy of Lusignan and Conrad of Montferrat, claimed the title, and Philip and Richard espoused opposite sides, Philip agreeing to help Conrad's claims, and Richard taking part with Guy. This occasioned so much hard feeling that Philip, who had been sick, announced that he was too ill to remain longer in such an unhealthy climate, and, leaving 10,000 French troops under the command of the Duke of Burgundy, King Philip returned to France. We now come to the barbarous massacre of the 5,000 Saracen prisoners by the orders of King Richard, which shocking deed has left a dark blot upon the fame of Richard, even though he gloried in the act and considered it a proof of his zeal in the cause of Christ. The writers of those days praised it, and maintained that, as the Saracens were the enemies of God, whoever killed them did God's service. How they could be so blinded by ignorance and superstition we cannot understand, and it appears very amazing that the religion of love which Jesus of Nazareth preached by his words and his example could have been so misunderstood by the perverted minds of men, that such a diabolical spirit of ferocious brutality could have esteemed as commendable worship of Almighty God. The time which had been agreed upon for Saladin to comply with the stipulations of the surrender of Acre having expired, Richard ordered the 5,000 prisoners, which he held as hostages, to be brutally beheaded, and a false rumor having been raised that Saladin had put to death his Christian prisoners, the soldiers of Richard were easily infuriated to be willing to execute this barbarous order. In the face of Saladin's humane treatment of the inhabitants of Jerusalem when he captured the city, Mussulman though he was, this shocking barbarity of the crusading army while calling themselves Christians was an atrocious crime, which no plea of supposed zeal or ignorant superstition can excuse. Saladin and his army were now retreating towards Jerusalem, which city was his chief point to defend. Richard, having repaired the walls of Acre and placed a garrison to hold it, proceeded with 30,000 men in pursuit of the Saracens. The recovery of the Holy Sepulchre was the great object of the Crusaders. All their efforts were considered of no avail if they failed to accomplish this important end. Richard's army were to follow the seashore to Jaffa, which was a port near opposite Jerusalem. This band of Crusaders presented a brilliant appearance. The knights wore costly armor and were mounted on horses richly caparisoned. Some of the horses were protected, like their riders, with armor of steel. The columns were preceded by trumpeters and bearers of flags and banners with very gorgeous decorations. When the expedition halted at night, heralds passed through the several camps to the sound of trumpets, and at a signal all the soldiers knelt, and the heralds exclaimed, "God save the Holy Sepulchre," and all the soldiers shouted, "Amen." Thus the Christian army advanced to Jaffa. The two armies, Christian and Saracen, then met on a plain near the seashore called Azotus. Solomon commenced the attack upon the wing of Richard's army, composed of the French troops under the command of the Duke of Burgundy. They resisted and drove the Saracens back. Then Richard gave the signal for a charge and rode forward at the head of his troops, mounted on his famous charger and flourishing his heavy battle axe. The axe was a ponderous weapon. Richard had ordered it made before leaving England, and it was so immense that few men could lift it. But, as Richard Coeur de Lion was a man of marvelous strength, he wielded this huge weapon with prodigious force. When it came down upon the head of a steel-clad knight on his horse, it often crushed both man and steed to the ground. The darts and javelins of the Mohammedans glanced off from King Richard's steel armor without inflicting any wound, while Saracen after Saracen was felled to the earth by the blows from his ponderous battle-axe. It was not long before Saladin's army was flying in all directions, pursued by the Crusaders. After this battle, Richard established his army in Jaffa. In the meantime, Saladin was collecting forces for a more vigorous resistance. Historians have condemned this inactivity of Richard's army for so many weeks at Jaffa, thus enabling Saladin to rally his men and become more determined in his defense. During the time while Richard's army was resting and feasting at Jaffa, King Richard and Saladin entered upon several negotiations, which were carried on through Saphadin, the brother of Saladin, who was provided with a safe conduct through the enemy's lines. One of these propositions was that Richard and Saladin should cease hostilities and become allies, and that their difficulties should be settled by a marriage between Joanna, Richard's sister, the ex-queen of Sicily, and Saphadin, the brother of Saladin. But this, and all other propositions, at length came to naught, and in November, Richard advanced with his army as far as Bethany with a forlorn hope that they might find themselves strong enough to attack Jerusalem. But this hope was vain. Richard's men were dying from sickness and famine, caused by a large amount of their provisions being spoiled by the fall rains, which had now set in, and many of the discouraged soldiers deserted. These losses so thinned King Richard's ranks that he was obliged to retreat to Acre. When they were at Bethany, a band of crusaders had ascended a mountain overlooking Jerusalem. King Richard was asked to come and see the holy city in the distance. "No," said he, covering his face with his cloak. "Those who are not worthy of conquering Jerusalem should not look upon it." While at Acre, Richard learned that Saladin was besieging Jaffa. The historian Guizot thus describes the rescue of Jaffa from the Saracens. When King Richard arrived at Jaffa, the crescent already shone upon the walls. But a priest who had cast himself into the water in front of the royal vessel told Richard that he could yet save the garrison, although the town was already in the hands of the enemy. The ship had not yet reached the landing stage, and already the king was in the water, which had reached to his shoulders, and was uttering the war cry, "St. George!" The infidels, who were then plundering the city, took fright, and 3,000 men fled, pursued by 4 or 5 Knights of the Cross. The little corps of Christians entrenched themselves behind planks of wood, and thus 10 tents held the whole of the army. Day had scarcely dawned when a soldier flew to Richard's bedside. "O king, we are dead men," he cried. "The enemy is upon us." The king sprang up from his bed, scarcely allowing himself time to buckle on his armor and omitting his helmet and shield. "Silence," he said to the bearer of the bad news, "or I will kill you." 17 knights had gathered round Coeur de Lion, kneeling on the ground and holding their lances. In their midst were some archers, accompanied by attendants who were recharging their arquebuses. The king was standing in the midst. The Saracens endeavored in vain to overawe this heroic little band. Not one of them stirred. At length, under a shower of arrows, the knights sprang on their horses and swept the plain before them. They entered Jaffa towards evening and drove the Mussulmans from it. From the time of daybreak, Richard had not ceased for a moment to deal out his blow, and the skin of his hand adhered to the handle of his battle-axe. Still, more graphically do the old chronicles thus describe this battle. Where the fight was fiercest, there rode King Richard, and the Turks fell beneath his flashing sword. Then the galley men, fearing for their lives, left the battle and took refuge in their boats, and the Turks thought to seize this town while the army was fighting in the field. But the king, taking with him but 2 knights and 2 crossbowmen, entered the town and dispersed the Turks who had entered, and set sentinels to guard it, and then, hasting to the galleys, gathered together the men, and encouraging them with his words, brought them back to the fight. And as he led them to the field, he fell upon the enemy so fiercely that he cut his way all alone into the midst of the ranks, and they gave way before him. But they closed around him, and he was left alone. And at that sight our men feared greatly. But alone in the midst of his enemies he remained unmoved. And all, as they approached him, were cut down like corn before the sickle. and there rode against him a great admiral, distinguished above all the rest by his rich capucines, and with bold arrogance essayed to attack him. But the king, with one blow of his sword, cut off his head and shoulder and right arm. Then the Turks fled in terror at the sight, and the king returned to his men, and lo, the king was stuck all over with javelins, like the spines of a hedgehog, and the trappings of his horse with arrows. The battle lasted that day from the rising to the setting sun, but the Turks returned to Saladin, and he mocked his men, and asked them where was Malek Rik, whom they had promised to bring him. But one of them answered, "There is no knight on earth like Malek Rik, nay, nor ever was from the beginning of the world." King Richard's forces were now so weakened that he found it would be hopeless to endeavor to take Jerusalem. The Archduke Leopold of Austria had left the army with his men and gone home. This was caused by a quarrel between himself and King Richard. Saladin having left Ascalon, Richard hastened to repair its fortifications. In order to encourage his soldiers, he himself carried stones to the workers, urging the Archduke to do the same. "I am not the son of a mason," replied the Austrian haughtily, whereupon Richard in anger struck him a blow in the face, which indignantly so enraged the Archduke that he immediately took his forces and returned to Austria. Another event occurred at this time, the blame of which some historians lay upon King Richard. Conrad of Montferrat, one of the claimants to the title of King of Jerusalem, was murdered by two emissaries sent by the Old Man of the Mountain, who was a famous chieftain, living with his band of bold robbers among the mountains. The men under this chieftain were trained to obey without any dissent the commands given by their leader. A story was spread abroad that these men were hired by King Richard to kill Conrad. The friends of Richard declared, however, that it was caused by a quarrel between Conrad and the Old Man of the Mountain. These incidents are related of Saladin's generosity towards Richard, his foe. At one time, King Richard was very sick with fever, and Saladin supplied him with cooling drinks and fresh fruits, thus kindly ministering to the comfort of his sick enemy. At another time, during a battle with the Saracens, Saladin beheld King Richard standing on a little knell, surrounded by his knights. "Why is he on foot?" asked Saladin, for Richard's famous charger had been killed that day in battle. "The King of England should not fight on foot like a common soldier," exclaimed Saladin, and forthwith he sent Richard a splendid horse as a present. When the steed was brought to the king, one of the knights mounted him to try his speed, whereupon the intelligent animal immediately turned and ran with his rider to the camp of the Saracens. Saladin was so chagrined at this unlooked-for occurrence, and fearing lest Richard should imagine his kindly present had only been sent as a treacherous stratagem, immediately placed the Christian knight upon a more gentle horse, and sent with him a still handsomer charger, as a present to the King of England, which Richard gladly received. Disquieting news now reached King Richard from England. His brother John, aided by Philip of France, had deposed the chancellor, and caused himself to be made governor-general of the kingdom. Under these circumstances, and the hopelessness of capturing Jerusalem, King Richard concluded a truce with Saladin, giving up Ascalon to him, but keeping Jaffa, Tyre, and the fortress along the coast, and promising to refrain from any hostilities during a period of 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and 3 hours. "Then I will come back," said Richard, "with double the men that I now possess, and will reconquer Jerusalem." Saladin answered, that if the holy city was to fall into the hands of the Christians, no one was more worthy of conquering it than Malek Rik. On the 9th of October, 1192, Richard Coeur de Lion left Palestine to return to his own kingdom. The queens embarked first in their vessel, followed soon after by Richard and his warship. As the shore of the Holy Land was receding from view, Richard gazed upon it from the deck of his galley, and stretching out his arm towards it, exclaimed, "Most Holy Land, farewell. I commend thee to God's keeping and care. May he give me life and health to return and rescue thee from the hands of the infidels." A storm soon arose, and the vessels of King Richard's fleet were separated. The queens arrived safely in Sicily, but King Richard was driven to the island of Corfu. Here he hired 3 small vessels to take him to the head of the Adriatic Sea, and then he endeavored to cross through Germany by land. He assumed the garb of a merchant, lest his many enemies should discover him. Thus he traveled through the mountains of the Tyrol, but, having sent a ring with a messenger to the governor of Goritz seeking a passport, the governor exclaimed, "This ring belongs to no merchant, but only to the King of England." Thus was King Richard discovered, and he was seized by his old enemy, Duke Leopold of Austria, and put into prison, which event, coming to the knowledge of the Emperor of Germany, he himself claimed the illustrious captive, saying, "A duke cannot possibly keep a king." So King Richard was shut up in the castle of Trifels by the emperor, where he languished for 2 years. Meanwhile, neither his wife nor mother could obtain any trace of him, and even after his brother John learned that Richard was imprisoned by the Emperor of Germany, he joined King Philip of France in making propositions to the German emperor, promising to pay him large sums of money if he would keep the King of England in prison. The place of King Richard's imprisonment was said to have been discovered by a celebrated troubadour named Blondel, who had known Richard in Palestine and was now traveling through Germany. As he went along in front of the castle where Richard was confined, he was singing one of the troubadour songs. When he had finished one stanza, King Richard, who knew the song, sang the next verse through the bars of his prison window. Blondel recognized the voice, and perceiving that Richard was a prisoner, he made all speed to go to England and inform King Richard's friends of his sad situation. It is said that the first news Berengaria received of King Richard's fate was by seeing a jeweled belt offered for sale in Rome. This belt she recognized as one which King Richard wore when he left Acre, but upon inquiry, she could only learn that Richard was somewhere in Germany. The news that King Richard Coeur de Lion was a prisoner in Germany roused great excitement in England and in Rome. The Pope excommunicated Duke Leopold for having seized Richard and threatened to excommunicate the emperor if he did not release him. Finally, the emperor agreed to set the King of England free upon the payment of a certain sum of money, 2/3 of which were to be received before the king should be released. At length, in February 1194, about 2 years after Richard was first imprisoned, the first payment was made, and King Richard Coeur de Lion was allowed to go free, and he arrived in England in March, when the people gave him a magnificent reception. As soon as Richard had arranged his affairs, he determined to be crowned a second time as King of England, lest the 2 years of his captivity might have weakened his claims. He was accordingly recrowned with the greatest pomp and splendor. At the request of his mother, he pardoned his brother John, saying, "I hope that I shall as easily forget the injuries he has done me as he will forget my forbearance in pardoning him." But Richard treated Berengaria with great unkindness and open neglect, until he suddenly seized with a severe illness, which so alarmed him that he called for a great number of monks and priests and began to confess his sins, vowing, if God would spare his life, he would abandon his profligate and wicked habits and treat his wife with kindness. He recovered, and he so far kept his vows as to send for his wife and become, outwardly at least, reconciled to her. But the fault was all on his side, for poor Berengaria had given him no cause for his cruel treatment of her. The reign of Richard Coeur de Lion was soon to end, however, and the cause was one which shed neither glory nor honor upon his fame. A rich treasure had been found by one of his vassals, the Viscount of Limoges. Richard at once claimed it, and the Viscount sent him half. But Richard determined to secure the whole of it, and accordingly went to the castle of Toulouse, where the treasure was, and laid siege to the place. It was well defended, but provisions becoming short, the garrison wished to capitulate. "No," said Richard, "I will take your place by storm, and cause you all to be hanged on the walls." When Richard was examining the point of attack, a young archer named Bertrand de Gordon shot an arrow at the king and wounded him upon the shoulder. The town was taken and all the garrison was hung. King Richard's wounds, through the unskillful handling of the surgeons, proved to be fatal. As he was dying, he sent for Gordon. "Wretch," said Richard to the archer, "what had I done to you that you should have attempted my life?" "You have put my father and 2 brothers to death," said Bertrand, "and you wanted to hang me." The dying king, at last struck with remorse for his many cruel deeds, said, "I forgive you," and he ordered the chains of the archer to be removed, and that he should receive 100 shillings. This humane command, however, was not obeyed, and Bertrand was flayed alive. Richard Coeur de Lion died on the 6th of April, 1199, at the age of 42, and was buried, according to his request, at the foot of the grave of Henry II. his father, in Fautevrand Abbey. The figures in stone of the father, mother, and son, who quarreled so much while living, all lie now on one monument. Richard Coeur de Lion was well called the Lion-Hearted. His glory consisted in his reckless and brutal ferocity. He pretended to be the champion and defender of all the cause of Christ, but he used the sacred name of Christianity only as a means of gratifying his own wild ambitions and his inhuman thirst for blood. Though he won the fame of a brave and valorous knight, his savage barbarity and reckless cruelties tarnished all the brightness of his glory and brought disgrace and dishonor upon the sacred cause of true religion, of which he pretended to be the most zealous upholder. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Robert Bruce, 1274 to 1329 AD. Part 1. Robert Bruce, 1274 to 1329 AD. Scots were high, with Wallace bled, Scots whom Bruce has often led. Welcome to your gory bed, on to victory. Burns. Bruce to the rescue! Bruce to the rescue! Was the war cry of the valiant little band of Scottish chiefs who gathered under the banner of Robert Bruce, who was the 7th Lord of Annandale and also Earl of Garrick. The heroic William Wallace had already endeavoured to free his country from the yoke of bondage in which they were held by the English King Edward I. Alexander III, the 95th King of Scotland, had died in 1286, leaving his granddaughter Margaret, the fair maid of Norway, heir to the Scottish throne. This child princess was betrothed to the son of the English king, but when quite young, as she sailed from her father's castle in Norway to her future home in Scotland, she died on the voyage thither. Thus the crown of Scotland became the cause of dispute amongst 13 noblemen, descendants of members of the royal family who set up claims to the vacant throne. There were but 2 claimants whose pretensions were based upon sufficient grounds to ensure any prospect of success. These were John Balliol and Robert Bruce, grandson and son of the 2 elder daughters of David, Earl of Huntingdon, who was the younger brother of King William the Lion, the 93rd King of Scotland. This Robert Bruce was the grandfather of the hero who is the subject of this sketch. King Edward of England, having been requested by the Scots to act as arbitrator amongst all these claimants, decided to give the preference to John Balliol, who was crowned king in November 1292, having sworn fealty to Edward, King of England. Thus did the wily English sovereign place upon the Scottish throne a king weak enough to be used as his tool. And poor John Balliol soon found to his sorrow that he was king only in name, but in reality a slave in the hands of his ambitious and powerful neighbour. Edward, having placed the feeble Balliol upon the throne of Scotland, spared him no humiliation. Every time any Scottish petitioner appealed to Edward, Balliol's liege lord, regarding any decision of the King of Scotland which had failed to satisfy his subject, Edward would summon Balliol to appear at his court, to render an account of his judgment. This occurred 4 times the first year of his reign. At length Balliol refused to comply longer with these demands of Edward, whereupon the English king advanced with an army against the Scots. After a fearful massacre at Berwick, and the capture of several castles by the English, Balliol begged for peace, and was sent to the Tower in honourable captivity. He subsequently ended his life in his domains in Normandy. Robert Bruce at once claimed the crown, but Edward exclaimed angrily, "Do you think that I have nothing else to do but to conquer kingdoms for you?" Scotland was now treated as a conquered country, and Warren, Earl of Surrey, was appointed governor, Hugh de Cressingham, treasurer, and William Ormsby, chief justicer. Robert Bruce, the grandfather, and also Robert Bruce, the father of our hero, considered it the better part of discretion to resign all pretensions to the throne of Scotland. They therefore swore fealty to King Edward. Robert de Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, had accompanied Edward, when Prince of England, and Louis I of France to the Holy Land, where he had acquired great renown. A romantic story is told of his courtship and marriage. One day this knight of the Crusades was riding through the domains of Turnberry. As he was proceeding leisurely along through the majestic forests, charmed with the beauty of the sylvan scenery, watching the glinting sunbeams dance athwart the leaves, and play hide-and-seek with the shadows, in the cosy nooks where moss banks nestled, he was startled by the sound of a hunting horn, and shortly a gay cavalcade of lords and ladies dashed through the forest on their way to the castle nearby. One of the ladies, Margaret, Countess of Garrick, the owner of this castle and hostess of this splendid retinue, being captivated by the lordly bearing of the handsome unknown knight, with the freedom and natural courtesy of one who felt her independence upon her own domain, reined in her high-bred steed, whose wild spirits were curbed by the slightest touch of her fair fingers, and bowing to the knight with queenly dignity, she invited him to join her visitors and share her hospitality. Robert de Bruce, knowing the high position of this gracious lady, and fearing to accept too eagerly such an unexpected honour, courteously declined the kind invitation, which he supposed had been offered only out of a courtly hospitality, as he had been found a stranger within her own domains. But the beautiful Countess, moved by some strange attraction, which she did not stop to analyse, gaily laid hold of the reins of his steed, and laughingly replied, "Ah, noble knight, no trespasser on my grounds ever escapes imprisonment in my castle." And thereupon she led him away, like a captive knight, to her castle of Turnberry. For 15 days he was the honoured guest, amidst all the festivities at the castle, and the first in the chase by the side of the bewitching Countess, and having obtained her heart, as well as her hand, they were married without the consent of the king, whose ward she was, or the knowledge of her relatives, in consequence of which the estates and castle of the young Countess were seized by the sovereign, and were only saved to her by the payment of a large fine to the crown. The eldest son of this brave knight and beautiful Countess, who had risked so much for love, and whose marriage was as romantic as any described in Scottish tales of fiction, was Robert the Bruce, our hero, who was afterwards King Robert I of Scotland. He was born on the 21st of March, 1274. He spent his early youth at Carrick, where he was distinguished for his brave spirit and persevering energy. The grandfather of Robert the Bruce, Robert, Lord of Annandale, refusing to take the oath of homage to his rival John Balliol when King Edward of England decided in his favour, gave up his Scottish domains in Annandale to his son, the Earl of Carrick, lest he should hold them as Edward's minion. This proceeding was also followed by the Earl in 1293, on behalf of his son, Robert the Bruce, who was then serving the King of England. Notwithstanding the sympathy of young Bruce with the cause of Scotland, and his resolve to assert his claims to the Scottish crown, he had, during the greater part of the reign of his weak rival, adhered to the fortunes of Edward, deeming it better policy to yield himself to the uncontrollable necessity of circumstances, rather than risk his cause by undue haste. Sometimes he appeared to assert his own pretensions to the crown and the independence of his country, and then, again, he yielded submission to the superior power of the English king, whose goodwill he wished to keep until a favourable opportunity should offer itself of openly asserting his rights. Robert might have obtained the crown if he would have acknowledged the superior power of England and submitted himself as a vassal to the English king as Balliol had done. But he would not receive it on any other terms than as a free crown, which had been worn by his ancestors and of right belonged to him. When John Balliol was raised to sovereign power, the family of Bruce, although looking upon his elevation with envy, deemed it prudent to conceal their dissatisfaction. And the father of young Robert, who possessed the earldom of Carrick, in right of the Countess his wife, resigned to his son these possessions, who was admitted to do homage to Balliol, the Scottish king, and thus become Earl of Carrick. When John Balliol had rebelled against Edward, King of England, young Bruce deemed it unsafe to rank under the banner of his natural sovereign, and therefore joined the side of Edward, whereupon the Scottish king, John Balliol, confiscated his estate of Annandale as that of a traitor, and gave it to one of his followers, Comyn, Earl of Buchan. Some of the English peers, suspecting the fidelity of young Bruce, who had now retired to the family estate in England, summoned him to Carlisle to do homage. He forthwith obeyed, and swore fidelity to the cause of Edward, and in order to show his loyalty, he assembled some of his followers, and overran the lands of Sir William Douglas, a Scottish patriot, and even carried away his wife and children. Stung with remorse, however, for this treacherous act, which was really extorted from him, young Bruce then joined the Scottish army which Wallace, the brave patriot, together with the Bishop of Glasgow and Steward of Scotland, had raised. The Scottish leaders were too much at variance amongst themselves to make a resolute stand. The English, knowing of their dissensions, sent messengers to treat with them. With the exception of William Wallace, they sued for peace, and threw down their arms without striking a blow. Bruce deemed it prudent to submit with his countrymen to the English king, but such had been the inconstancy of this nobleman that the English demanded security for his future fidelity, whereupon the Bishop of Glasgow, the Lord Steward, and Alexander de Lindsey came forward as his securities until he should deliver over his daughter Marjorie as an hostage for his loyalty. The conduct of young Bruce seems to us vacillating and unpatriotic viewed from the present age, but he must be judged by the spirit of those troublesome times, and his after-heroic deeds in his country's behalf must soften a stern judgment regarding his changeable and uncertain conduct at this time. By the side of the staunch patriotism of the brave William Wallace, various acts of Robert the Bruce at this period of his life are thrown into an unfavourable light, but his seeming treachery he regarded as actuated by a prudent policy. Whether he would have gained the deliverance of his country sooner, or suffered irretrievable defeat had he earlier and more steadfastly espoused the patriotic cause, we find ourselves at a loss to determine after a careful study of that conflicting epoch. The history of Robert Bruce would not be complete without a brief account of William Wallace, which will help to give a clearer idea of the affairs of Scotland at that time. William Wallace was descended from an ancient family in the west of Scotland. Having been provoked and insulted by an English officer, Wallace had him put to death, and therefore was obliged to flee for safety to the forests. Here he collected a large band of bold men. Some of these were outlawed for crimes, others, on account of bad fortune or hatred of the English, were willing participants in this daring scheme. William Wallace possessed gigantic strength of body as well as heroic courage, and so was admirably suited to become a leader in such a perilous enterprise. This little band of Scottish warriors made many successful raids upon their English foes, until the fame of their exploits became so widespread that the English were filled with terror, and their enslaved countrymen were inspired with hopes of freedom from the galling yoke of oppression which fettered their hitherto independent country. Wallace was now determined to strike a decisive blow against the English government. Warren, the governor of Scotland, had retired to England on account of his health, so that the administration of Scotland was left in the hands of Ormsby, the justiciary, and Cressingham, who held the office of treasurer. Wallace formed a plan of attacking Ormsby at Scone, but the justiciary, being informed of such intentions, fled in terror to England. All the other English officers imitated his example. The Scots, encouraged by these events, sprang to arms. Many of the principal barons, including Sir William Douglas, openly countenanced the party of Wallace. Meanwhile, Warren, Earl of Surrey, collected an army of 40,000 men in the north of England and invaded Scotland. He suddenly entered Annandale, and came up with the enemy at Irvine before the Scottish forces were prepared for battle. Many of the Scottish nobles, alarmed at this unforeseen event, submitted to the English, and renewed their oaths of fealty, and gave hostages for their fidelity, whereupon they received pardon for their rebellion. Others, who had not openly declared themselves, thought best to side with the English, and wait a better opportunity for avowing themselves as partisans of the Scottish cause. But Wallace persevered in his bold enterprise, and marched northwards, and established his little army at Cambuskenneth. When Warren advanced to Stirling, he found Wallace on the opposite banks of the Forth. Wallace had chosen a position near a narrow bridge which spanned the Forth, and as the English, with their faultless precipitation, commenced to cross, Wallace attacked them before they were fully formed, and put them to rout, gaining a complete victory. Among the slain was Cressingham, who was so hated by the Scots that they flayed his dead body and made saddle girths of his skin. Warren, finding his remaining forces much dismayed at this defeat, returned again to England. Wallace was now made regent, or guardian of the country by his enthusiastic followers, and his brave band, not content with their past exploits, invaded England and laid waste many counties, returning to their native land loaded with spoils and crowned with glory. But now factions among the Scots themselves caused a disaster, which deprived them of all they had gained. The Scottish nobles were unwilling that Wallace should be placed over them in power, and that patriot, to avoid jealousies and dissensions, resigned his authority as regent, retaining only his command over that body of warriors who refused to follow any other leader than the brave Wallace, under whose banner they had so often been led to victory. The Scottish army was now divided into 3 bands. The chief power devolved on the Steward of Scotland, and Comyn of Badenoch. The 3rd band was commanded by the valiant Wallace. Edward, having collected the entire military force of England, Wales, and Ireland, marched into Scotland with an army of nearly 100,000 men. When the 2 forces met in battle at Falkirk, the English archers chased the Scottish bowmen off the field. Then, shooting their arrows amongst the pikemen, they were thrown into confusion, and the English cavalry soon put the Scots to rout with great slaughter. Some historians state that the loss of the Scots upon this occasion was 50 or 60,000 men. In this general rout of the Scottish army, Wallace's superior military skill and presence of mind enabled him to keep his band together, and retiring to the farther bank of a small river called the Carron, he marched along its banks, protected from the enemy. Bruce, who was serving in the English army, recognised the valiant Scottish chief, and calling out to him, desired a conference. This being granted, he endeavoured to convince Wallace of the helplessness of his rash enterprise, and advised him to submit. But the intrepid Wallace replied that if he had hitherto acted alone as the champion of his country, it was because no other would assume the place. he exhorted Bruce to espouse the cause of his enslaved land, representing to him the glory of the enterprise and hope of opposing successfully the power of the English. With enthusiasm, he declared that he would prefer to give his own life and the existence of the nation, when they could only be preserved by receiving the chains of a haughty victor. Bruce was greatly moved by these sentiments of brave patriotism, and regretting his engagements to Edward, the enemy of his people, resolved to embrace the cause of his oppressed country. We cannot follow the brave and valiant Wallace through his after career, and will but note his sad and unworthy fate. He was betrayed into Edward's hands by Sir John Monteith, who had been his friend. Edward ordered Wallace to be carried in chains to London, where he was tried as a rebel or traitor, though he had never sworn fealty to England, and he was executed on Tower Hill. This barbarous cruelty of the English king only inflamed the Scots to fresh rebellions, and they now again sprang to arms, shouting, "Bruce to the rescue!" Robert Bruce had long resolved to attempt to free his enslaved country. The death of William Wallace and the memory of his patriotic exhortation after the Battle of Falkirk on the banks of the River Carron added fresh impetus to this resolve, and his open avowal could be no longer delayed on account of two incidents which happened about this time. Bruce had ventured to disclose this resolve to John Comyn, surnamed the Red, a powerful nobleman and warm friend. He found Comyn apparently in full accord with his avowed sentiments. But that nobleman afterwards treacherously revealed the secret to the English king. Edward did not immediately seize and imprison Bruce, because he desired also to ensnare his three brothers, who resided in Scotland. But he placed spies over Bruce, and a nobleman, Gilbert de Clare, one of the lords in Edward's court, but also a friend of Robert Bruce, having learned of the danger which threatened him, and fearing to risk his own position by an open warning, sent Bruce a pair of golden spurs and a purse of gold by his servant, with this message: "My master sent these to thee, and bid me say that the receiver should have sagacity enough to determine quickly to what use they should be put." Bruce was not slow in taking the warning. Evidently someone at court had betrayed him. Ah, he had it. Surely it could be no other than the Red Comyn. There is a story told that 3 days previous to this event, Robert Bruce was praying at the altar, in a chapel where afterwards stood St. Martin's Church. It was midnight, and Bruce was alone. With tearful eyes, he exclaimed, "Yes, at the foot of this high altar, I'll swear forthwith to fling the yoke from off me. In spite of hostile man and misleading fiend, knowing that if I put trust in and pay obedience to the King of Kings, my triumph shall be sure, my victory complete." "Amen to that," whispered a sweet and plaintive voice in the ear of the kneeling Earl. Bruce sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who art thou?" But he saw only a muffled figure glide swiftly behind one of the pillars. Bruce pursued, but the same soft voice replied, "I am neither foe to Scotland's cause, nor shall be to him whose it is to see her righted, laggard although he be in responding to the urgent call. Farewell to the valiant Bruce. We may meet again, yet never more in this holy place, for even 3 days must not elapse and find him loitering near the stern and subtle Edward, or it will be woe to Scotland and to Scotland's mightiest lord. Let the Bruce find his way to the altar, upon which I place a token for his keeping and his use, the bugle horn of the immortal Wallace, with which he summoned to his standard his faithful countrymen, and led them to victory, till he was overcome by treachery and death. Take this sacred bugle horn, and sound the call for Scotland's freedom." Ere the astonished Bruce could answer, a figure shot past him and was lost in the darkness. The Earl, groping his way in the dim light to the altar, found there the precious relic promised, and he went forth under the starlit midnight sky, vowing to strike a blow for his enslaved country. Bruce needed no second warning of his danger, but the very night upon which he received the gilt spurs and the purse of gold, he ordered 2 of his horses to be shod with reversed shoes, so that their course might not be traced, as snow had fallen, and the prints of the horses' feet would therefore be plainly visible. Then Bruce and one faithful attendant named Walter Kennedy hastily mounted their horses and rode out of London under cover of the darkness of the night. As they left the great city behind them, Walter Kennedy ventured to say, "If I may be so bold, good master, where gang we on sic a night? Thou bidst me tell our talkative host at the inn that Garrick's lord had a love adventure on foot, but methinkest thou art too true a knight for that." "Well said, my faithful Walter," replied Bruce. "'Tis in truth a love adventure, but concerns no lady fair, for my good wife is fairer to me than all other women. But 'tis for love of country we go forth, to free our bonny Scotland. Surely that were love adventure worthy of both a valiant knight and a loyal husband. Still, it is for sake of lovely women also, for my sweet wife and fair daughters are e'en now in Scotland, and I fear that their liberty, if not their lives, will soon be in danger, as I am warned that the wily King Edward is my bitter enemy and treacherous spy." "Ah, 'tis well spoken, good master," exclaimed Kennedy with enthusiasm, and lifting his Scotch bonnet from his head, he cried aloud, "Bruce to the rescue!" "Hist, man," said Bruce, laying his hand upon the bridle rein of his faithful and loyal retainer. "Knowest thou not that these English forests secrete hostile ears, to whom thy wild cry wouldst betray us? Not till I have gathered my forces and blown the bugle horn of the valiant Wallace will it be safe to openly sound that war cry." The snow still fell thickly, and it was difficult to follow the right route through the blinding storm. But ere long the moon shone out with brightness, and seemed to smile upon their perilous adventure, and promise success. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Robert Bruce, 1274 to 1329 AD, Part 2. After a few days, Bruce arrived at Dumfries in Annandale, the chief seat of his family interests. Here he found a great number of the Scottish noblemen assembled, and among the rest the treacherous John Comyn. These noblemen were astonished at the appearance of Bruce amongst them, and still more when he avowed his determination to live or die with them in the defence of the liberty of Scotland. All the nobles declared their unanimous resolution to rise to arms in the cause of their enslaved country. Comyn alone opposed this measure. Bruce, already sure of his treachery, followed Comyn on the dissolution of the assembly, and attacked him in the cloisters of the Grey Friars, through which he passed, and piercing him with his sword, left him bleeding on the ground. As Bruce rushed into the street, pale and agitated, Sir Thomas Kirkpatrick, one of his friends, asked him if all was well. "I fear I have slain Comyn," replied Bruce, as he hastily mounted his horse. "Such a matter must not be left to doubt," exclaimed Kirkpatrick. "I'll mak' sicca." And dashing into the sanctuary, he ran his dagger into the heart of the dying Comyn. This deed of Bruce and his friend, which would be justly condemned in the present age, was at that time regarded as an act of valiant patriotism and commendable policy. The family of Kirkpatrick were so proud of the deed that they took for the crest of their arms a hand with a bloody dagger, and chose for their motto those words, "I'll mak sikker," meaning, "I will make sure of it." Now Bruce raised the standard of independence. Some priests and lords gathered round him, and boldly crowned him at Scone. On the day of the Annunciation, 1306, Scotland received her 97th king in the person of the valiant Robert Bruce, and all Scotland rang with the joyful war cry, "Bruce to the rescue!" The undertaking of Bruce was one of a gigantic nature. Yet amidst all the seemingly insurmountable obstacles which surrounded him, from English foes and Scottish grandees, who were many of them in league against him, for the faction of Balliol and the powerful family of Comyn were his avowed enemies, and though he was subjected to frequent perils, dangerous ambuscades and escapes, and many individual conflicts of daring courage, Robert Bruce persisted firmly in his patriotic design of restoring his enslaved country to freedom, and giving protection to the people who had formerly called his ancestor their king. Edward I had now become aged and unwieldy, so that he could not readily mount on horseback. When he was informed of this daring attempt of Bruce to wrest from his power a kingdom which had cost him so much to gain and hold, he dispatched a messenger to the Pope, praying him to issue the thunders of the Vatican against this bold traitor and murderer of Comyn, and that he would place under interdict all who should endeavour to aid him or draw a sword in the defence of liberty. The sentence of interdict, which the Pope often issued against sovereigns for the most trivial offences, involved a nation in the greatest misery. The people were deprived of all the services of the Church. No sacred rite was performed for them except the baptism of infants and the administration of the communion to the dying. The churches were deserted, and the altars were stripped of all the sacred ornaments. The dead lay uninterred, for the consecrated ground was prohibited. And when at last the corpses must be buried, they were hurriedly piled up in ditches and covered over, without any church service to soothe the surviving mourners or hallow the last rites of the dead. The thunders of the Roman pontiff, however, fell powerless upon Robert the Bruce, for he had previously secured the alliance of the Scottish clergy, and as they wished to remain independent of the English bishops, they braved the thunders of the hierarchy, and persisted in celebrating divine worship, notwithstanding its prohibition by the head of the Church. In spite of old age and sickness, King Edward began to make extensive preparations for marching personally against the Scots. Prince Edward, his son, was 22 years of age, and having not yet been knighted, the king conferred this distinction upon him, and bestowed upon him his spurs. Whereupon the young knight then conferred the same honour upon 270 young lords, who were about to become his comrades in arms. All the company then met at a magnificent banquet. A golden net was placed upon the table containing 2 swans, emblems of constancy and fidelity. Then the king, placing his hands upon their heads, swore to avenge the death of Comyn, and to punish the rebels of Scotland, without sleeping for 2 nights in the same place, and to start immediately afterwards for Palestine, in order to rescue the Holy Sepulchre. The young men swore the same oath as the king, and then they started for the frontiers, the king following more slowly, as he was too feeble to travel except upon a litter. The Earl of Pembroke had been sent by King Edward with a small army into Scotland, where the king was preparing his forces. Pembroke met the Scots at Methven, where a battle was fought in which the Scots were defeated, and many of them killed and taken prisoners. These were afterwards put to death with great cruelty by Edward's orders. Bruce retired into the mountains with 500 men. King Edward had only been able to proceed as far as Carlisle, but on his dying bed he was cruelly ordering the Scottish prisoners to be beheaded, and still directing the operations of his troops. Bruce was living in the forests with a few faithful companions. His wife, daughter, and sister shared his adventuresome life. But as winter approached, the ladies were sent to the castle of Celdrummy, but they met with a sad fate here. The castle was stormed and taken by the English. Nigel Bruce, Robert's younger brother, was cruelly put to death, and the Queen of Scotland and her daughter, and also the sister of Bruce, were sent to England, where the Queen was imprisoned, and the daughter and sister of King Robert were shut up in wooden cages at Berwick and Roxburgh, and were exposed to the public gaze. Bruce's little band were attacked by Lord Lorne, the Red Comyn's nephew, and therefore a bitter foe. Finding that his faithful followers were falling under the battle-axes of their enemies, King Robert sounded a retreat, and with marvellous bravery Robert Bruce mounted upon his war-horse, and clad in armour, took his position in the defile, and defended the approach alone. At length 3 men famous for their strength sprang forward together upon the royal champion, who calmly held his long sword on guard, and whose bright eyes glittered beneath his helmet. One seized the bridle of the horse, but Bruce raised his sword, and the arm of the assailant fell helpless, his hand being severed. Another fastened himself on the leg of the horseman, but the fiery war-horse reared, and again the invincible sword split his head open. The third now clutched the king's cloak, but again the sword dealt its fatal blow, and the 3 assailants soon lay dead, while the valiant king escaped without a wound. Robert Bruce was now obliged to flee, and he took refuge in the small island of Rachrin. His retreat was unknown to his enemies, and a large reward was offered to whoever would give news of Robert Bruce, lost, strayed, or stolen. During this time the Scottish king met with many adventures. One day, leaving the island of Rachrin, he sailed with his little band in some small boats to the Isle of Arran. On landing they met a woman, of whom the king inquired if there had been any military arrivals. "Surely, sir," she replied, "I can tell you of some who lately blockaded the English governor's castle. They maintain themselves in the woods nearby." Robert Bruce, thinking that it was of brave Douglas of whom she spoke, blew his horn. It was answered by Sir James Douglas, who recognised the bugle of his sovereign, and when he hastily approached the king, they kissed for joy at such fortunate meeting. The small bands of King Robert and Douglas now crossed in boats to the opposite shore, and concealed themselves in a cavern called the Cave of Colleen. Learning that a large party of English were settled in the town of Turnberry, Bruce made a bold attack upon them with 300 men, and put 200 of the English to the sword. The garrison in the castle nearby were afraid to sally forth, as it was a dark night, and Bruce carried off the spoil, among which were the war horses and household plate of the governor. Bruce now retired with his brave band to a green hill called afterwards the Weary Nook. Here they rested for 3 days, when they returned to the mountains to wait for reinforcements. It was then that King Robert learned of the sad fate of his wife, daughter, and sister, and the cruel death of his brother. But he humanely spared the life of every captive who fell into his hands, and did not yield to the temptation to revenge himself by their death, in retaliation for the wrongs he had suffered. In consequence of his privations and exposures, he was attacked with a severe sickness, and having found relief from a certain medicinal spring, when he had afterwards established himself on his throne, he founded a priory of Dominican monks there, and ordered houses to be built around the spring for 8 lepers, and a certain sum of money and meal was settled upon the lands of Fullerton for their support. In compliment to Sir William Wallace, the relatives and descendants of that knight were invested with the right of placing the lepers upon this establishment, known as the King's Ease. This was secured by charter, and the lepers' charter stone, which was a large stone, of elliptical shape, has been handed down to modern times. King Robert had some very narrow escapes from death. It is reported that at one time Sir Ingram Umfraville bribed an inhabitant of Carrick with his 2 sons to kill Bruce. These peasants, knowing that the king was accustomed at an early hour every morning to retire for meditation, accompanied by a single page who carried his bow and arrows, determined to select such a time for the attack. As the assailants approached, Bruce, suspecting their design, took his bow and arrows from his attendant, bidding him retire to a place of safety, saying, "If I vanquish these traitors, you will have a sufficiency of arms, and if I fall, you can flee for your life." As the peasants drew near, the king discharged an arrow, which hit the father in the eye, upon which the son, brandishing his battle-axe, rushed to the combat. But missing his blow, he stumbled and fell, and Robert severed his head in 2 at one stroke. The 3rd peasant, with spear in hand, then rushed upon the king, but Bruce cut off the steel head of the spear and laid him also dead at his feet. When the page approached, he found the king wiping his good sword, while he remarked, "These would have been 3 gallant men had they not fallen victim to covetousness." At another time, King Robert was surprised by a party of 200 men with bloodhounds. Bruce was accompanied by only 2 men. The king was in a most perilous situation, but he stationed himself in a narrow gorge and dispatched his companions in haste for succour. But before his band of brave Scots arrived, King Robert had slain with his dreadful sword 14 of his enemies, who were found piled up in the gorge, men and horses above each other. A party of English under the command of John Lorne now determined to search for the brave Bruce among the mountains of Carrick, where he was entrenched. And in order to track the valiant Scottish king, Lorne carried with him a sagacious bloodhound which belonged to Bruce. This bloodhound proved of great use to Lorne, for it discovered his master by its scent, and the English pursued him so closely that Bruce divided his men into small bands and dispersed them, that they might thus more easily flee. Still being pressed sorely by the relentless foe, Robert dismissed all his men, each one to look out for his own safety, and attended only by his foster brother, who would not leave him, the brave Scottish king fled, still pursued by 5 of Lorne's men, led on by the bloodhound who tracked his master with sure scent. Meanwhile the dog was outrun by the 5 powerful mountaineers, and the king and his foster brother at last stood at bay to receive them. Bruce singled 3 of these assailants, leaving his companion to combat with 2. As the first approached, the king cleft him through the skull with one blow of his weapon, and as the other 2 fell back for a moment stunned by this unexpected disaster, Bruce sprang to the assistance of his foster brother, whom he saw was in danger, and severing the head of one of his assailants from his body, he quickly laid his other 2 enemies dead, while the 5th was killed by his companion. When the king graciously thanked his faithful foster brother for his aid, "It's like you to say so," he replied, "but you yourself slew 4 of the 5. But now the cry of the hound was heard again, for Lorne and his band were on the trail. The king and his companion hastily entered a small stream nearby to break the scent of the hound. And as the dog bounded up and down the banks, having lost all scent of his master, the foster brother of King Robert shot him dead with an arrow from their retreat in the forest. They then fled in safety from their pursuers, who gave up the chase. But King Robert had escaped from the bloodhound, only to fall into other dangers. 3 freebooters, pretending to be friends of the Scottish king, joined him and his foster brother in their retreat through the forest. Bruce, suspecting these companions, desired them to walk at some distance before. "We seek the Scottish king," said the strangers. "You need not mistrust us." "Neither do I," replied Robert. "But until we are better acquainted, you must walk thus." When they came to a ruinous hut, where they rested for the night, the king ordered the strangers to remain at the other end of the room. But the past fatigues overcoming them at last, Bruce and his foster brother fell asleep. The king was roused from his slumbers by the approach of the three villainous freebooters, with arms in their hands, intent on his assassination. Robert laid hold of his sword, and stepping heavily over his foster brother to awaken him, he rushed upon the assassins. After a fierce combat, in which his faithful foster brother was killed, Bruce succeeded in overcoming these three villains, and left them dead on the spot. It was during these wanderings that Bruce was one day resting in a ruined hut in the forest. He was lying upon a handful of straw, and considering whether he should continue this strife to maintain his right to the Scottish throne, or if it were best to abandon an enterprise attended with such danger, and seeming at times almost hopeless, and to go to the Holy Land, and end his days in the wars with the Saracens. While thus musing, his attention was arrested by the movements of a spider on the roof of the hut above his head. This spider was trying to fix its web on the rafters, and was swinging itself from one eave to another. The king was amused with the patience and energy displayed by the tiny insect. It had tried 6 times to reach one place, and failed. Suddenly the thought struck the Scottish monarch. I have fought 6 times against the enemies of my country. He thereupon resolved that he would be guided in his future actions by the failure or success of this indefatigable little insect. The next effort of the spider was successful, and King Robert then determined that he would make the 7th attempt to free his country, feeling confident that he should yet achieve the liberty of Scotland. It is hence esteemed unlucky for a Bruce to kill a spider. Meantime, Edward, the brother of Robert Bruce, and Sir James Douglas had made many successful raids against the English. They now joined their forces with those of King Robert, and they then overran Kyle, Carrick, and Cunningham, which places had been in possession of the English. In 1307, Pembroke advanced against Bruce with 3,000 men. But though the Scottish king's band numbered but 600 men, they charged so valiantly with their long Scottish spears that Pembroke's forces were completely routed, and he himself was obliged to flee for safety to the castle of Ayr. King Edward was so enraged by these events that he was determined to march himself against this bold foe. But the English king had not proceeded 3 leagues from Carlisle when death met him. With his dying breath he ordered his remains to be carried with the army, and not to be interred until the enemy was conquered. He had previously caused his son to swear in the most solemn manner that when he should die he would boil his body in a cauldron, and separate the flesh from the bones. And having buried the former, the bones were to be carried with the army to inspire his men with hatred of the Scots, while his heart was to be taken to the Holy Land. But Edward II, instead of obeying his father's dying commands, interred his body in Westminster, and disbanding the army, the troops returned to England. The death of Edward I gave new courage to the Scots. By this inglorious retreat of the English king, he lost all the advantages which his father had so dearly purchased for him. Edward Bruce, the brother of Robert, one of the most chivalrous knights, had conquered the English in Galloway, taking in 1 year 13 castles. Meanwhile, Lord Douglas had recovered his ancient estate of Douglas from the English, and made many conquests. The north and the south now being reduced to obedience, the united troops of Bruce and Douglas proceeded to the west to subdue the proud Lord of Lorne. By a series of well-contested engagements, in which no ordinary degree of skill as a general was displayed, and the greatest personal courage, Bruce succeeded in wresting his much injured country from the power of the English. Twice had the King of England attempted an expedition to reconquer Scotland, but he returned without result. The authority of Bruce was rapidly being established throughout his country. The castles of Perth, Dunbar, and Edinburgh were in his hands. Many stories are told of his heroic bravery in these contests, but we can only stop to note the taking of Perth. This was a strongly fortified garrison. The fortress was enclosed by a lofty wall and towers, surrounded by a deep moat filled with water, which set at defiance the efforts of the Scots for several weeks. At last, King Robert made a feint of raising the siege, struck his tents, and departed some distance. But one night, when least expected, he approached unperceived to the foot of the rampart, and walking up to his throat in the water, he seized a ladder and mounted to the wall's parapet, where he found a Scottish maiden whom the English had imprisoned, and who had escaped to the top of the wall, but could get no further, as the frightful moat surrounded her on all sides. "It is but now to descend by these corded steps," whispered Bruce to the captive maiden, "and I'll ferry you across this muddy water." But the maiden was as brave as she was fair, and knowing that any delay would risk the taking of the fortress by the brave Bruce, she heroically answered, "Please, your grace, no. Allow me the keeping of your dagger till you return with further scaling gear and your valiant band. Thus armed, I'll know how to defend myself, and I will watch these enemies till you return." End of section 20. Section 21 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Robert Bruce, 1274 to 1329 AD. Part 3. So King Robert, leaving the brave girl as a sentinel upon the parapet, quickly waded again through the murky waters of the moat, and having regained his band, reported his experience. Immediately 50 of his most daring men, selected for their great height, plunged into the dark waters of the moat, led by the valiant Bruce. "Saw ye ever the like of that?" exclaimed a French knight who had lately joined the Scottish patriots. "What shall we say to our lords, when so worthy a knight and noble a monarch exposeth himself to such great peril to win a wretched hamlet?" With this he gaily threw himself into the water, followed by the rest of the Scottish army. When Bruce again reached the maiden, he said, "The late revellers are now in their slumbers. The watchword with them is the lost standard." The brave maiden then aided the king to adjust the rope ladders by which the Scots scaled the wall, one by one until a strong force stood at their side. "The lost standard is the word," said the king. "And now for the citadel." It was indeed a lost standard to the drowsy guards and sleeping revellers. The fortress was soon taken, and the captives set free. King Robert afterwards besieged the fortress of Stirling, when the governor, Sir Philip Mowbray, contrived to make his appeals for succour reach the English king. Edward roused himself from his natural indolence and raised a large army to march against Scotland. The forces of the English amounted to nearly 100,000 men. This brilliant army, with banners flying and lances glistening in the sunlight, presented a grand array. Meanwhile, King Robert was concealed in the forests with an army of only 40,000 men, nearly all on foot, awaiting the enemy and preparing barriers to check the onslaught of the English. On the morning of the 23rd of June, 1313, the two armies met near Bannockburn. The night had been passed in prayer in the Scottish camp, and in feasting and drunkenness by the English. At the daybreak, the young English king was astonished at the good order observed in the Scottish ranks. "Do you think they will fight?" he asked of Sir Ingiltram de Umfraville. Just then the abbot of Inchaffrey appeared before the Scottish troops, holding a crucifix in his hand. All bent their knees with uncovered heads. "They are asking for mercy," cried King Edward. "Yes, sire," replied Umfraville, with a bitter smile, "but of God, not you, sire. These men will win the battle, or die at their posts." The sight of the vast English army might well cause the brave hearts of the small band of Scots to tremble. But with the intrepid Bruce at their head, they awaited their foes with dauntless courage. So vast were the English forces, that it was said the country seemed on fire by the brightness of the shields and burnished helmets gleaming in the morning light. So vast was the multitude of embroidered banners, of standards, of pennons and spears, so apparently endless the crowds of knights blazing in their rich-coloured and gemmed surcoats, so large the extent of country occupied by their numerous tents, that one might have thought all the warriors of the world were marching against this handful of valiant Scots. The English had hastened their march, and arrived with some disorder in front of the Scottish army. King Robert Bruce, with a golden crown on his helmet, was riding slowly before the line of his troops. As the brave king thus rode along upon his favourite palfrey, clad in armour and carrying his battle-axe in his hand, encouraging his men by his calm voice and brave words, the English king took special note of him, and remarked, "Doubtless yonder solitary rider is of the foe, although he is almost as nigh to our front as to that of the rebels. Canst tell, Sir Knight, of what account he is, and wherefore this manoeuvre?" "My liege," replied Sir Giles de Argentine, to whom King Edward had spoken, "he who yonder marshalleth the Scottish host was once my frequent associate, and is well known to me, as I clearly descry from the jewelled diadem which glittereth on his helmet. It is none other than Bruce himself." "If it is the arch-traitor Bruce," exclaimed Edward, "I marvel that no knight amongst you all is brave enough to challenge so audacious a foe." Whereupon Sir Henry Bohun, mounted on a magnificent war-horse, came dashing against the Scottish monarch, whose small palfrey seemed an ill match for so strong and large a steed. "See, the foeman coucheth his lance, and pusheth at full speed against his victim, who recklessly advanceth, and now doth take his stand, motionless as a rock, awaiting the onset of his enemy." Breathlessly the Scots and the English watch the two combatants. On comes the impetuous Bohun. Surely some half-score more plunges of the superb animal that bears him will unhorse the hero king, unless unwonted presence of mind, nimbleness of movement, and dexterity of arm shall save him from the onrush of the powerful horse and gleaming spear. But the gallant Bruce has risen in his stirrups, and as his enemy rushes upon him, the lance is driven aside by the sweep of his strong arm, and the battle-axe, wielded with rare dexterity, stops, not in its swing of meteor-like speed, till down it falls upon the helmet of his foe, with such true aim and mighty force, that the weapon shatters the helmet, and fractures the skull of Sir Henry Bohun, whose fiery steed bears his dead body back to the English ranks. Bruce returned slowly to his forces, and while some of his friends surrounded him, reproaching him for so rashly risking his life, the Scottish hero laughingly answered, while looking sorrowfully at his notched axe, "See, I have spoiled my good battle-axe." The battle was commenced by the English at the order of King Edward. The shock of the first charge of the English cavalry was terrible, and as they were received on the spears of the Scottish infantry, the crash was heard at a great distance, and many English knights were dashed from their saddles by their furious steeds, which had been stabbed by the invincible spears of the Scots. The centre division, under the gallant Randolph, stood in a steady body to receive the charge of the English. These compact squares of the Scottish infantry were well calculated to break the masses which were opposed to them, and they suffered only from the arrows of the archers. The English cavalry charged with the greatest impetuosity. and endeavoured to pierce through the phalanx of the Scottish spearmen. But they received them like a wall of iron, while the English receded from the shock like broken waves which had spent their fury on the rocks. When both armies joined battle, the great horses of England rushed upon the Scottish lances as if upon a thick wood, and one mighty sound arose from the breaking of the lances, the shock of the falling horsemen, and the shrieks of the dying. The knights sang their war cries, and rushed on to the charge. Groom fought like squire, and squire like knight, and yet Scotland's lion waved proudly over her bands, while the English banners rose and fell, and many of them were dyed in blood. At last the English began to hesitate. They fly, cried the Scots. Just then the camp of followers of the Scottish army, who had been posted on an adjacent hill, excited by the ardour of the struggle, began to descend in a mass towards the field of battle. The English imagined themselves about to be attacked by a fresh army, and began a disorderly retreat, upon which Robert Bruce charged valiantly with his reserves, and quickly decided the fate of the day. The Earl of Pembroke seized the bridle of King Edward's horse, and dragged him away from the battlefield. Sir Giles de Argentine accompanied his king out of danger, and then rode back fearlessly amidst the conflict, exclaiming, "It is not my custom to fly." This brave knight was cut down by the Scots. The victory was complete. The fortress of Stirling surrendered immediately. The Earl of Hereford, who had shut himself up in Bothwell Castle, offered to capitulate, and was exchanged for the wife, daughter, and sister of the King of Scotland, who had been imprisoned in England for several years. Thus had the independence and freedom of Scotland been won by the brave Bruce and his dauntless little band of patriot warriors. The swords of those who fought at Bannockburn were hung up in the halls of their descendants, and handed down to modern times as trophies of the liberty and independence which they had achieved. The beneficial effects of this signal victory secured for ever the independence of Scotland, and when the two kingdoms were afterwards united, Scotland received equal rights with England, and the National Church of Scotland, with her universities and schools, were guaranteed to the people of Scotland forever. This famous battle taught the Scottish nation a lesson which it never forgot: that a phalanx of Caledonian spears, wielded by brave and disciplined men on foot, was superior to all the vaunted chivalry of the most renowned cavaliers. In 1327, King Edward II of England was dethroned, and his young son was crowned in his place. The young king was but 15 years of age. Scotland had been recovering from her misfortunes under the firm and wise government of Robert Bruce. The independence of that kingdom had been acknowledged by England. The crown jewels, which had been formerly seized by Edward I, had been returned. And the little Princess Joan, who was betrothed to David, the young son of Robert Bruce, had been taken to Berwick, accompanied by the Queen Dowager of England and a splendid retinue of attendants. The marriage was soon after celebrated with great magnificence. Englishmen and Scots, who for half a century had met only as foes upon the field of battle, were now joined in friendly courtesies through this marriage. King Robert's wife, Elizabeth, had died before she saw this happy termination of the long hostilities. The Scottish king did not long survive these events. He was seized with a severe complaint, then supposed to have been leprosy, which at length proved fatal. When upon his deathbed, he called around him his earls and barons, and commended to their care his young son David, and the prince was thereupon crowned King of Scotland. Robert Bruce, having settled the affairs of his kingdom and throne, summoned to his bedside his brave and faithful friend and gallant knight Sir James Douglas, and entreated him to take his heart from his body after death, and have it embalmed, and carry it to the Holy Land, and leave it there in the Holy Sepulchre, in obedience to a vow he had made. "When I was hard beset," said the dying king, "I vowed to God that if I should live to see the end of my wars and Scotland free, I would raise the sacred standard against the enemies of my Lord and Saviour. But as I cannot myself accomplish this vow, I know no knight more worthy for the mission of bearing the heart of King Robert of Scotland to the Holy Land." To this affecting request, Lord Douglas replied with tears in his eyes, "Ah, most gentle and noble King, 1,000 times I thank you for the great honour you have done me in making me the bearer of so great and precious a treasure. Most faithfully and willingly, to the best of my power, shall I obey your commands." Then the dying king answered, "Now praised be God, for I shall die in peace, since I am assured by the faith you owe your God and the order of knighthood that the best and most valiant knight of my kingdom has promised to achieve for me that which I myself could never accomplish." Thus died Robert Bruce, King of Scotland, in the 55th year of his age and the 24th of his reign. His remains were deposited in the church of Dunfermline, where he was enshrined under a rich marble monument from Paris. The censures of excommunication pronounced by the Pope having been removed some time before, the religious services at his burial were performed by many prelates and bishops. Many years afterwards his tomb was opened, and the lead in which his body had been wrapped was found twisted into the shape of a rude crown, covered with a rich cloth of gold which had been thrown over it. It was ascertained that the breastbone had been sawn asunder in order to fulfil his request of taking out his heart. But that proud form before which the King of England had trembled on his throne had crumbled into dust. Robert Bruce, King of Scotland, is one of the most exalted warriors to be found in those early times. The virtues of his character were formed and acquired their bright polish in the school of adversity. One of the early writers says of him, "If any one should undertake to describe his individual conflicts and personal success, those courageous and single-handed combats in which, by the favour of God and his own great strength and courage, he would often penetrate into the thickest of the enemy, now becoming the assailant, and cutting down all who opposed him, at another time acting on the defensive and escaping from inevitable death. If any writer should do this, he will prove, if I am not mistaken, that he had no equal in his own time either in knightly prowess or in strength and vigour of body." The true greatness of Robert Bruce appeared in his humanity, moderation, and pity for the sufferings of others, which led him in the hour of victory to be generous to his prisoners, even though he had suffered such bitter wrongs at the hands of his English foes. His manners were kingly and engaging, his disposition singularly gentle, courteous, and without selfishness. Yet he was high-spirited and full of noble energy and enthusiasm. In person he was tall and well-proportioned, being 5 feet 10 inches high. His shoulders were broad, his chest capacious, and his limbs powerful and possessing marvellous strength. He possessed an open and cheerful countenance, shaded by short curled hair. His forehead was low, his cheekbones strong and prominent, with a wound on his lower jaw. Though the expression of his face was usually pleasing and kindly, he could assume a look of stern, kingly dignity which awed his enemies and gained him the necessary respect due to his rank and commanding position as Scotland's king, and also her bravest and most valiant knight. He was one of the most successful military leaders of the age. Well may Scotland boast of her brave Robert Bruce, the most famous of all her rulers, the deliverer of her enslaved people, the upholder of her liberty, and her hero king and most chivalrous knight. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Ferdinand V of Spain, 1452 to 1516 AD, Part 1. Every monarch is subject to a mightier one. Seneca. For many years after the great Saracen invasion in the 8th century, Spain was divided into various small states. In the 15th century, these were so united as to form 4: Castile, Aragon, Navarre, and the Moorish kingdom of Granada. The province of Granada was all that remained to the Moslems of their once vast possessions in the peninsula. On the 10th of March 1452, in the little town of Sos, Ferdinand, son of King John of Aragon, was born. The early Spanish historians note with care the good omens attending this event. The sun, which had been obscured with clouds during the whole day, suddenly broke forth with unwonted splendor. A crown was also beheld in the sky, composed of various brilliant colors like those of a rainbow. All which appearances were interrupted by the spectators as an omen that the child then born would be the most illustrious among men. As this event was also nearly contemporary with the capture of Constantinople, it was afterwards regarded by the Catholic Church as a providential provision in behalf of the religion of which Ferdinand became such a staunch supporter, as his zealous life might be regarded as an ample counterbalance to the loss of the capital of Christendom. 1 year before this time, in the palace of the King of Castile, on the 22nd of April 1451, a little princess had been born and christened Isabella. This Spanish princess was descended, both on her father's and mother's side, from the famous John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. But around the cradles of these 2 royal babies, many contentions arose, which we cannot stop to note. When Isabella was 4 years of age, her father died, and her half-brother Henry became King of Castile. And as she had still another brother, Alfonso, there did not seem to be much probability that she would succeed to the throne. She retired with her mother to the small town of Arevalo, where she was educated with care and instructed in lessons of practical piety until she reached her 14th year. Meanwhile, the little Prince Ferdinand in Aragon was surrounded with constant contentions between his father, King of Aragon, and his half-brother Carlos. Joan, the mother of Ferdinand, was the second wife of King John. She was a proud, ambitious woman, much younger than her husband, and was of the blood royal of Castile, being the daughter of Don Frederick Enriquez, admiral of that kingdom. She hated her stepson Carlos, who was heir to the throne, as she regarded him as an obstacle to the advancement of her own child, Ferdinand. We cannot stop to note all the family broils occasioned by Joan's jealousy. Prince Carlos seems to have been a youth of many attractions of mind and body, and was the idol of the people. So when King John, influenced by his wife Joan, succeeded in having Carlos arrested and placed in strict confinement, the entire kingdom was thrown into excitement. The people sprang to arms, determined to release the prince, and they were so threatening that King John fled with his wife to Saragossa. The insurrection now spread throughout Aragon, Valencia, and Navarre, and even into King John's possessions in Sardinia and Sicily. At length, the frightened king saw the necessity of releasing his prisoner. Prince Carlos was received by the people with wild enthusiasm, and the king could only make peace with his subjects by a public acknowledgement of Carlos as his rightful heir and successor. But Carlos did not long survive this triumph. He fell sick of a fever and died in 1461. Some historians hint that the prince was poisoned to make way for the youthful Ferdinand, now 10 years of age, and who was immediately declared heir to the throne. The Queen Mother then took Ferdinand to Catalonia to receive the homage of that province, but the Catalonian nobles, who were exasperated against the king on account of his treatment of Carlos, displayed so much hostility that the young prince and his mother were obliged to take refuge in the fortress of Girona. Here they were at last relieved by King John. But the Catalans then seceded from the authority of the King of Aragon, and they presented the crown to the Duke of Lorraine, who marched with an army of 8,000 men against the old King of Aragon, whose treasury was empty and who had become totally blind. In this emergency, the mother of Ferdinand, who was a brave woman, placed herself at the head of such forces as she could collect, and with her young son Ferdinand riding by her side, she heroically marched against the enemies of her husband and attacked the Duke of Lorraine with such impetuosity that she drove him in confusion from Girona. In this encounter, young Ferdinand came near being taken captive. Meanwhile, the Prince Isabella was nearly sacrificed to the ambition of her half-brother, who was King of Castile. The beautiful princess, who had now been brought from her retirement in Arevalo to her brother's court, had many suitors for her hand. Her half-brother, King Henry, promised his sister in marriage to a rich but wicked old nobleman, and great preparations were made for the wedding. The anguish of the poor Princess Isabella was so great that she shut herself up in her apartment, praying to God with groans and tears that he would deliver her from this impending doom. Still the wedding preparations went on. Meanwhile, the wicked old nobleman set out from his palace to claim his youthful and beautiful bride. But God had heard the prayers of the afflicted princess, and as the aged bridegroom reached a small village at the end of the first day's travel, he was suddenly seized with an attack of quinsy, which terminated his life. The nobles of Castile now entreated Isabella to allow herself to be proclaimed Queen of Castile, in opposition to her brother, whom they all hated. Her other brother, Alfonso, who would have been heir, had previously died. But Isabella was too noble to seek such revenge upon her cruel brother, but the nobles forced the king to declare her his successor to the throne, and to promise that she should not be forced to marry against her will. The King of Portugal now desired to secure Isabella for his bride, and her brother threatened to imprison her unless she would yield. As overtures had been made by the young and handsome Prince Ferdinand of Aragon for the hand of the fair Isabella, and as her heart was also inclined towards this handsome prince, she determined, in spite of her brother, to accept the proffered hand of Ferdinand. The marriage articles were signed on the 7th of January 1469. Isabella was aided by the Archbishop of Toledo, who raised a regiment of dragoons and carried her in triumph to Valladolid, where she was greeted by the people with the wildest enthusiasm. Meanwhile, her brother attempted to prevent Ferdinand from entering Castile to marry Isabella. As the father of Ferdinand was so pressed by a war with his nobles, he could not afford his son an armed escort sufficient to secure his safety. So Ferdinand resolved to go disguised as a merchant. With half a dozen companions, Ferdinand started upon this adventuresome expedition to secure his lovely bride, in spite of hostile foes. Amidst many perils they pressed on their way. One night at an inn they lost their purse, containing all their money. At length they were met by an escort, sent by Isabella for their protection. The fair princess, with her little court, was at Valladolid. Ferdinand, accompanied by 4 attendants, rode privately to Valladolid, where he was received by the Bishop of Toledo and conducted to the presence of Isabella. The young prince was very handsome, tall and fair, with an intelligent countenance and intellectual brow. He was 18 years of age. He was well educated and of temperate habits. He was graceful and courtly in manner, and seemed a fitting mate for the beautiful princess of 19, of whom a contemporary writer says, "She was the handsomest lady whom I ever beheld, and the most gracious in her manners." Isabella was highly educated for those times, and spoke the Castilian language with grace and purity. After a brief lover's interview of 2 hours, Ferdinand returned to Duenas, where he had left his companions. Preparations were immediately made for the marriage, which was solemnized at the palace of one of the nobles in Valladolid on the morning of the 19th of October, 1469. Ferdinand, having lost his slender purse by the way, was without money, and Isabella, being a fugitive from her brother's court, was also without means. But the royal couple readily borrowed the money necessary to defray the expenses of the wedding. King Henry now determined to cast aside Isabella and place upon the throne Joanna, the daughter of his second wife. This was a blow to Isabella, for now the court of Castile, aided by the King of France, were combined against her. Ferdinand and Isabella held their little court at Duenas in humble style. In 1474, the brother of Isabella, Henry IV, King of Castile, died, and she was proclaimed queen. Isabella was at that time in Segovia. Attended by an imposing retinue, she rode upon a beautiful steed, whose bridle was held by 2 high officers of the crown, and she was escorted to her seat upon the splendid throne which had been erected in one of the public squares of the city. As the people gazed with admiration upon their beautiful queen, a herald cried, "Castile, Castile, for the King Don Ferdinand and his consort Donna Isabella, Queen Proprietor of these kingdoms." The Queen took the oath of office and then repaired to the cathedral to pray at the altar. Ferdinand was at this time in Aragon, and when he returned he was greatly displeased with the document prepared by the dignitaries of Castile, in which Isabella alone was declared heir to the throne of Castile. But Ferdinand was associated with her in the performance of many acts of royalty. But, persuaded by his wife, he agreed to submit. Alfonso V, the King of Portugal, now invaded Castile. Ferdinand and Isabella raised an army and met the foe at Toro. The powerful Bishop of Toledo, exasperated by the independence of opinion which Ferdinand and Isabella displayed, whom he had supposed would be pliant tools in his hands, joined Alfonso against them. The strife was too desperate to last long. There was a hand-to-hand fight along the entire line. At length a storm arose. A dark night came down upon the conflicting hosts. A deluge of rain fell, and the field was flooded with mingled blood and water. The Portuguese were utterly routed. Ferdinand displayed great humanity to his prisoners, furnishing them with food, clothing, and a safe return to their own country. Isabella was awaiting the issue of the battle at Tordesillas, 20 miles above on the river. When she received tidings of the victory, she ordered a procession to the church of St. Paul as an expression of her gratitude to God, and she herself walked barefoot in the garb of a penitent. In a few months, the entire kingdom of Castile acknowledged the supremacy of Ferdinand and Isabella. In 1479, the King of Aragon died, leaving the kingdoms of Aragon and Navarre to his son Ferdinand. Aragon, Castile, and Navarre being thus united under these 2 illustrious monarchs, the great Spanish monarchy was thereby founded. Ferdinand and Isabella now commenced the enterprise of conquering Granada, thus expelling the Moors from their last foothold in Spain. Malaga, on the coast of the Mediterranean, was one of the principal Moorish towns. The Moors were aware of the importance of this position and had strongly fortified it. The Moors were as brave as the Christians and were led by famous chieftains. In April 1487, Ferdinand, at the head of 50,000 men, arrived before Malaga and commenced its siege. There were continual ambuscades and nightly sallies. One day, while Ferdinand was dining in his tent, which commanded a view of the field of conflict, he perceived a party of Christians who had been sent to fortify an eminence, retreating in confusion, pursued by the Moors. King Ferdinand leaped upon his horse, not delaying for any defensive armour, rallied his men and charged against the enemy. Having thrown his lance, he endeavoured to draw his sword from its scabbard, but the sword held fast, the scabbard having been by some accident indented. Just then several Moors surrounded him. The king would have been slain had not 2 brave cavaliers rushed to his rescue. The nobles remonstrated with the king for so risking his life, but Ferdinand unselfishly answered, "I cannot stop to calculate chances when my subjects are perilling their lives for my sake." After a siege of 10 days, one of the outposts of Malaga was captured by the Spaniards, who now pressed triumphantly forward to assault the city itself. Ferdinand first attempted to induce the Moors to capitulate by generous offers to the commander. But he loyally replied, "I am stationed here to defend the place to the last extremity. The Christian king cannot offer a bribe large enough to induce me to betray my trust." Ferdinand then encompassed the city by sea and by land. Queen Isabella joined him, and her presence inspired the Spaniards with fresh courage. When she arrived with a brilliant train of ladies and cavaliers, an imposing escort was sent to meet her, and she was conducted to the encampment with great magnificence of parade and many demonstrations of joy. The assault was now renewed more fiercely than ever. Famine at length caused great suffering amongst the Moors. They had consumed most of their ammunition, while the Spanish army was constantly reinforced by new volunteers. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella maintained strict religious discipline in their camp. Neither oaths nor gambling was allowed, and the rites of the Roman Catholic Church were performed with imposing ceremony. Gradually the Christians gained ground. They succeeded in blowing up one of the towers, thereby obtaining entrance into the city. The citizens of Malaga, suffering from pestilence and famine, had been reduced to living upon the flesh of horses, dogs, and cats. Everywhere the most appalling misery was seen. Many were dying in the streets. In view of their sufferings, Hamet Zeli, the Moorish commander, gave the citizens permission to make the best terms they could with their conqueror. Ferdinand would listen to nothing, however, but unconditional surrender. At length the citizens sent a deputation to Ferdinand, declaring that they were willing to resign to him the city, the fortifications, and all the property, if he would spare their lives and give them their freedom. "If these terms are refused," they added, "we will take the 600 Christian captives who are in our hands and hang them like dogs on the battlements. We will then enclose our old men, women, and children in the fortress, set fire to the town, and sell our lives as dearly as possible in the attempt to cut our way through our enemies. Thus, if you gain a victory, it shall be such a one as will make the name of Malaga ring throughout the world to ages yet unborn." In answer, Ferdinand replied, "If a single hair of a Christian's head is harmed, I will put to the sword every man, woman, and child in the city." The citizens, in hopeless despair, cast themselves upon the mercy of Ferdinand, unconditionally surrendering the city. On the 18th day of August 1487, the Spanish army, headed by Ferdinand and Isabella, with great military and ecclesiastical pomp, entered the city and repaired to the cathedral, where the Te Deum was for the first time performed within its walls. The Christian captives were liberated from the Moorish dungeons. They presented a dreadful spectacle, which drew tears from all eyes. This band of sufferers, many of whom had languished in dark cells for 15 years, were brought forth, haggard, emaciated, and heavily manacled with chains. Being freed from their fetters, Ferdinand and Isabella addressed to them kind words of sympathy and dismissed them with rich gifts. The heroic Moorish chieftain who had so gallantly defended the city was brought loaded with chains before his conqueror. Upon being questioned why he had so long persisted, he replied, "I was commissioned to defend the place to the last extremity. Had I been properly supported, I would have died sooner than have surrendered." Then came the doom of the Moors. The entire population of the city, amounting to about 20,000, were condemned to slavery. Men, women, and children were alike sentenced by the Christians. 1/3 were sent to Africa in exchange for Christians imprisoned there. Another portion were sold to the highest bidder to procure money to defray the expenses of the war. The Pope at Rome received 100 Moorish soldiers. The Moorish girls were renowned for their great beauty. 50 of the most beautiful of these were sent by Isabella as a gift to the Queen of Naples, and 30 to the Queen of Portugal. All the property of the victims was seized by the crown. Cruel as this doom appears to us, it was regarded at that time as mild and humane, though now one shudders at such unchristian barbarity. But in justice, the excuse must be made for Ferdinand and Isabella that they supposed that thereby the Moslem Moors would be more likely to become converts to the Christian religion, even in slavery. It is said that Isabella was urged by the clergy to put all the captured Moors to death as a warning to others. The city of Malaga was now re-inhabited by the Spaniards. In the next year, Ferdinand, with a force of 20,000 men, marched against Granada, the capital of the Moorish kingdom. The Christians were driven back in confusion into their own territory. The year following, King Ferdinand collected an army of 95,000 men. The cavalry was composed of the highest nobility of the realm. The Christians advanced upon Baza. The Moors sallied forth from the city to meet their foes. A fierce battle lasted for 12 hours when the Moors were forced to retreat within the city walls. The conflict had been so severe, however, that the Spanish generals counselled an abandonment of the siege. Ferdinand, relying upon the wisdom and great mental endowments of his wife, sent dispatches to Jaén, where Isabella then was, asking her advice. Her reply was so encouraging that the siege was renewed. The summer and winter passed away. The Christians suffered much during the floods of rain which inundated their camp. The energetic queen, however, came to their rescue and sent 6,000 pioneers to repair the roads. And she even pawned the crown jewels and her own ornaments to raise money to furnish her husband's forces with supplies. The Moorish women within the city displayed heroism equal to that of the Christian queen. At length, as the Spanish troops began to despond, Ferdinand sent for his brave wife to come to the camp, that her presence might inspire them with fresh courage. An historian thus describes the coming of the queen. On the 7th of November, the queen, accompanied by her daughter Isabella, several ladies of honour, a choir of beautiful maidens, and a brilliant escort, entered the camp of Ferdinand. The inhabitants of Baza crowded their walls and towers to gaze upon the glittering pageant as it wound its way through the defiles of the mountains and emerged upon the plain with gold-embroidered banners and strains of martial music. The Spanish cavaliers sallied forth in a body from their camp to receive their beloved queen and to greet her with an enthusiastic reception. The presence of this extraordinary woman, in whose character there was combined with feminine grace so much of manly self-reliance and energy, not only reanimated the drooping spirits of the besiegers, but convinced the besieged that the Spanish army would never withdraw until the place was surrendered. Though there was no want of food for the beleaguered Moors, their ammunition was nearly expended, and the garrison was greatly reduced by sickness, wounds, and death. Soon after the arrival of Isabella, the Moorish garrison offered to capitulate. Ferdinand was so anxious to secure the place that he agreed to allow the army to march out with the honours of war and the citizens to retire with their property at their pleasure. The fall of Baza secured the surrender of many other important strongholds of the Muslims. Granada, the capital of the Moorish kingdom, was still in the possession of the Moors. Ferdinand, in 1491, having raised another army, encamped within 6 miles of this city. Abdallah, the king of the Spanish Moors, was in personal command at Granada. The city possessed a population of 200,000 people. The situation of Granada was exceedingly picturesque. A wild, rugged mountain range, whose summits were crowned with snow, protected the city upon the south. On the north was a beautiful plain, blooming with flowers, and beyond, groves and vineyards reached for 30 leagues. But upon this lovely spot occurred scenes of blended heroism and revolting carnage, which have made the fall of Granada famous for all time. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Ferdinand V of Spain, 1452 to 1516 AD, Part 2. Sometimes a company of Moors, clad in armour and mounted upon their fiery Arabian chargers, would ride forth from the gates, while bugle blasts rang shrill upon the air, and challenge an equal number of Christian knights to combat. Promptly the defiance was met. All the citizens of Granada crowded the housetops, battlements, and towers of the city to watch the exciting conflict. Both armies rested upon their arms, breathlessly awaiting the issue. Again, some brave Christian knight would ride forth alone and challenge a Moorish cavalier to combat. The ladies of the two hostile courts cheered their respective champion with their fair presence and encouraging smiles, and never did knight or cavalier fight more valiantly to win the prize of victory. The memory of these brilliant but deadly tourneys still inspires the songs of the Castilians. Spanish ballads glow with thrilling descriptions of these knightly tourneys, and the prowess of Moslem as well as Christian warriors sheds undying glory over the conquest of Granada. Queen Isabella took an active part in all the military operations of the Spanish army. She often appeared upon the field encased in full armour, mounted upon a splendid steed, and her presence always inspired her troops to fresh deeds of valour. Isabella occupied in the camp a pavilion richly draped with silken hangings. One night, a gust of wind blew the fringes of one of the curtains into the flame of a lamp, and soon the entire pavilion was in a blaze. The conflagration spread to other tents, and it was only with great difficulty that the entire camp was preserved from destruction. The Queen and her children were in great danger of being destroyed. In consequence of this accident, Ferdinand, to prevent a like occurrence, ordered a city of substantial houses to be built upon the spot occupied by his army. In 3 months, a large and stately city arose. The soldiers wished to call it Isabella in honor of their idolized queen, but she named it Santa Fe in recognition of her faith in Providence. The city still stands. The Moors were now convinced that their Spanish foes were determined to remain until the crescent should give place to the cross. The citizens of Granada were suffering from famine. Abdallah, therefore, surrendered Granada to the Christians on the 2nd day of January, 1492. This last great act in one of the sublimest of historical dramas, the invasion of Spain by the Moors, was performed with the most imposing martial and religious rites. The Alhambra was first taken possession of by veteran Christian troops, including the bodyguard of the king. Ferdinand, surrounded by a very brilliant cortege, glittering polished armour, took his station near an Arabian mosque, now called the Hermitage of St. Sebastian. At a short distance in the rear, the Queen Isabella took her position, accompanied by a no less splendid retinue, her high-born warriors proudly displaying the armorial bearings of their families. The immense column of the Christian army commenced its march up the Hill of Martyrs into the city. Abdallah, accompanied by 50 cavaliers, passed them, descending the hill to make the surrender of himself to Ferdinand. The heartbroken Moor threw himself from his horse and would have seized the hand of Ferdinand to kiss it in token of homage, but the Christian king magnanimously spared him the humiliation and threw his arms around the deposed monarch in a respectful and affectionate embrace. Abdallah then presented the keys of the Alhambra to the conqueror, saying, "They are thine, O king, since Allah so decrees it. Use thy success with clemency and moderation." He then, not waiting for the words of consolation which the king was about to utter, rode on to offer the same acts of submission and homage to Queen Isabella. In the meantime, the Castilian army, winding slowly up the hill and around the walls, entered the city by the gate of Los Molinos. The large silver cross which Ferdinand had ever borne with him in his crusade against the Moors was now elevated upon the Alhambra, while the banners of the conqueror were proudly unfurled from its towers. It was the signal for the whole army to fall upon its knees in recognition of that providence which had granted them so great a victory. The solemn strains of the Te Deum, performed by the choir of the royal chapel, then swelled majestically over the prostrate host. The Spanish grandees now gathered around Isabella and, kneeling, kissed her hand in recognition of her sovereignty as Queen of Granada. Abdallah, however, did not remain as a sad witness of these scenes. With a small band, he took his way to the mountains. From one of the rocky eminences, he sorrowfully gazed upon the beautiful realms over which his ancestors had reigned for more than 700 years. With eyes filled with tears, he exclaimed, "Alas, when were woes ever equal to mine?" Whereupon his mother cruelly replied, "You do well to weep as a woman for what you could not defend like a man." Thus the last sigh of the Moor and the cruel yet Spartan-like heroism of the Moorish queen mother have passed into the romantic annals of history. While Ferdinand and Isabella were at Santa Fe, Columbus arrived at their camp. We have not space to give here a history of Christopher Columbus. We can but note a few important incidents. The Atlantic Ocean was then unexplored. Columbus, who was employed in the construction of maps and charts, became convinced that countries existed upon the other side of the globe. He was laughed at as an enthusiast, and when he declared that the world was round, one of the sages of the 15th century replied, "Can anyone be so foolish as to believe that the world is round, and that there are people on the side opposite to ours who walk with their heels upward and their heads hanging down like flies clinging to the ceiling? That there is a part of the world where trees grow with their branches hanging downwards, and where it rains, hails, and snows upwards?" The doctrine of Columbus was not only regarded as absurd, but it was thought to be heretical. Columbus, fully convinced of the truth of his ideas, appealed first to the King of Portugal for means to fit out a fleet to start out a voyage of discovery. Meeting with refusal, he visited the Spanish court in 1487. At this time, Ferdinand and Isabella were with the army encamped before Malaga. The war with the Moors continuing, the Spanish sovereigns declared that they could give the matter no attention until the conclusion of the war. Disheartened, Columbus was about to apply to the King of France when the prior of the convent of La Rabida at Palos, who firmly believed in the scheme of Columbus and who had formerly been confessor to Isabella, wrote to the Queen urging that Spain might not lose so great an opportunity. Isabella was so much impressed by the letter of the worthy prior that she immediately requested that Columbus should come to Santa Fe, where she was then residing, as the Spanish army was still besieging Granada. Columbus arrived there just as the Moorish banner was torn down and the flag of Spain was unfurled upon the towers of the Alhambra. In the midst of these rejoicings, Columbus presented his plans. "I wish," said he, "for a few ships and a few sailors to traverse between 2,000 and 3,000 miles of the ocean, thus to point out a new and short route to India, and reveal new nations, majestic in wealth and power. These realms are peopled by immortal beings, for whom Christ has died. It is my mission to search them out, and to carry to them the gospel of salvation. Wealth will also flow in from this discovery. With this wealth, we can raise armies, and rescue the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem from the hands of the infidels. I ask only in return that I may be appointed viceroy over the realms I discover, and that I shall receive 1/10 of the profits which may accrue." The Spanish courtiers were astonished at what they deemed audacious demands, and persuaded the Queen to refuse. Whereupon Columbus sadly saddled his mule to retrace his steps, and to offer his services to the King of France. Isabella was troubled as she thought over these offers and requests of Columbus, and she expressed to Ferdinand her perplexities. He replied, "The royal finances are exhausted by the war. We have no money in the treasury for such an enterprise." The Queen then enthusiastically exclaimed, "I will undertake the enterprise for my own crown of Castile, and I will pledge my private jewels to raise the necessary funds." Thus the discovery of a continent hung upon the vanity or heroism of a woman. But the character of Isabella was equal to the emergency. The matter was quickly settled. A courier was sent to overtake the disappointed Columbus, who was pursuing his weary way through the sand, overwhelmed with gloom. For 18 years he had been in vain endeavoring to carry out his cherished plans. Joyfully he returned to Santa Fe, where the Queen received him with great kindness and assented to his demands. Columbus succeeded in obtaining 3 small vessels, 2 furnished by the Spanish government and 1 by Martin Alonso Pinzon, a wealthy Spaniard. The total number who joined the expedition was 150. The enterprise was deemed so hazardous that it was with great difficulty that a crew could be obtained. This was in the 15th century. In view of the marvelous progress in knowledge, discovery, invention, and an enlightened Christianity in the past 400 years, in comparison with the ignorance and superstitions of preceding epochs, any student of history will be led most emphatically to exclaim, "Surely the world was never so advanced in knowledge, true civilization, and pure religion as today. With all the wickedness at the present time, the study of history reveals the fact that the world was never so good, pure, and Christian as now. On the 3rd of August, 1492, the small squadron unfurled its sails for the momentous voyage. At the close of a week, they arrived at the Canary Islands, which were on the frontiers of the known world. On the 6th of September, they again set sail. Day after day passed, but no land came in sight. 67 days had now passed since the highlands of Spain had disappeared from their view. They had met with indications which made them hope that land was near. A branch of a shrub with leaves and berries upon it had been picked up, and a small piece of wood, curiously carved, had been found drifting upon the water. It was the 11th of October. As the sun went down and the stars appeared, Columbus took his stand upon the poop of his vessel. About 10 o'clock, he was startled by the gleam of what appeared to be a torch far in the distance. For a moment it blazed, then disappeared. Was it a meteor or a light from the land? Not an eye was closed on the ships that night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a sailor at the masthead shouted, "Land! Land! Land!" The day dawned, and a glimpse of paradise seemed to have been unveiled before their enraptured gaze. A beautiful island was spread out, luxuriously green and adorned with every variety of tropical vegetation. The boats were lowered and manned. The banner of Spain, emblazoned with a cross, floated from every prow. Columbus, richly attired in a scarlet dress, entered his boat and was rowed towards the shore, where multitudes of the natives stood, gazing, spellbound, upon the strange sight. Columbus leaped upon the shore, and falling upon his knees, gave thanks to God. With imposing ceremony, the banner of Spain was planted upon the soil, and the island was called San Salvador, in recognition of the protecting care of Providence. We have not space to note the other discoveries of Columbus upon this voyage. Continuing his explorations in that part of the country, he discovered the islands of Exuma, Yuma, and Cuba. Of Cuba, Columbus wrote, "It is the most beautiful island that eyes ever beheld." During a short tour up one of the picturesque streams of Cuba, Columbus met with a bulbous root, about as large as an apple, which the natives used as food, roasting it in the ashes. They called it batatas. Columbus and his men were hunting for gold, but this discovery of the indispensable potato has proved a much richer prize to mankind. Here also he saw the natives rolling up in their hands dried leaves of a certain plant, which they lighted and smoked. These leaves they called tobacco. This discovery has proved a curse rather than a blessing to the world. After discovering the islands of the Nativity and Haiti, or St. Domingo, Columbus determined to return to Spain to secure a more efficient fleet. The return voyage was extremely tempestuous. During the gloomy hours of storm and danger, fearing that they should never see land again, Columbus wrote an account of his discoveries upon parchment, wrapped it in waxed cloth, and enclosing it in a watertight cask, set it adrift. A copy, similarly prepared, was kept upon the ship. On the 15th of March, not quite 7 months and a half from the time of his departure, Columbus with his little crew entered the harbour of Palos. Ferdinand and Isabella were at Barcelona. They immediately wrote to Columbus, requesting him to repair to their court. His journey thither was a triumphal march. Ferdinand and Isabella were seated beneath a silken canopy to receive him with the most imposing ceremonies of state. As a remarkable act of condescension, both Ferdinand and Isabella rose upon the approach of Columbus and offered him their hands to kiss. The Indians and other trophies from the New World, which he had brought back with him, occasioned the greatest surprise. Then Columbus narrated to the Spanish sovereigns the story of his voyage, but we are obliged to give an account of the shame as well as glory of the Spanish court. Ferdinand and Isabella were rigid Catholics, so much so that Ferdinand is called in history Ferdinand the Catholic, and Isabella received also the same title. The Inquisition, which had existed somewhat mildly before, was re-established by them. We cannot give the details of those persecutions here, which we narrate more fully when the Inquisition appears with greater cruelty and ferocity in the life of Philip II. During the reign of Ferdinand, the persecution fell mostly upon the Jews. Just as the Spanish sovereigns were about entering into engagements with Columbus to send him in search of a new world, that Christianity might be carried to the heathens there, the unchristian and cruel edict was issued for the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. We have not space to describe the heartrending sufferings of this persecuted people. While at Barcelona in 1492, Ferdinand narrowly escaped being killed by an assassin. King Ferdinand had not much intellectual culture, and Isabella was far superior to her husband in literary attainments, but Ferdinand was a capable man in the military and practical affairs of his kingdom. The children of Ferdinand and Isabella received unusual education for those times and acquired rare attainments. Prince John, heir to their throne, was reared with the greatest care. But just after the marriage of the young prince to Princess Margaret, daughter of the Emperor Maximilian of Austria, which was celebrated with great magnificence, Prince John was stricken with a fever and died. Thus perished their only son. Their eldest daughter, Isabella, who had married the King of Portugal, died soon after the death of her brother, Prince John. This daughter left a babe, who thus became heir to Portugal, Aragon, and Castile. But ere a year had passed, the infant also sank into the grave. Their daughter Joanna was married to the Archduke Philip, son and heir of Maximilian. This unhappy princess was the mother of Charles V of Spain. But her life was clouded with gloom, occasioned by her husband's neglect, which at last caused her insanity. The youngest daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, Catherine of Aragon, afterwards had the misfortune to marry the infamous Henry VIII of England. Thus the last days of these illustrious sovereigns were overshadowed with heart-rending sorrows. We can barely note the subsequent discoveries of Columbus. Before his second voyage, while at Barcelona, he was invited by the Grand Cardinal of Spain to dine with him. An envious guest inquired of Columbus if he thought that there was no man in Spain capable of discovering the Indies if he had not made the discovery. Columbus, without replying to the question, took an egg from the table and asked if there was anyone who could make it stand on one end. They all tried but failed, whereupon Columbus, by a slight blow, crushed the end of the egg and left it standing before them, saying, "You see how easy it is to do a thing after someone has shown you how." In his second voyage, he discovered the island of Jamaica and several other islands. Ferdinand and Isabella received him with kindness upon his return, but 2 years passed before he could obtain another squadron. It was during this third voyage that complaints reached Isabella that Columbus was enslaving the inhabitants of Haiti. An officer named Bobadilla was sent to Haiti to investigate the matter. He was unscrupulous and envious, and falsely using his official authority, he ordered Columbus to be sent back to Spain in chains. These outrages, inflicted upon a man so illustrious, roused indignation throughout the world. Ferdinand and Isabella were shocked and alarmed upon hearing of this outrageous treatment, and sent in the greatest haste to release him from his fetters, and to express their sympathy and regret for the indignities he had suffered. Some months after, Columbus started upon his fourth and last voyage. After encountering storms and perils, Columbus reached the continent at what is now called Central America, near Yucatan. Notwithstanding the importance of having at last touched the American continent, this voyage was a series of disappointments and disasters. He was detained for a year on the island of Jamaica on account of the loss of his ships, which were wrecked in the storms. At length, 2 vessels arrived at the island, and Columbus embarked for his return to Spain. When he at last reached that country, he was broken down by old age, sickness, and mental suffering. Poverty stared him in the face. Isabella was upon her deathbed, and Ferdinand was heartless and would not offer him any relief. After all his achievements in behalf of mankind, Columbus thus sadly writes to his son, "I live by borrowing. Little have I profited by 20 years of service with such toils and perils, since at present I do not own a roof in Spain. If I desire to eat or sleep, I have no resort but an inn, and for the most times have not wherewithal to pay my bill." In the midst of such sorrow and poverty, the heroic Columbus passed his last days on earth. He was buried in the convent of St. Francisco at Seville. 30 years afterwards, his remains were removed to St. Domingo on the island of Haiti. Upon the cession of the island to the French in 1795, they were transferred by the Spanish authorities to the Cathedral of Havana in Cuba. Queen Isabella was now broken in health from her many domestic sorrows. She died in November 1504. The last years of Ferdinand offered a sad contrast to his early life and brilliant manhood. As the death of Queen Isabella took from Ferdinand the crown of Castile, Philip, the husband of the poor crazy Joanna, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, seized upon the throne of Castile. A bitter family quarrel ensued. In order to secure the help of France, Ferdinand, though it was only 11 months after the death of his deeply loved wife, was married to the Princess Germaine, a gay and frivolous girl of 18, daughter of one of the sisters of Louis XII. It seemed hard, says one writer, that these nuptials should take place so soon, and that too in Isabella's own kingdom of Castile, where she had lived without peer, and where her ashes are still held in as much veneration as she enjoyed while living. The marriage ceremony took place at Duenas, where 36 years before he had pledged his faith to Isabella. In 1513, the health of Ferdinand began to fail. Dropsy and partial paralysis made his life a torment. Hoping to gain relief, he travelled southward, but having reached the small village of Madrigalaho, he was unable to proceed farther. On the 22nd of January 1516, in the 64th year of his age, Ferdinand breathed his last. He died in a small room in an obscure village. In so wretched a tenement did the lord of so many lands close his eyes upon the world. Thus ended the lives of Ferdinand and Isabella, shrouded with gloom and disappointment. A crown, what is it? It is to bear the miseries of a people, to hear their murmurs, feel their discontents, and sink beneath a load of splendid care. End of section 23, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 22nd of August, 2024.
Section 24 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Philip II of Spain, 1527 to 1598 A.D. Princes who would their people should do well must at themselves begin as at the head, for men by their example pattern out their imitations in regard of laws. A virtuous court a world to virtue draws. Ben Jonson. Charles V of Spain, the father of Philip II, was the grandson of Ferdinand and Isabella. Through his father he inherited the Netherlands and part of Burgundy, and at the age of 19 became Emperor of Germany. He had received the throne of Spain when 16 years of age. When his son Philip had attained sufficient age to assume the throne, Charles V abdicated in his favor and retired to a convent, where he died in 1558, in the 59th year of his age. Philip II, his son, was born at Valladolid in 1527. His mother, Isabella, was the daughter of Emmanuel, King of Portugal. Philip was but 12 years old at the time of his mother's death. In 1543, Philip married Mary, daughter of the King of Portugal. Both bride and bridegroom were 18 years of age. Mary died in a short time, leaving an infant son named Don Carlos. Catherine of Aragon, the youngest daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, married King Henry VIII of England. Their daughter Mary became the second wife of King Philip II of Spain. She was 11 years older than Philip and was unattractive in person and a bigot in religion. Her cruelty in persecuting those whom she regarded as heretics has given her in history the name of Bloody Mary. The marriage contract was signed before either of them had seen each other. As the son of an emperor, Philip set out in royal state to obtain his bride. The marriage ceremony was performed in the cathedral at Winchester. Philip was dressed in a suit of white satin, the gift of Mary. It was richly decorated with golden embroidery and encrusted with precious stones. Mary's wedding dress was also white satin embroidered with gold. It was thickly studded and fringed with costly jewels. As Mary was at this time Queen of England, her marriage was celebrated with the greatest magnificence. The pompous rites of the wedding ceremony occupied 4 hours, during which time Philip and Mary were seated upon a throne draped with a royal canopy. The vast edifice was thronged with the nobility of England, Flanders, and Spain. After a few days devoted to public festivities in Winchester, Philip and Mary went to London and were received by the people and court with great demonstrations of rejoicing. Her father, King Henry VIII, had quarreled with the Pope at Rome, but Mary and Philip were zealous Catholics and desired to re-establish the relations of the English Church with Rome. Parliament met at Whitehall. Mary, the Queen of England, sat with Philip under a canopy. By her side sat the Pope's legate. A petition was presented by the Chancellor of the realm, praying for reconciliation with the papacy. The whole assembly knelt before the Pope's legate, who pronounced upon them absolution and a benediction. Then began the fires of persecution. Many who would not consent to become Catholics were burned at the stake. Philip, who had now wearied of his elderly and unattractive wife, and also of being regarded as only the husband of the Queen, was rejoiced at the summons of his father, Charles V, who desired him to return to Spain to receive the kingdom, that Charles might retire into convent life. By the abdication of Charles V, Philip II became one of the most powerful monarchs in the world. He was King of United Spain. He was also King of Naples and Sicily and Duke of Milan. He was sovereign of the Low Countries, and, as husband of the Queen of England, who was devotedly attached to him, he had great influence in the affairs of that nation. The Cape Verde Islands and the Canaries were under his sway. A large portion of the Mediterranean coast in Africa was under his dominion. Also the Philippine and Spice Islands in Asia. He inherited those islands which Columbus had conferred upon Spain in the West Indies, and also the vast realms of Mexico and Peru. Such was the immense power now placed in the hands of this young prince not yet 30 years of age. Philip II established his court at Madrid, and from his palace there sent forth his edicts over his wide domains. In 1558, Queen Mary of England died, being succeeded by her half-sister Elizabeth. Philip's only regret for his wife was, no doubt, the loss of his hold upon the English crown. Before a year had elapsed, he was married to the daughter of the King of France. This young princess, Elizabeth, called in Spain Isabella, was only 14 years of age and had been previously betrothed to the son of Philip, Don Carlos, who was of the same age. The death of this young prince a few years afterwards, under very suspicious circumstances, caused many to think that he had been poisoned by the command of his father, who had imprisoned the prince at the time. Don Carlos and his father had frequent quarrels, and at last Carlos was said to have confessed to a priest that he desired to kill his father, and he asked absolution, which the priest refused to grant. The king was informed of all this. The young prince was thereupon imprisoned with a strong guard to watch him, and he was reported to be mad. In the course of a few months, Don Carlos died. 2 stories regarding that event were told. Some historians consider Philip innocent of any attempt upon the life of his son, but others state that the physician of the prince was informed that it was very desirable that the death of Carlos should appear to result from natural causes, and that medicine was administered to the unsuspecting patient in such doses as slowly to accomplish the desired end. Philip II was a fanatic in religion, and the terrible persecution of the Protestants during his reign has filled the world with horror, as the shocking stories have been told. Philip had not forgotten his father's command to punish heretics with the utmost rigor. The Reformation had been silently and rapidly advancing in Spain. Now the terrible persecutions of the Inquisition were turned against this heroic little band of fearless Christians by those professing to worship the same merciful God, and to be followers of the same loving and sinless Christ. How such awful crimes could have been perpetrated in the sacred name of religion seems at the present day incomprehensible, and we shudder at the recital of such savage barbarity, more especially when committed by the enlightened and civilized nations of the world less than 4 centuries ago. The bigoted Philip issued an edict that all who bought, sold, or read prohibited works were to be burned alive. Every person suspected of heresy was arrested and thrown into prison. In Seville alone, 800 were arrested in one day. The accused were then dragged from their dungeons and subjected to the horrors of the most merciless tortures to induce them to give up their Protestant faith, and these shocking deeds were performed in the name of religion. The awful details of those barbarous crimes are too horrible to relate. What must the reality have been to the poor victims of this inhuman persecution? The first active burning under the decrees of the Pope Philip II and the Spanish Inquisitor General Valdez took place in May 1559 at Valladolid. This terrible ceremony was called auto de fe, or act of faith, and so common did they at length become that Catholics would engage to meet each other at the auto de fe, as in modern times appointments are made to meet at the theatre, opera, or other place of public gathering. One of the historians thus describes the second auto de fe in Valladolid in October 1559. The Pope wished to invest the scene with all the terrors of the Day of Judgment. That he might draw an immense crowd, an indulgence of 40 days was granted to all who should be present at the spectacle. The tragedy was enacted in the great square of the city. At one end of the square a large platform was erected, richly carpeted and decorated, where seats were arranged for the inquisitors. A royal gallery was constructed for the king and his court. 200,000 spectators surrounded the arena. At 6 o'clock in the morning all the bells of the city began to toll the funeral knell. A solemn procession emerged from the dismal fortress of the Inquisition. A body of troops led the van. Then came the condemned. There were two classes, the first consisting of those who were to be punished with confiscation and imprisonment, and the second of those who were to suffer death. The latter were covered with a loose gown of yellow cloth, and wore upon the head a paper cap of conical form. Both the gown and cap were covered with pictures of flames fanned and fed by demons. 2 priests were by the side of each one of the victims, urging him to abjure his errors. Those who were merely to endure loss of property and to be thrown into the dungeons of the Inquisition were clothed in garments of black. A vast concourse of dignitaries of state and of the common people closed the procession. The fanaticism of the times was such that probably but few of the people had any sympathy with the sufferers. The ceremonies were opened with a sermon by the Bishop of Zamora. Then the whole assembled multitude took an oath upon their knees to defend the Inquisition and the purity of the Catholic faith, and to inform against any one who should swerve from the faith. Then those who, to escape the flames, had expressed penitence for their errors after a very solemn recantation, were absolved from death. But heresy was too serious a crime to be forgiven even upon penitence. All were doomed to the confiscation of property and to imprisonment, some for life, in the dungeons of the Inquisition. Their names were branded with infamy, and in many cases their immediate descendants were rendered ineligible to any public office. These first received their doom, and under a strong guard were conveyed back to prison. And now all eyes were turned to the little band of 30 who, in the garb of ignominy, with ropes round their neck, were waiting their sentence. Many of these were men illustrious for rank and still more renowned for talents and virtues. Their countenances were wan and wasted, their frames emaciated, and many of them were distorted by the cruel ministry of the rack. Those who were willing to make confession were allowed the privilege of being strangled before their bodies were exposed to the torture of the fire. After being strangled by the garrote, their bodies were thrown into the flames. Enfeebled by suffering, all but 2 of them thus purchased exemption from being burned alive. One of these, Don Carlos de Seso, was a Florentine noble. He had married a Spanish lady of high rank and had taken up his residence in Spain, where he had adopted the principles of the Reformation. For 15 months with unshaken constancy he had suffered in the dungeons of the Inquisition. When sentence of death at the stake was pronounced upon him, he called for pen and paper in his cell. His judges supposed that he intended to make confession. Instead of that, he wrote a very eloquent document avowing his unshaken trust in the great truths of the Reformation. De Seso had stood very high in the regards of Philip's father, Charles V. As he was passing before the royal gallery to be chained to the stake, he looked up to Philip and said, "Is it thus that you allow your innocent subjects to be persecuted?" The king replied, "If it were my own son, I would fetch the wood to burn him, were he such a wretch as thou art." He was chained to the stake. As the flames slowly enveloped him in their fiery wreaths, he called upon the soldiers to heap up the faggots, that his agonies might sooner terminate. Soon life was extinct, and the soul of the noble martyr was borne on angel wings to heaven. The fellow sufferer of de Sosa was Domingo de Rexas, son of the Marquis of Poza. 5 of this noble family, including the eldest son, had been victims of the Inquisition. De Rexas had been a Dominican monk. In accordance with usage, he retained his sacerdotal habit until he stood before the stake. Then, in the midst of the jeers of the populace, his garments were one by one removed, and the vestments of the condemned, with their hideous picturings, were placed upon him. He attempted to address the spectators. Philip angrily ordered him to be gagged. A piece of cleft wood was thrust into his mouth, causing great pain. He was thus led to the stake and burned alive. The cruel exhibition occupied from 6 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Such were some of the shocking and barbarous scenes connected with the notorious Spanish Inquisition. This persecution raged year after year. So fiercely did these fires of persecution burn throughout all Spain that nearly all traces of the Protestant religion were eradicated from the kingdom. The Spaniards degenerated into semi-barbarism. Education was discouraged, all human rights were trampled upon, and Spain became one of the most debased, impoverished, and miserable nations in Europe. Thus had religious fanaticism turned this fair province of Philip's into a desert. In regard to the blame which rests upon Philip II for this deplorable state of things, his own words will answer. He wrote to his sister, whom he had appointed his regent in the Netherlands, thus: "I have never had any object in view than the good of my subjects. In all that I have done, I have trod in the footsteps of my father, under whom the people of the Netherlands must admit that they lived contented and happy. As to the Inquisition, whatever people may say of it, I have never attempted anything new. With regard to the edicts, I have been always resolved to live and die in the Catholic faith. I could not be content to have my subjects do otherwise. Yet I see not how this can be compassed without punishing the transgressors. God knows how willingly I would avoid shedding a drop of Christian blood, but I would rather lose 100,000 lives, if I had so many, than allow a single change in matters of religion." In the Netherlands, persecutions and rebellions caused constant strife. Scarcely 40 years had elapsed since Luther had publicly burned the papal bull at Wittenberg. Since that time, his doctrines had been received in Denmark and Sweden. In England, under Queen Elizabeth, Protestantism had become the established religion of the state. The Reformation had reached the hills and valleys of Scotland, and tens of thousands had gathered to hear the preaching of Knox. The Low Countries or Netherlands, which now constitute Holland and Belgium, were the debatable land on which the various sects of reformers, the Lutherans, the Calvinists, and the English Protestants, contended for mastery over the Roman Catholic Church. Calvinism was embraced by some of the cantons of Switzerland and had also spread widely through France, where the adherents to the Protestant faith were known as the Huguenots. The cry of the Reformation had passed the Alps and was heard even under the walls of the Vatican and had crossed the Pyrenees. The King of Navarre declared himself a Protestant, and the spirit of the Reformation, as we have related, had also secretly spread into Spain. But there already the terrible Inquisition, with Philip II at its head, had crushed out Protestantism from Spain. It was not to be expected that Philip, having exterminated heresy in one part of his dominions, would tolerate its existence in any other, least of all in so important a country as the Netherlands. So the persecutions commenced there. During the latter part of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th, the pontifical throne had been filled by a succession of popes, notorious for their religious indifference and the carelessness and profligacy of their lives. This was one of the prominent causes of the Reformation. But before the close of the 16th century, a line of popes had arisen of stern and austere natures, without a touch of sympathy for the joys and sorrows of mankind, and entirely devoted to the work of regaining the lost powers of the Roman Catholic Church. Pope Pius V was such a pontiff. He wrote to Philip urging him not to falter in the good cause, and to allow no harm to the Catholic faith, but to march against his rebellious vassals at the head of his army, and wash out the stain of heresy in the blood of the heretic. To him Philip replied that the Pope might rest assured that the king would consent to nothing that could prejudice the service of God or the interests of religion. He deprecated force, as that would involve the ruin of the country. Still, he would march in person without regard to his own peril, and employ force, though it should cost the ruin of the provinces. But he would bring his vassals to submission, for he would sooner lose 100 lives in every rood of empire than reign a lord over heretics. With such a pope and such a king, no wonder that the Inquisition flourished. The situation of the Netherlands was such that the various opinions of the surrounding nations were easily transferred to their shores. On the south were the Lutherans of Germany, on the west the French Huguenots, while by the ocean they held communication with England and the nations of the Baltic. The soldier quartered on their territory, the seaman who visited their shores, the trader who trafficked in their towns, brought with them different forms of the new religion. As most of the people were able to read, books from France and Germany were circulated amongst them. Philip II understood the importance of his position. His whole life proves that he felt it to be his especial mission to restore the tottering fortunes of Catholicism and stay the torrent which was sweeping away the Roman Catholic faith. Philip had made his half-sister Margaret regent in the Netherlands. In order to a clearer understanding of the revolt in the Netherlands, a brief sketch of William, Prince of Orange, will be necessary. He was descended from ancestors who had given an emperor to Germany. William's parents were both Lutherans, and he was educated in that faith. But Charles V obtained the consent of his parents to remove him to Brussels when in his 12th year, and he was brought up in the family of the emperor's sister. In this household, the young prince was instructed in the Catholic faith. When 15 years of age, William became the page of Charles V. On the abdication of that monarch, he commended William to Philip II, who at first received the Prince of Orange with much favor. William married for his second wife, Anne, the daughter of Maurice, the great Lutheran champion, and though he did not openly espouse the cause but continued in the service of Philip, a writer of the times says of him, "The Prince of Orange passed for a Catholic among Catholics and a Lutheran among Lutherans." But this portrait of him was by an unfriendly hand, and a truer declaration is that of Prescott, that he possessed a spirit of toleration, the more honorable that in that day it was so rare. He condemned the Calvinists as restless and seditious, and the Catholics for their bigoted attachment to a dogma. Persecution in matters of faith he totally condemned, for freedom of judgment in such matters he regarded as the inalienable right of man. These conclusions, at which the world, after an incalculable amount of human suffering, has been 3 centuries in arriving, must be allowed to reflect great credit on the character of William, Prince of Orange. There was now formed in the Netherlands a league called the Guy. Some of this party of Confederates demanded entire liberty of conscience. Others would not have stopped short of a revolution that would enable the country to shake off the Spanish yoke. Though this party was a political rather than a religious organization, they joined hands with the Lutherans and Calvinists and became, for a time, a great aid to the Reformation. The origin of their name, which became the fanatical war cry of the insurgents, happened thus. 200 or 300 of these Confederates went to Brussels to petition Margaret, the regent, to mediate with Philip in their behalf, that they should have more political liberty, and be freed from the edicts and the Inquisition. During the week spent by the League in Brussels, a banquet was given where 300 of the Confederates were present. During the repast, Readerad, one of their number, described the manner in which their petition has been received by the regent. She seemed at first disconcerted, he said, by the number of the Confederates, but was reassured by Barlaymont, who told her that they were nothing but a crowd of beggars. Some of the company were much incensed at this treatment, but Readerad, taking it good-humouredly, said that he and his friends had no objection to the name, since they were ready at any time to become beggars for the service of their king and country. This witty sally was received by the company with great applause, who shouted, "Vivant les gueux!" Long live the beggars! Readerad, finding the jest took so well, left the room and soon returned with a beggar's wallet and a wooden bowl, such as were used by the mendicant fraternity in the Netherlands. Then, pledging the company in a bumper, he swore to devote his life and fortune to the cause. The wallet and the bowl went round the table, and as each of the merry guests drank, the shouts arose, "Vivant les gueux!" In every language in which the history of these acts has been recorded, the French term gueux is employed to designate this party of malcontents in the Netherlands. The League now adopted the dress and symbols of mendicants. They affected their garments as a substitute for their family liveries, dressing their retainers in the ash-gray habiliments of the begging friars. Wooden bowls, spoons, and knives became in great request, though they were richly inlaid with silver according to the wealth of the possessor. Pilgrims' staffs were carried elaborately carved. Medals resembling those stuck by the beggars in their bonnets were worn as a badge. The gueux penny, as it was called, a gold or silver coin, was hung from the neck, bearing on one side the effigy of Philip, with the inscription Fidelis au Roi, and on the other 2 hands grasping a beggar's wallet and the words Je suis à porter la Bastille, faithful to the king even to carrying the wallet. The war cry of Vivant les gueux soon resounded through the Netherlands. Philip paid little or no attention to the frequent appeals of Margaret, his regent, that he should come to some concessions which should satisfy the people and bring the rebellion to an end. But while Philip was procrastinating, the ironclads rose in fury, and inspired by a false zeal, committed many terrible sacrilegious outrages, which cast dishonor among the upholders of the Reformation. These iconoclasts, or image-breakers, were simply armed mobs of ignorant people who imagined they were doing a service to God by breaking into the Catholic churches and ruthlessly destroying everything they could lay their hands on. Prescott thus describes the destruction caused by this band of rioters in Antwerp. When the rest of the congregation had withdrawn after vespers, the mob rushed forward as by a common impulse, broke open the doors of the chapel and dragged forth the image of the Virgin. Some called on her to cry, "Vivant l'Église," while others tore off her embroidered robes and rolled the dumb idol in the dust amidst the shouts of the spectators. This was a signal for havoc. The rioters dispersed in all directions on the work of destruction. High above the great altar was an image of the Savior, curiously carved in wood and placed between the effigies of the 2 thieves crucified with him. The mob contrived to get a rope round the neck of the statue of Christ and dragged it to the ground. They then fell upon it with hatchets and hammers, and it was soon broken into 100 fragments. The 2 thieves, it was remarked, were spared as if to preside over the work of rapine below. Their fury now turned against the other statues, which were quickly overthrown from their pedestals. The paintings that lined the walls of the cathedral were cut into shreds. Many of these were the choicest specimens of Flemish art, even then, in its dawn, giving promise of the glorious day which was to shed a lustre over the land. But the pride of the cathedral and of Antwerp was the great organ, renowned throughout the Netherlands, not more for its dimensions than its perfect workmanship. With their ladders the rioters scaled the lofty fabric, and with their implements soon converted it, like all else they laid their hands on, into a heap of rubbish. The ruin was now universal. Nothing beautiful, nothing holy was spared. The altars, and there were no less than 70 in the vast edifice, were overthrown one after another, their richly embroidered coverings rudely rent away, their gold and silver vessels appropriated by the plunderers. The sacramental bread was trodden under foot, the wine was quaffed by the miscreants in golden chalices to the health of one another or of the gueux, and the holy oil was profanely used to anoint their shoes and sandals. The sculptured tracery on the walls, the costly offerings that enriched the shrines, the screens of gilded bronze, the delicately carved woodwork of the pulpit, the marble and alabaster ornaments, all went down under the fierce blows of the iconoclasts. The pavement was strewed with the ruined splendors of a church, which in size and magnificence was perhaps second only to St. Peter's among the churches of Christendom. As the light of day faded, the assailants supplied its place with such light as they could obtain from the candles, which they snatched from the altars. It was midnight before the work of destruction was completed. The whole number engaged in this work is said not to have exceeded 100 men, women, and boys. When their task was completed, they sallied forth in a body from the doors of the cathedral, roaring out the fanatical war cry of "Vivant l'Église." Flushed with success and joined on the way by stragglers like themselves, they burst open the doors of one church after another, and by the time morning broke, the principal temples in the city had been dealt with in the same ruthless manner as the cathedral. No attempt all this time was made to stop these proceedings on the part of the magistrates or citizens. As they beheld from their windows the bodies of armed men hurrying to and fro by the gleam of their torches, and listened to the sound of violence in the distance, they seemed to have been struck with a panic. The Catholics remained within doors, fearing a general uprising of the Protestants. The Protestants feared to move abroad, lest they should be confounded with the rioters. For 3 days these dismal scenes continued. The fate of Antwerp had its effect on the country. The flames of fanaticism, burning fiercer than ever, quickly spread over the northern, as they had done over the western provinces. In Holland, Utrecht, Friesland, everywhere in short, with a few exceptions on the southern borders, mobs rose against the churches. Cathedrals, chapels, monasteries, and nunneries, and even hospitals were destroyed by these ignorant fanatics. The great library of Viconne, one of the noblest collections in the Netherlands, perished in the flames kindled by the mob. 400 churches were sacked by the insurgents in Flanders alone. The damage to the cathedral at Antwerp was said to amount to 400,000 ducats. The whole work of this terrible devastation occupied less than a fortnight. This wholesale destruction perpetrated by the iconoclasts cannot be estimated. It is a melancholy fact that they pretended to be actuated by a zeal for the Reformation, thus dishonoring the great and glorious cause by their ignorant fanaticism. An irreparable loss was occasioned by the destruction of manuscripts, statuary, and paintings. But the misguided iconoclasts, ruthless as was their terrible destruction of magnificent cathedrals and priceless gems of art, must in justice have this excuse offered in their behalf: that they had been infuriated by the infamous Inquisition which had turned Spain into one great auto de femme of burning martyrs, and which threatened, through the bigotry of Philip II, to invade their own land with its fiendish cruelties. Compared with the Inquisition, with its scarlet hands reeking with the lifeblood of its tortured victims, the retaliation of the iconoclasts is scarcely to be wondered at. The tidings of the tumult in the Netherlands was received by Philip with the greatest indignation, and he exclaimed, "It shall cost them dear. By the soul of my father, I swear it, it shall cost them dear." These troubles in the Netherlands caused a change in the mind of William, Prince of Orange. He saw the workings of Catholicism under a fearful aspect. He beheld his countrymen dragged from their firesides, driven into exile, thrown into dungeons, burned at the stake, and all this for no other cause than because they dared to dissent from the dogmas of the Romish Church. His parents had been Lutherans, his wife also was a Protestant, and William of Orange embraced the doctrines of the Reformation. We cannot follow his career. After quelling a mob at Antwerp, which threatened to destroy the city, realizing that he could place no reliance upon Philip or Margaret his regent, and as they now looked upon him with suspicion, William of Orange determined to retire to his estates in Germany. He there occupied himself with studying the Lutheran doctrine and making himself acquainted with the principles of the glorious Reformation of which he was one day to become the champion. The regency of Margaret continued in the Netherlands from 1559 to 1567, and in the last years she succeeded in putting down the revolt. Philip, through his regent and the aid of the Pope, had now by several successful contests in the Netherlands quelled the rebellion, and the party of reform had disappeared, and its worship was everywhere proscribed. On its ruins the Catholic party had risen in greater splendor than ever. Margaret now resigned the regency, and the Duke of Alva was appointed in her place. He created a new tribunal, which is known in history by the terrible name it received from the people as the Council of Blood. In order to justify his cruel proceedings against the Netherlands, Philip now submitted the case to the Inquisition at Madrid, and that ghostly tribunal came to the following decision. All who had been guilty of heresy, apostasy, or sedition, and all, moreover, who thought professing themselves good Catholics had offered no resistance to these, were, with the exception of a few specified individuals, thereby convicted of treason in the highest degree. This sweeping judgment was followed by a royal edict dated on the same day in which, after reciting the language of the Inquisition, the whole nation, with the exception above stated, was sentenced without distinction of sex or age to the penalties of treason, death, and confiscation of property, and this, the decree went on to say, without any hope of grace whatever that it might serve for an example and a warning to all future time. Then followed the awful work of the Council of Blood. Men, women, and children were dragged to the gallows. Blood ran through the streets of the cities like a red river. The poor martyrs were tortured with horrible contrivances, even at the scaffold, that their dying cries might cause merriment for their fiendish foes. And thus Philip II vindicates his conduct during this reign of terror. What I have done has been for the repose of the provinces and for the defense of the Catholic faith. If I had respected justice less, I should have dispatched the whole business in a single day. No one acquainted with the state of affairs will find reason to censure my severity, nor would I do otherwise than I have done, though I should risk the sovereignty of the Netherlands, no, though the world should fall in ruins around me. The young Queen Isabella having died, Philip II married for his fourth wife, Anne of Austria, who had also been affianced to his son Carlos. Then came the rebellions of the Moriscos, who were the descendants of the Moors in southern Spain. In 1569 the Moriscos rose in a general insurrection against the Christians. Many a Moor had perished in the flames of the Inquisition, and they now retaliated with bloodthirsty ferocity. The horrors which ensued cannot be described. Before these Moors had been goaded by the cruel edicts of Philip, they had been kind neighbors. The cruelties committed by the Spanish troops sent against the Moors were as shocking as the deeds of the barbarians. The Spanish army, before entering into a battle, knelt in prayer invoking God's blessing, and after a victory reeking with the blood of their victims, they marched under the banner of the cross to the cathedrals and chanted the Te Deum. Thus was religion turned into a mockery of a merciful God and a cloak for the vilest of crimes. Philip brought his fourth wife, Anne of Austria, to the magnificent palace or monastery of the Escurial. She lived 10 years. Her children all died in infancy except one son, who lived to succeed his father on the throne as Philip III. Spain was now rapidly on the decline. Civil war, persecution, banishment, and emigration were fast depopulating the country. The population diminished from 10 to 6 millions. As Queen Elizabeth of England had warmly espoused the Protestant cause, there was enmity between the nation and Spain. In 1558, Philip II of Spain, who had been for 3 years preparing the famous Spanish Armada, ordered the fleet to sail against England. This splendid armada set sail from Lisbon with high hopes. but next day they met with a violent storm which scattered some of the ships and sunk others and forced the rest to take shelter in the groin. After the damages had been repaired, the Armada again set forth. The fleet consisted of 130 vessels, and many of them were of greater size than had ever before been employed in Europe. The plan of the King of Spain was that the fleet should sail to the coast opposite to Dunkirk and Newport, and having joined the fleet of the Duke of Parma, should make sail to the Thames, and having landed the whole Spanish army, complete at one blow the conquest of England. The Armada reached Calais. Here the English admiral practiced a stratagem upon the Spaniards. He took 8 of his smaller vessels and filled them with combustibles, and setting them on fire, sent them amongst the Spanish fleet. In the confusion caused by this incident, the English fell upon the Spanish and captured or destroyed 12 of their ships. The Spanish admiral thereupon started to return home. A violent tempest overtook the Armada after it passed the Orkneys. The ships were driven upon the western isles of Scotland and coast of Ireland, and were miserably wrecked. Thus was the famous Spanish Armada destroyed. It was almost a death blow to the Spanish monarchy. At length Philip II, with a bankrupt treasury, while his mind was filled with gloom and his body tortured with a loathsome and terrible disease, died on the 13th of September, 1598. In view of his great opportunities, vast power, and the hopeful promise of his early career, and the miserable ending of his wrecked life, brought upon himself by his barbarous cruelties and religious bigotry and superstitions, we are reminded of the saying quoted at the commencement of the sketch, and are more fully convinced that no people can be prosperous unless their rulers are humane and virtuous. In the light of such shocking events as we have just been describing, and of such barbarous deeds performed in the name of religion, it seems to be an indisputable fact that the world has surely made vast progress in an enlightened civilization and in true Christianity. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Gustavus Adolphus, 1594 to 1632 AD. I, every inch a king. Shakespeare. The oldest account of the nations of Europe in the far north is that given by Pytheas, who lived 350 years before the Christian era. His voyages carried him to the shores of Britain and Scandinavia. The Goths were the most ancient inhabitants of Scandinavia, occupying the south, and were earlier in Sweden than the Sueons. These two tribes were at war for many years, but finally united and formed the Swedish nation. During 12 centuries after the visit of Pytheas to northern countries, nothing was known of the Scandinavian people in their own homes. Although wild tribes from the north overran southern Europe and were known as the Cimbri, Teutons, Germans, and Goths. But in the time of Alfred the Great, 2 travellers from Scandinavia visited the court of the English king. From the account they gave of their travels, King Alfred wrote a brief history and made a chart of modern Europe. In this book, Scandinavia was described. Of the 3 Scandinavian countries, Sweden did not become known to the nations of southern Europe as soon as Denmark and Norway. Like the Danes, the Swedes traced the descent of their early kings back to Odin. Olaf was the first Christian king of Sweden, and received Christian baptism about the year 1000 AD. The son and successor of Charlemagne, Louis le Débonnaire, took an ardent interest in sending Christian missionaries to the pagans of the north. The union of the kingdoms of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway was consummated in 1387. In 1523, the union with Denmark was dissolved, and Gustavus Vasa was proclaimed King of Sweden. This king was one of the ablest of the monarchs of the 16th century. He was the grandfather of Gustavus Adolphus. Charles IX, the father of Adolphus, came to the throne of Sweden in 1604. During the reigns of the elder brothers of Charles, there had been constant conflicts with Denmark. Charles IX died in 1611, leaving an unfinished war with Denmark to be completed by his illustrious son, Gustavus Adolphus, then 17 years of age. His father Charles had entered into friendly alliances with all the principal Protestant powers, and for the first time Sweden had been brought into important political relations with the more influential European nations. Gustavus Adolphus was born at the Royal Palace in Stockholm, December 9, 1594. His mother, Christine, was the daughter of Adolphus, Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, and granddaughter of Frederick I, King of Denmark. Tycho Brahe, the famous astronomer, had announced, when a comet appeared in 1572, that there would spring up in Finland a prince destined to accomplish great changes in Germany, and deliver the Protestant people from the oppression of the popes. His countrymen applied to Gustavus this prediction of the Danish astronomer. Gustavus possessed a rigorous constitution, which was rendered robust by his childish experiences and manner of life. His early years were passed in the midst of constant wars between Sweden and Denmark. This account is given of the education and boyhood of Gustavus Adolphus. To be the chooser of the prince was appointed Master John Skytte, and Otto von Murner his chamberlain. The last named was Marshal of the Court of Charles IX, and born of noble parents in Brandenburg. He had acquired extensive learning and distinguished manners in the numerous countries in which he had travelled. John Skytte, after having employed 9 years in visiting foreign lands, had become one of the secretaries of the king's government. Gustavus received all the instructions necessary to a prince destined to reign. Skytte directed him in the study of Latin, of history, and of the laws of his country. As Charles was a strict ruler and a martial prince, and as Christine had, beside her beauty, the soul proud and courageous, the education of the prince was free from softness. He was habituated to labour. At times in his early youth, particularly after he had arrived at his 10th year, he was more and more allowed by his father to attend the deliberations of the council. He was habituated also to be present at the audiences of the foreign embassies, and was finally directed by his royal father to answer these foreign dignitaries in order thus to accustom him to weighty affairs and their treatment. As it was a period of warlike turmoils, there was much resort to the king's court, especially by officers, not only Swedes but also Germans, French, English, Scots, Netherlanders, and some Italians and Spaniards, who, after the 12 years' truce then just concluded between Spain and Holland, sought their fortune in Sweden. These often waited upon the young prince by the will and order of the king. Their conversation relating to the wars waged by other nations, battles, sieges, and discipline both by sea and land as well as ships and navigation, did so arouse and stimulate the mind of the young prince, by nature already thus inclined, that he spent almost every day in putting questions concerning what had happened at one place and another in the wars. Besides, he acquired in his youthful years no little insight into the science of war, especially into the mode and means. How a regular war, well directed and suited to the circumstances of Sweden, should be carried on, having the character and rules of Maurice, Prince of Orange, as a pattern before his eyes. By the intercourse and converse of these officers, in which each told the most glorious acts of his own nation, the young prince was enkindled to act like others, and if possible to excel them. In his early years he gained also a complete and ready knowledge of many foreign languages, so that he spoke Latin, German, Dutch, French, and Italian as purely as a native, and besides had some knowledge of the Russian and Polish tongues. When he was of the age of 16 years, his father made him Grand Duke of Finland, and Duke of Estonia and Westmanland. and presently bestowed upon him the town of Vesteras, with the principal portion of Westmanland, over which was placed John Skite to be governor. It is also stated that Gustavus knew Greek, and read Xenophon in that tongue, of whom he said that he knew of no writer better than he for a true military historian. For some years after Gustavus ascended the throne, he is said to have devoted an hour each day to reading, preferring to all others the works of Grotius, especially his treatise on war and peace. Young Gustavus possessed great courage, to which was joined striking benignity of character, which he did not inherit from his parents. King Charles was stern and somewhat heartless, and was persuaded by his wife, the mother of Adolphus, to great acts of cruelty towards the victims of his civil wars, which obscured his nobler qualities. The mother of Gustavus, though possessed of a strong and positive character, was too tyrannical to be attractive, and too unrelenting to exert a loving influence in her household, and the severity of both husband and wife came often in collision. Adolphus was the only member of the royal family who dared attempt to pacify his father when he was angry. Though Gustavus inherited the strong characteristics of his parents, and possessed his father's failing of a quick temper, his nature was so sympathetic and unselfish that his winning manners attracted the hearts of all as much as the unrelenting sternness of his parents repelled. Their sternness became in the household only exacting selfishness, whereas all the severity of his character manifested itself only in unflinching allegiance to the right and true, and the steadfast upholding of high and noble principles of state or religion. Gustavus was scarcely 15 years of age when he requested to be placed in command of troops in the war against Russia. But his father, deeming him too young, refused. When he was 17 years of age, war having been declared with Denmark, young Gustavus was pronounced in the Diet, as the assembly of the Swedish nobles was called, fit to bear the sword, and he was, according to ancient custom, invested with this dignity with most splendid ceremony. At this expedition young Gustavus endured his first trial of warfare, being present at all the remarkable encounters, holding chief command in most of them. For during this war, King Charles died, and the command was left to Gustavus, then 17 years of age. In the first month of his 18th year, he received the crown in the presence of all the representatives of the estates of Sweden, at the Diet of Nyköping. He took the title of his father, King-elect and hereditary Prince of Sweden, of the Goths, and of the Wends. Since the death of Gustavus Vasa, his grandfather, a period of more than 50 years, Sweden had not enjoyed a single year of peace. When Gustavus Adolphus ascended the Swedish throne in 1611, being then in his 18th year, he found an exhausted treasury, an alienated nobility, and not undisputed succession, and with all of this, no less than 3 wars upon his hands. One with Denmark then raging, also the seeds of 2 other wars with Russia and with Poland which soon after burst forth. The first 15 years of his reign were occupied in bringing these wars to a conclusion, and in these struggles he won an experience which afterwards proved of great service in making him illustrious upon a more conspicuous battlefield. We have not the space to describe at length the wars between Sweden and Denmark, nor her conflicts with Russia and Poland, but must pass on to the more important period of the history of Gustavus Adolphus, which gives him a place in the foremost ranks of leadership, and places his name with Napoleon I, Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Charlemagne. It was not so much what he himself personally accomplished, though that was much, for death met him long before the glorious end was reached, but it was on account of the vast and momentous train of circumstances he set in motion, because he stood forth the only man capable of taking the helm of the great ship of the Reformation, which, but for him, aided by the almighty ruling of an omniscient providence, seemed to the finite vision of mankind doomed to destruction. It was not as a conqueror of vast empires like Alexander, Julius Caesar, and Napoleon that Gustavus Adolphus is illustrious, but it is because, through the providence of God, he was made the instrument in helping to achieve the more important conquest of gaining spiritual liberty of soul from the bondage of bigotry and superstition. As the champion of the Reformation, the name of Gustavus Adolphus must be placed amongst the foremost of the famous rulers of the world. Gustavus was now 34 years of age. He had prosecuted wars with Denmark, Russia, and Poland, and secured advantageous terms of peace with these nations. Before he had reached his 20th year, he had driven back the invaders of his country and gained independence for Sweden. In 4 years more, his victories over his eastern enemies enabled him to declare, "Russia cannot now, without our consent, launch a single boat on the Baltic." For 12 years, Gustavus had watched the bloody strife between the defenders of the Reformed faith in Germany and the powers of the Catholic League of the Empire and of Spain. What Philip II of Spain was to the Catholics as a leader and upholder of the infamous Inquisition, such a power did Gustavus Adolphus become, in behalf of the Protestants, as a leader and defender of the Reformation. Holland, England, and France had earnestly pressed him to conclude the Polish wars. For the eyes of the suffering adherents of the Reformed faith in Germany were turned in hope towards the youthful King of Sweden as their deliverer. In setting out upon this distant enterprise, Gustavus Adolphus encountered the gravest obstacles, which he himself did not fail to realise. For when his resolution was fully formed, and the consent of his estates obtained, he exclaimed, "For me there remains henceforth no more rest but the eternal." Though he left Sweden full of hope and courage, it was with the sure presentiment that he would never return. Gustavus had married Marie Eleanor, daughter of the Elector of Brandenburg, and at the time of his German expedition left a little daughter behind him, only 4 years of age, who was the sole heir to the Swedish throne. Gustavus Adolphus was one of the most skilful commanders of his age. Napoleon I was wont to set him among the 8 greatest generals whom the world has ever seen, placing him in the same rank with Alexander the Great, Hannibal, Julius Caesar in the ancient world, with Turenne, Prince Eugene, Frederick the Great, and himself in the modern. Before his time, the only artillery brought into the open field consisted of huge heavy guns, slowly dragged along by 12, 16, or 20 horses or oxen, which, once placed, could only remain in one position, even though the entire battle had shifted elsewhere. Gustavus was the first who introduced flying artillery, capable of being rapidly transferred from one part of the field to another. At a siege, this valiant Swedish king would in the same day be at once generalissimo, chief engineer to lay out the lines, pioneer, spade in hand and in his shirt, digging in the trenches, and leader of a storming party to dislodge the foe from some annoying outwork. If a party of the enemy's cavalry were to be surprised in a night attack, he would himself undertake the surprise. He, indeed, carried this quite too far, obeying overmuch the instinct and impulses of his own courageous heart. And yet there was also a true humility in it all, a feeling that no man ought to look at himself as indispensable. "God is immortal," he was wont to reply when remonstrated with on this matter, and reminded of the fearful chasm, not to be filled by any other, which his death would assuredly leave. Richelieu said of him, "The King of Sweden is a new sun which has just risen, young but of vast renown. The ill-treated or banished princes of Germany in their misfortunes have turned their eyes towards him, as the mariner does to the polar star. Gustavus was admitted by the ablest statesman of Europe to be the ablest general of his time. He was familiar with the military tactics of ancient and modern times, and he devised a more effective system of warfare than his predecessors had known. In answer to the question, why did Gustavus Adolphus enter into the religious contests of Germany, and assume the commanding place he filled in that terrible struggle known as the 30 Years' War? An able writer gives thus briefly the reason. First, a deep and genuine sympathy with his co-religionists in Germany, and with their sufferings, joined to a conviction that he was called of God to assist them in this hour of their utmost need. Secondly, a sense of the most real danger which threatened his own kingdom. If the entire liberties, political and religious, of northern Germany were trodden out, and the free cities of the German Ocean, Stralsund and the rest, falling into the hands of the emperor, became hostile outposts from which to assail him, he felt that he was only going to meet a war which, if he tarried at home, would sooner or later inevitably come to seek him there. And lastly, there was working in his mind, no doubt, a desire to give to Sweden a more forward place in the world, with a consciousness of mighty powers in himself, which craved a wider sphere for their exercise. In answer to John Skite, who remarked that war put his monarchy at stake, he responded, "All monarchies have passed from one family to another. That which constitutes a monarchy is not men, it is the law." At length, in 1630, Gustavus landed on the island of Usedom, at the mouth of the Oder. "So we have got another kingling on our hands," the emperor exclaimed in scorn when the news reached Vienna. Little did the enemies of the Reformation then imagine what a terrible and irresistible foe this despised kingling would prove to be. The army of Gustavus consisted of only 15,000 men. But if his army was small, the material was indeed valuable. Gustavus said of his staff of officers, "All these are captains, and fit to command armies." And when his early death left them without a leader, these same officers led the Swedish armies so successfully that even after France had become her ally, Sweden was not obscured, but still held a prominent place in the mighty contest. Gustavus had determined not to hazard a battle until he was joined by German allies. As soon as they landed on the island of Usedom, Gustavus, having leapt first upon the shore, at once fell upon his knees, and sought the aid and blessing of God, and then the working and the praying went hand in hand. He was the first to seize a spade, and as the troops landed, one half were employed in raising entrenchments, whilst the other half stood in battle array to repel any attacks of the enemy. It was a long time before any German ally appeared, for though gallant little Hesse-Cassel boldly announced its allegiance, it was a power too small and too distant to count for much. The two most powerful of the German Protestant princes were his brother-in-law, the Elector of Brandenburg, and the Elector of Saxony. John George of Saxony was a great hunter, having killed with his own hand or seen killed 113,629 wild animals. He was, however, such a great drunkard that he was called the Beer King. But this bold Nimrod, who could fight wild animals so courageously, was too cowardly to come forward against the enemies of his country, and only joined Gustavus when the terrors of the Catholic League forced him to seek safety in such an alliance. As to the brother-in-law of Gustavus, little was to be obtained from him. He was so vacillating in character and in politics that Carlyle says of him, "Poor man, it was his fate to stand in the range of these huge collisions, when the Titans were hurling rocks at one another, and he hoped by dexterous skipping to escape share of the game." The arrival of Gustavus Adolphus in Germany was at first looked upon with indifference by the imperial court. The Emperor Ferdinand said carelessly, "We have another little enemy before us." At Vienna they made sport of Gustavus, and of his pretensions to require himself to be called Your Majesty, like the other kings of Europe. "The Snow King will melt as he approaches the southern sun," they exclaimed derisively. But the valiant Swedes worked on their fortifications at Pomerania, indifferent to the sneers of their foes, inspired by the example of their loved leader, whose watchword was, "To pray often to God with all your heart is almost to conquer." In a short time the army was enclosed in an entrenched camp, defended by cannon. The King of Sweden then addressed these stirring words to his soldiers. "It is as much on your account as for your religious brethren in Germany that I have undertaken this war. You will there gather imperishable glory. You have nothing to fear from the enemy. They are the same whom you have already conquered in Prussia. Your bravery has imposed on Poland an armistice of 6 years. If you continue to fight as valiantly, I hope to obtain an honourable peace for your country and guarantees of security for the German Protestants. Old soldiers, it is not of yesterday you have known war, for you have shared with me all the chances of fortune. You must not lose courage if you experience some wants. I will conduct you to an enemy who has enriched himself at the expense of that unhappy country. It is only with the enemy you can find money, abundance, and all which you desire." Thus did Gustavus appeal to their courage, their patriotism, their religious enthusiasm, and their personal necessities, and inspire his soldiers with irresistible valour. The severe discipline of the Swedish troops excited not less admiration than the personal virtue of their king. Richelieu in his memoirs says, "As to the King of Sweden personally, there was seen in his actions but an inexorable severity towards the least excess of his soldiers, an extraordinary mildness towards the people, and an exact justice on all occasions." It was at the time of the landing of the Swedes that the noted General Wallenstein had fallen into disgrace with the German Emperor, and had been discharged from the imperial service. His place was filled by Tilly, a military chieftain of high renown. Tilly had made himself the terror of the Protestants by his bigoted zeal for the Catholic religion, and his fierce spirit of persecution towards the Reformed faith. But his military insight made him just enough to thus generously describe his famous antagonist. "The King of Sweden is an enemy both prudent and brave, inured to war and in the flower of his age. His plans are excellent, his resources considerable, his subjects enthusiastically attached to him. His army, composed of Swedes, Germans, Livonians, Finlanders, Scots and English, by its devoted obedience to their leader, is blended into one nation. He is a gamester, in playing with whom, not to have lost is to have won a great deal." Gustavus was beginning to make a strong position in northern Germany, when he received an envoy from the Elector of Brandenburg, urging him to consent to an armistice, the Elector offering himself as a mediator between the Swedish king and the Catholic League. Gustavus thus answered this weak and cowardly advice of the Elector. "I have listened to the arguments by which my lord and brother-in-law would seek to dissuade me from the war, but could well have expected another communication from him. Namely, that God having helped me thus far, and come as I am into this land for no other end than to deliver its poor and depressed estates, and people from the horrible tyranny of the thieves and robbers who have plagued it so long. Above all, to free his Highness from like tribulation. He would rather have joined himself with me, and thus not failed to seize the opportunity which God has wonderfully vouchsafed him. Or does not his Highness yet know that the intention of the Emperor and of the League is this: not to cease till the evangelical religion is quite rooted out of the empire, and that he himself has nothing else to look forward to than to be compelled either to deny his faith or to forsake his land? For God's sake, let him bethink himself a little, and for once grasp many counsels. For myself, I cannot go back. I seek in this work not mine own things, no profit at all except the safety of my kingdom. Else have I nothing from it but expense, weariness, toil, and danger of life and limb. For this I say plainly beforehand, I will hear and know nothing of neutrality. His Highness must be friend or foe. When I come to his borders, he must declare himself hot or cold. The battle is won between God and the devil. Will his Highness hold with God? Let him stand on my side. If he prefer to hold with the devil, then he must fight with me. The Elector of Brandenburg still vacillating? The King of Sweden was as good as his word, and advanced with his army, with loaded cannon and matches burning to the gates of Berlin. Whereupon the Treaty of Alliance was quickly signed by the Elector of Brandenburg. And not long after, the outrages of the imperial commander obliged the Elector of Saxony also to join the Swedish king. During the first year in Germany, the Swedes had captured Griefenhagen and Gartz, and soon after New Brandenburg, Leutz, Malchin and Demmin were in their power. We have no space to note the particulars regarding these important conquests, and can only mention the taking of Demmin. The Imperialists had placed the garrison here under the command of Duke Savelli, who had been ordered to defend the place 3 weeks, when Tilly had promised to come to his aid. Among the Imperialists was Del Ponte, a man who had been deep in a conspiracy to assassinate the King of Sweden, which had come near being successful. As Del Ponte feared the vengeance of the king whose life he had thus sought, he left the fortress secretly, leaving his baggage and wealth behind him. Savelli offered to capitulate, on condition that he might pass out with arms and baggage. As Gustavus was now on the eve of meeting Tilly, he did not think it best to prolong the siege, and so agreed to the proposal of Savelli. The entire garrison passed out with ensigns flying, followed by the baggage train. As Savelli, brilliantly and carefully dressed, passed the Swedish king, Gustavus addressed him. "Tell the Emperor I make war for civil and religious liberty. As for you, Duke, I thank you for having taken the trouble to quit the splendid feasts of Rome to combat against me. Your person seems to me more in its place at courts than in the camps." After the Italian general passed, Gustavus remarked to his officers, "That man reckons much on the good nature of the Emperor. If he was in my service, he would lose his head for his cowardice." As the baggage of the treacherous Del Ponte was noticed in the train, some of the Swedish officers suggested that it would be well to retain what belonged to that traitor, to which Gustavus responded, "I have given my word, and no one shall have the right to reproach me for having broken it." As to the energy and bravery of Gustavus, one of his Scotch officers thus testifies, "I serve with great pleasure such a general, and I could find with difficulty a similar man who was accustomed to be the first and the last where there is danger, who gained the love of his officers by the part he took in their troubles and fatigues, who knew so well how to trace the rules of conduct for his warriors according to times and circumstances, who cared for their health, their honour, who was always ready to aid them, who divined the projects and knew the resources of his enemies, their plans, their forces, their discipline, likewise the nature and position of the places they occupied. He never hesitated to execute what he had ordered. He arrested an officer who, while the fortifications of Settim were being repaired, stated that the earth was frozen. In affairs which had relation to the needs of war, he did not admit of excuses. The lack of good charts and the great importance he attached to knowledge of the ground caused him to go on reconnaissance in person, and expose himself very near to danger, for he was short-sighted. At the siege of Demmin he had gone to reconnoitre, and held a spyglass in hand, when he plunged half-leg deep in the marsh, in consequence of the breaking of the ice. The officer nearest to him prepared to come to his aid. Gustavus made a sign to him to remain tranquil, so as not to draw the attention of the enemy, who, not less, directed his fire upon him. The king raised himself up in the midst of a shower of projectiles, and went to dry himself at the bivouac fire of the officer, who reproached him for having thus exposed his precious life. The king listened to the officer with kindness, and acknowledged his imprudence, but added, "It is my nature not to believe well done except what I do myself. It is also necessary that I see everything by my own eyes." Gustavus now advanced boldly into the heart of Germany, and met the forces of the Catholic League on the plains of Leipzig. As the Swedes drew up in line of battle, Gustavus rode from point to point, encouraging his soldiers, telling them not to fire until they saw the whites of the enemy's eyes. Then the Swedish king rode to the centre of his line, halted, removed his cap with one hand, and lowered his sword with the other. His example was followed by all near him. Gustavus then offered this brief prayer in a powerful voice which enabled him to be heard by a large number of his army. "Good God, thou who holdest in thy hand victory and defeat, turn thy merciful face to us, thy servants. We have come far, we have left our peaceful homes to combat in this country, for liberty, for the truth, and for thy gospel. Glorify thy holy name in granting us victory." Then the Swedish king sent a trumpeter to challenge Tilly and his army. The battle ensued, in which Gustavus defeated Tilly, the victor on more than 20 battlefields. The King of Sweden so shattered and scattered the Catholic army in this conflict, that for a while all Germany was open to him. Gustavus was now everywhere hailed by the downtrodden Protestants of Germany, whose worship he re-established, and whose churches he restored to them as their saviour and deliverer. The very excesses of their gratitude would sometimes make him afraid. Only 3 days before his death he said to his chaplain, "They make a god of me. God will punish me for this." The appearance of Gustavus at this time is thus described. He was one framed in the prodigality of nature. His look proclaimed the hero, and at the same time the genuine child of the North. A head taller than the men of the ordinary stature, yet all his limbs were perfectly proportioned. Majesty and courage shone out from his clear grey eyes, while at the same time an air of mildness and bonhomie tempered the earnestness of his glance. He had the curved eagle nose of Caesar, of Napoleon, of Wellington, of Napier. The conqueror's nose, as we may call it. His skin was fair, his hair blonde, almost gold-coloured, so that the Italians were wont to call him Re d'Oro, or the Gold King. In latter years he was somewhat inclined to corpulence, though not so much as to detract from the majesty of his appearance. This made it, however, not easy to find a horse which was equal to his weight. Gustavus now carried his victorious arms to the banks of the Rhine, where there still stands, not far from Mayence, what is known as the Swedish column. On the banks of the Lech, he again met Tilly, who would have barred the way. Some of the officers in the Swedish army cancelled that the king should not meet Tilly, but should march to Bohemia. The Lech was deep and rapid, and to cross it in the face of an enemy was very hazardous. In case of failure, the entire Swedish army would be lost. But Gustavus exclaimed, "What? Have we crossed the Baltic, the Oder, the Elbe, and the Rhine, to stop, stupefied, before this mere stream, the Lech? Remember that the undertakings the most difficult are often those which succeed best, because the adverse party regard them as impossible." Gustavus threw over the Lech a bridge under the crossfire of 72 pieces of cannon. The king stimulated his troops by his own example, making with his own hand more than 60 cannon discharges. The enemy did their utmost to destroy the works, and Tilly was undaunted in his exertions to encourage his men, until he was mortally wounded by a cannonball, and victory soon was on the side of the heroic Swedes. This crossing of the Lech in the face of an enemy is esteemed the most signal military exploit of Gustavus. The emperor was now forced to recall Wallenstein to lead the hard-pressed imperialists against this invincible Swedish king. But with the Battle of Lutzen, where the Swedes encountered the imperialists under Wallenstein, we come also to the lamentable but heroic death of Gustavus Adolphus. We cannot recount the further conflicts of the 30 Years' War. The work of Gustavus Adolphus in Germany was continued by his able generals and allies, until at length the treaty concluded at Westphalia in 1648 gave security and permanence to the work which the King of Sweden and his brave soldiers had in a large degree achieved before his death. A wound which Gustavus had received in his Polish wars made the wearing of armour very painful to him, and upon the morning of the day upon which the Battle of Lutzen was fought, when his armour was brought to him, he declined to put it on, saying, "God is my armour." His death is thus described. Learning that the centre of the Swedish lines were wavering, Gustavus hastened thither. Arriving at the wavering centre, he cried to his troops, "Follow me, my brave boys," and his horse at a bound bore him across the ditch. Only a few of his cavaliers followed him, their steeds not being equal to his. Owing to his impetuosity, perhaps also to his nearsightedness and the increasing fog, he did not perceive to what extent he was in advance, and became separated from the troops he was so bravely leading. An imperial corporal, noticing that the Swedes made way for an advancing cavalier, pointed him out to a musketeer, saying he must be a personage of high rank, and urged him to fire on him. The musketeer took aim. His ball broke the left arm of the king, causing the bone to protrude and the blood to run freely. "The king bleeds," cried the Swedes near him. "It is nothing, march forward, my boys," responded the wounded hero, seeking to calm their disquietude by assuming a smiling countenance. But soon overcome by pain and loss of blood, he requested Duke Lauenburg, in French, to lead him out of the tumult without being observed, which was sought to be done by making a detour so as to conceal the king's withdrawal from his brave Smolanders he was leading to the charge. Scarcely had they made a few steps, when one of the imperial regiment of cuirassiers encountered them, preceded by Lieutenant Colonel Falkenberg, who, recognizing the king, fired a pistol shot, hitting him in the back. "Brother," said he to Lauenburg, with a dying voice, "I have enough, look to your own life." Falkenberg was immediately slain by the equerry of the Duke of Lauenburg. At the same moment the king fell from his horse, struck by several more balls, and was dragged some distance by the stirrups. The Duke of Lauenburg fled. Of the king's 2 orderlies, one lay dead and the other wounded. Of his attendants, only a German page named Leubelfing remained by him. The king, having fallen from his horse, The page jumped from his own and offered it to the dying hero. The king stretched out his hands, but the young man had not sufficient strength to lift him from the ground. Meanwhile, the imperial cuirassiers hastened forward and demanded the name of the wounded officer. The loyal page would not reveal it, and received wounds from which he died soon after. But the dying Gustavus bravely answered, "I am the King of Sweden." Whereupon his cruel enemies shot a ball through his head, and thrust their swords through his bleeding body. His hat, blackened with the powder and pierced with the ball, is still to be seen in the arsenal at Vienna, his bloody buff coat as well. More is not known of the final agony, except that when the tide of battle had a little ebbed, the body of the hero king was found with the face to the ground, despoiled and stripped to the shirt, trodden under the hoofs of horses and trampled in the mire, and disfigured with all these wounds. Such was the end of the imposing and kingly bodily presence. But this was not the end of the accomplishment of that heroic soul. When the horse of the fallen Gustavus, with its empty saddle covered with blood, came running amongst the Swedish troops, they knew what had happened to their king. Duke Bernard, riding through the ranks, exclaimed, "Swedes, Finlanders, and Germans, your defender, the defender of our liberty, is dead. Life is nothing to me if I do not draw bloody vengeance from this misfortune. Whoever wishes to prove he loved the king has only to follow me to avenge his death." The whole Swedish army, fired by a common enthusiasm, nerved by desperation, advanced to the attack, and so valiantly did they fight, that their gallant charge completed the victory of Lutzen. Thus died the Gold King of the North. But his dying hours were gilded by the sunset glories of immortal fame, and the Snow King of Sweden leaves a name as pure and glistening as the starry snowflakes. Great men, far more than any Alps or Colosseums, are the true world wonders, which it concerns us to behold clearly and imprint forever on our remembrance. Great men are the fire pillars in this dark pilgrimage of mankind. They stand as heavenly signs, ever-living witnesses of what has been, prophetic witnesses of what may still be. The revealed embodied possibilities of human nature, which greatness, he who has never, with his whole heart passionately loved and reverenced, is himself forever doomed to be little. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Louis XIV of France, 1638 to 1715 AD. Part 1. To do what one pleases with impunity, that is to be king. Sallust. The reign of Louis XIV, whether regarded politically, socially, or morally, was undoubtedly the most striking which France has ever known. The splendour of his court, the successes of his armies, and the illustrious names that embellished the century over which he ruled, drew the attention of all Europe to the person of the monarch, who, every inch a king, assumed the authority and power of regality as well as its mere visible attributes. All Europe looked to France, all France to Paris, all Paris to Versailles, all Versailles to Louis XIV. The centre of all attraction, he, like the eagle, embraced the whole glory of the orb upon which he gazed, and seated firmly upon the throne of France, ruling by the right divine, he ushered in the golden age of literature, himself the theme and gaze and wonder of a dazzled world. The morning of the 5th of September, 1638, dawned bright and clear. In the forest of Saint-Germain, The birds sang merrily in the trees, and the timid deer sought shelter in the deepest shade, all unconscious that ere the setting of the sun a royal prince would look upon it for the first time. The park and palace were filled with an eager and excited throng. Earls, princes, dukes, and bishops anxiously awaited the announcement that an heir was born to the crown of France. In the grand salon of Henry IV, King Louis XIII, the Duke d'Orléans, the bishops of Lisieux, Meaux, and Beauvais impatiently awaited the long-expected tidings. And now the folding doors are thrown back, and the king is greeted with a warm intelligence that he is the father of a dauphin. Tenderly he takes the child, and stepping upon the balcony, exhibits him to the crowd, exclaiming joyfully, "A son, gentlemen, a son!" And park and palace re-echo with the shouts of "Vive le roi! Vive le dauphin!" Thus this baby prince, when first he saw the light, was greeted by the homage of a court. A homage which, during a life of 77 years, he ever exacted and received, until, as Louis XIV, the Grand Monarque, in obedience to him who is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, he laid aside his sceptre and his crown, and slept with his fathers in the royal vaults of Saint-Denis. The birth of the Dauphin afforded Louis XIII such delight that for a time he threw aside his melancholy manner. But his health, never robust, failed rapidly, and on the 20th of April, 1643, feeling that his end could not be far distant, he declared the regency of the Queen, and desired the christening of the Dauphin. It accordingly took place on the following day with much pomp in the chapel at Saint-Germain. The king desired he should be called Louis, and after the ceremony, when the little prince was carried to his bedside in order to ascertain if his wishes had been fulfilled, he demanded, "What is your name, my child?" The little Dauphin replied promptly, "I am Louis XIV." "Not yet, my son, not yet," said the dying king, "but I pray to God it may soon be so." From this time his health failed rapidly, and on the 14th of May, 1643, he expired, having reigned 33 years. The little Dauphin early displayed that haughtiness and self-will which were to be the ruling principles of his life. His education had been grossly neglected, and through this came many of his after-faults. And though he excelled in every punctilio of court etiquette, and was the very essence of politeness, yet in other things he was far behind the other youths of his age. This was exactly as Cardinal Mazarin intended that it should be, that by thus dwarfing the intellect of the king, he might the longer grasp the reins of government. The wily cardinal fully understood the character of the young prince with whom he had to deal, and upon one occasion, when someone remonstrated with him concerning the course he had adopted toward the king, he replied, "Ah, you do not know his majesty. He has the stuff in him to make 4 kings and an honest man." The hatred and dislike of Louis for the cardinal increased day by day. The state affected by him jarred upon his natural haughtiness, and boy as he was, it was impossible that he could contrast the extreme magnificence of his mother's minister with his own neglected condition, without feeling how insultingly the cardinal had profited by his weakness and want of power. On one occasion at Compiègne, as the cardinal was passing with a numerous suite along the terrace, the king turned away, saying contemptuously, without any attempt to lower his voice, "There is the Grand Turk going by." A few days afterwards, as he was traversing a passage in which he perceived one of the cardinal's household, named Bois-Fermé, he turned to Monsieur de Niette, who was following him, and observed, "So the cardinal is with mamma again, for I see Bois-Fermé in the passage. Does he always wait there?" "Yes, sire," replied Niette, "but in addition to Bois-Fermé there is another gentleman upon the stairs, and 2 in the corridor." "There is one at every stride, then," said the young king dryly. But the boy king was not the only one who found the arrogance of the haughty cardinal unbearable. There had gradually sprung up a deadly feud between the court and Mazarin on one side, and the Parliament on the other. The people of Paris were in sympathy with the Parliament, and nobles, even of royal blood, out of enmity to Mazarin, joined the popular cause. Thus commenced the famous civil war of the Fronde, for as the cardinal contemptuously remarked, "The Parliament are like schoolboys fronding in the Paris ditches." The Parliament of Paris accepted the title and adopted the fronde or sling as the emblem of their party. There were riots in Paris, and affairs grew threatening. Mazarin and the court party were alarmed and fled to Saint-Germain. Thus there were two rival courts in France, one at Saint-Germain, where all was want and destitution, the other at the Hôtel de Ville in Paris, where all was splendour, abundance, and festive enjoyment. The court and Mazarin soon tired of the life at Saint-Germain, and the king sent a herald to the Parliament. The Parliament refused to receive the herald, but sent a deputation to the king, and at last, after a lengthy conference, a not very satisfactory compromise was agreed upon, and on the 5th of April 1650 the royal fugitives returned to Paris. Thus ended the first act of the most singular, bootless, and we are almost tempted to add burlesque war which in all probability Europe ever witnessed. Through its whole duration, society appeared to have been smitten with some moral hallucination. Kings and cardinals slept on mattresses, princesses and duchesses on straw, market women embraced princes, prelates governed armies, court ladies led the mob, and the mob in its turn ruled the city. On the 5th of September 1651, the minority of the Dauphin ceased. He had now entered upon his 14th year, and, immature boy as he was declared to be the absolute monarch of France. On the 7th of the month, the king held his bed of justice. The ceremony was attended with all the pomp the wealth of the empire could furnish. The young king left the Palais Royal, attended by a numerous and splendid retinue, observed of all observers, handsome as Adonis, august in majesty, the pride and joy of humanity. He sat his splendid steed, and when the horse, frightened by the long and enthusiastically prolonged cries of "Vive le Roi!" reared and plunged with terror, Louis managed him with a skill and address which called forth the admiration of all beholders. After attending Mass, the young king took a seat in the Parliament. Here the boy of 13, covering his head while all the notabilities of France stood before him with heads uncovered, repeated the following words. "Gentlemen, I have attended my Parliament in order to inform you that, according to the law of my kingdom, I shall myself assume its government. I trust that by the goodness of God it will be with piety and justice." The Chancellor then made a long address, after which the oath of allegiance was taken by all the civil and ecclesiastical notabilities. The royal procession then returned to the gates of the Palais Royal. Thus a stripling, who had just completed his 13th year, was accepted by the nobles and by the populace as the absolute and untrammelled sovereign of France. He held in his hands, virtually unrestrained by constitutional court, their liberties, their fortunes, and their lives. 2 years later, in 1653, the coronation of the king took place at Rheims. France at this time was at war with Spain, and immediately after the coronation, the king, then 16 years of age, set out from Rheims to place himself at the head of the army. He went to Stenay, on the northeastern frontier of France. This ancient city, protected by strong fortifications, was held by the Prince de Condé. The royal troops were besieging it. There were marches and countermarches, battles and skirmishes. The young king displayed intrepidity which secured for him the admiration of the soldiers. Turenne and Faber fought the battles and gained the victories. Stenay was soon taken, and the army of the Prince de Condé was driven from all its positions. There is nothing so successful as success, and the young king, a hero and a conqueror, returned to Paris to enjoy the congratulation of the populace and to offer public thanksgiving in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Though the king was nominally the absolute ruler of France, there was still the influence of his mother, Anne of Austria, which up to this time had exerted over him a great control, but this was soon to end. Henrietta Maria, the widowed queen of the unfortunate Charles I, was then residing at the French court. Her daughter Henrietta, as a granddaughter of Henry IV and daughter of Charles I, was entitled, through the purity of her royal blood, to the highest consideration at the court. When, at a ball given for these unfortunate guests, the music summoned the dancers upon the floor, and the king, in total disregard of his young and royal cousin, advanced, according to his custom, to lead out the Duchesse de Mercoeur, the queen was shocked at so gross a breach of etiquette, and, rising hastily, she withdrew his hand from that of the duchess, and said in a low voice, "You shall dance first, my son, with the Princess of England." Louis replied suddenly, "I am not fond of little girls." Both Henrietta and her daughter overheard this discourteous remark. The English queen hastened to Anne of Austria, and entreated her not to attempt to constrain the wishes of his majesty. The position was exceedingly awkward for all parties, but the proud spirit of Anne of Austria was aroused. Resuming her maternal authority, she declared that if her niece, the Princess of England, remained a spectator at the ball, her son should do the same. Thus constrained, the king very ungraciously led out the English princess upon the floor. After the departure of the guests, the mother and son had their first serious quarrel. Severely, Anne of Austria rebuked the king for his shameful and uncourteous conduct. Louis faced his mother haughtily. "Madam, who is Lord of France? Louis the King or Anne of Austria?" "Too long," he said. "I have been guided by your leading strings. Henceforth I will be my own master, and do not you, madam, trouble yourself to criticize or correct me. I am the king." And this was no idle boast, for from that tearful evening of the Queen's ball to the day of his death, 61 years after, Louis of Bourbon, called the Great, ruled as absolute lord over his kingdom of France. And the boy who could say so defiantly, "Henceforth I will be my own master," was fully equal to that other famous declaration of arrogant authority made years after in the full tide of his power, "I am the state." But Anne of Austria was not the only one destined to feel the imperious will of the young sovereign. The Parliament of Paris refused to register certain decrees of the king. Louis heard of it while preparing to hunt in the woods of Vincennes. He leapt on his horse and galloped to Paris. At 9:30 in the morning, the king entered the Chamber of Deputies in full hunting dress. He heard mass, and whip in hand addressed the body. "Gentlemen of the Parliament, it is my will that in future my edicts be registered and not discussed. Should the contrary occur, I shall return and enforce obedience." The trumpet sounded, and the king and his courtiers galloped back to the forest of Vincennes. The decrees were registered. Parliament had ventured to try its strength against Cardinal Mazarin, but did not dare to disobey its king. The marriage of the king was a matter of much importance, and was much talked of. The aspirants for his hand and the throne of France were numberless. Maria Theresa, the daughter of the King of Spain, was very beautiful. Spain and France were then engaged in petty and vexatious hostilities, and a matrimonial alliance would secure friendship. So negotiations were begun, and on the 10th of June 1660, Louis, then in the 22nd year of his age, was joined in marriage at the Isle of Pheasants to Maria Theresa, Infanta of Spain. On the 26th of August, the king and his young bride made their public entry into Paris. Triumphal arches spanned the thoroughfares. Garlands of flowers and hangings of tapestry covered the fronts of the houses, and sweet-scented herbs strewed the pavements, upon which passed an apparently interminable procession of carriages, horsemen, and footmen, and in the midst of the clangor of trumpets, the boom of cannon, and the shouts and acclamations of the multitude, came the chariot of the young queen, who, radiant and sparkling with brilliant gems, beheld from her lofty height all Paris striving to do her honour. By her side rode the king. His garments of velvet richly embroidered with gold and covered with jewels had been prepared at an expense of over $1 million. The gorgeousness of this gala day lived long in the minds of the splendour-loving Parisians. For succeeding weeks and months, the court luxuriated in one continued round of gaiety. There was a sound of revelry by night in the salons of the Louvre and the Tuileries, while lords and ladies trod the floors in the mazy evolutions of the dance. And yet, to maintain all this state, all this splendour, all this reckless extravagance, thousands of the peasantry of France were compelled to live in mud hovels, to wear the coarsest garb, to eat the plainest food, while their wives and daughters toiled barefoot in the fields. The Cardinal Mazarin was old and dying. For 18 years he had been virtually monarch of France. Avaricious and penurious to the last degree, he had amassed enormous wealth. Cursed by the peasantry whom he had ground to the earth, hated by the king whom he had tried to rule, despised by the court which he had attempted to humble, on the 9th of March 1661, at his Château Mazarin, the cardinal breathed his last. From that moment till the day of his death, Louis XIV sat all-powerful upon his throne. And when the president of the ecclesiastical assembly inquired of the king to whom he must hereafter address himself on questions of public business, the emphatic and laconic response was, "To myself." Monsieur Fouquet, the minister of the Treasury, was rolling in ill-gotten wealth. His palace of Vaux de Vicomte, upon which he had expended 15 millions of francs, eclipsed in splendour the royal palaces of the Tuileries and Fontainebleau. The king disliked him. He knew he was robbing the treasury, and it was more than his self-love could endure, that a subject should live in state surpassing that of his sovereign. Fouquet most imprudently invited the king and all the court to a fête at the château. No step could have been more ill-advised, for the king was little likely to forget, as he looked upon the splendours of Vaux de Vicomte, by which Saint-Germain and Fontainebleau were utterly eclipsed, that its owner had derived all his wealth from the public coffers, and at a time, too, when he was himself in need of the funds he had lavished with such reckless profusion. Every one in France who bore a distinguished name was bidden to the princely festival, which was destined to be commemorated by La Fontaine, and by Beeswaxcandle, by Melisson, and by Molière. Fouquet met the king at the gates of the château, and conducted him to the park. Here, notwithstanding all that he had heard of the splendours of Vaux de Vicomte, the king was unprepared for the scene of magnificence which burst upon his view. The play of the fountains, the beauty of the park, and the splendour of the château were long remembered by the guests at this princely festival. But to Louis XIV it was gall and wormwood, and when he took leave of his obsequious host, he remarked bitterly, "I shall never again, sir, invite you to visit me. You would find yourself inconvenienced." Fouquet felt the keen rebuke, and turned pale. The king and his courtiers returned to Paris, but in the mind of Louis XIV there loomed up distant visions of the palaces of Versailles and the great hydraulic machine at Marly. On the 8th of January, 1666, Anne of Austria died. It was a gloomy winter's night when the remains of her who had been both queen and regent of France were borne to their last resting place in the vaults of Saint-Denis. In his previous campaigns, Louis had taken Flanders in 3 months, and Franche-Comté in 3 weeks. Alarmed by these rapid conquests, Holland, Switzerland, and England entered into an alliance to resist further encroachments should they be attempted. That such a feeble state as Holland should think of limiting his conquests aroused the anger of the Grand Monarque. Armies were mustered, munitions of war got together, and ships prepared, and on the 12th of June, 1672, at the head of an army of 130,000 men, Louis crossed the Rhine and made his triumphal entry into the city of Utrecht. Then indeed Holland trembled. Amsterdam trembled. Louis was at the gates. But, rising in the frenzy of despair, they pierced the dikes which alone protected the country from the sea. In rushed the flood, and Amsterdam rose like a mighty fortress in the midst of the waves, surrounded by ships of war, which found depth to float where ships never floated before. Thus suddenly Louis XIV found himself checked in his proud career. Chagrined at seeing his conquest at an end, he left his army under the command of Turenne, and returned to his palaces in France. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Boy's Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Louis XIV of France, 1638 to 1715 AD, Part 2. Louis XIV had never recovered from the mortification he had experienced at the fête at Vaux. He resolved to rear a palace so magnificent that no subject, whatever might be his resources, could approach it. So magnificent that, like the pyramids of Egypt, it should be a lasting monument to the splendour of his reign. In 1664, Louis selected Versailles as the site for this stupendous pile of marble, which, reared at the cost of thousands of lives and 200 millions of money, decorated by the genius of Lenotre, of Mansart, and Lebrun, 25 years after its commencement, was ready to receive its royal occupants, and resting proudly upon its foundations, presented to admiring Europe the noblest monument of the reign of Louis XIV. The splendours of the fêtes which attended the completion of this palace transformed it into a state of enchantment, and filled all Europe with wonder. The most magnificent room in the palace, the Galerie de Glace, called the Grand Gallery of Louis XIV, is 242 feet long, 35 feet broad, and 43 feet high. Germany, Holland, Spain, Rome even, bend the knee in the 27 paintings which ornament this grand gallery. But to whom do they bow? Is it to France? No, it is to Louis XIV. Louis XIV and his palace not only afforded conversation for Europe, but their fame penetrated the remotest corners of Asia. The Emperor of Siam sent him an embassy. 3 operas, high dignitaries of the empire, 8 mandarins, and a crowd of servitors landed at Brest, charged with magnificent presents and a letter from the emperor. Arrived at Versailles, they were feted with unheard-of splendour. The day of their public audience, the fountains played in the gardens, flowers were strewn in the paths, the sumptuous Gobelin carpets were paraded, as well as the richest works of the goldsmith. The cortège of ambassadors was received with the most refined forms of etiquette, and led through apartments filled with the court, glittering in diamonds and embroidery, and at length reached the end of the grand gallery, where Louis XIV, clad in a costume that cost 12 millions, stood on a throne of silver, placed on an estrade elevated 9 steps above the floor, and covered with Gobelin carpets and costly vases. There the Siamese prostrated themselves 3 times with hands clasped before the majesty of the West, and then lifted their eyes to him. Louis spent millions on Versailles, millions on his pleasures, millions on his pomps, millions in his wars. He lavished gold on his favourites, his generals and his lackeys, and all ended in national bankruptcy. Let us then, in imagination, look upon the grand gallery of Louis XIV during one of those gorgeous fêtes which attracted the attention of all Europe. Before us is the grand salon, with its glittering candelabra and 1,000 brilliant lights, reflected in prismatic rays from the costly mirrors which lined the walls. Underfoot, a pavement of variegated marble, shining and polished as a floor of glass, and overhead the gorgeous frescoes of Lebrun, setting forth in glowing colours the great achievements of the Grand Monarque. The highest nobility of the realm, the Grande Noblesse of France, thronged this splendid gallery. The costly costumes of the cavaliers, and the gorgeous robes of the Grand Dame, the waving plumes and flashing jewels, all conspire to render the scene of marvellous magnificence. And now, as the impatient throng turn their gaze in the direction of the salon of war, in expectation of the approach of royalty, the folding doors are thrown back, and the stentorian voice of the usher resounds through the gallery. "His Majesty the King!" And upon the threshold, in a costume resplendent with sparkling gems, stands Louis XIV, the Grand Monarque. As a parterre of blooming flowers bends low before a rushing gust of wind, so bow these titled lords and ladies before his piercing glance, while Louis, full conscious of his kingly majesty, walks slowly and with measured step all down the long and glittering lines, pausing ever and anon to address those whose rank entitles them to this inestimable boon. It was not only on festive occasions that Versailles wore an air of grand gala. It was its habitual aspect. At Vaux, nature had contributed quite as much as art to the marvellous beauty of the scene. At Versailles she had done nothing, and Louis's pleasure was the greater, in that he considered it the unrivalled creation of his own genius. Versailles, with its palace, its gardens, its fountains, its statues and waterworks, Trianon and appendages, was a work of art to gaze upon with wonder. Let us ascend, for in whatever place you may be, it is necessary to mount to reach this palace. At whatever point you may stand to look at it, you see its roofs apparently touching the clouds. It crowns the hill like a diadem. If you come from Paris, it rises above the town, which lies prostrate at the feet of its majesty. If you approach from the park, it lifts itself above the gigantic trees, above the terraces which pile themselves up towards it, above the jets of water which surround it. The groves seem to support it upon their tall heads, and the whole forest serves as its footstool. Let us ascend, for the doors are open. People are going and coming. The ladies smile, the mirrors reflect them, the chandelier light them, the ceilings throw their golden colouring upon them. The courtiers stare in the midst of the riches of this magnificent dwelling. But amid all this stir, all these surprises, all these wonders, only one man is calm. This man, Louis XIV. He feels as much at ease in this palace as in a vestment made for him. And, contemplating the work to which his pride gave birth, he exclaims in the fullness of his satisfaction, "Versailles is myself!" Yet upon a bright spring day or soft summer evening, when Louis, disposed for one of those long promenades he was accustomed to take sometimes twice a day, descended to the gardens from the grand terrace of the palace, followed by his numerous court, the coup d'oeil from a distance must have been charmingly effective. And, when enlivened by sauntering, chatting, flirting, laughing groups of picturesquely dressed ladies and gentlemen of the court, a numerous retinue of lackeys following, no less resplendent in dress than their masters, the admirable fitness of the gardens and grounds of Versailles for the purpose which Louis no doubt had in his mind when the designs were approved, must have been very striking. In the centre of this throng of feathers and swords, satins and laces, flashing jewels, fans and masks, solemnly paced the magnificent Louis, with the air of lord of the universe, monarch of all he surveyed, and of all who surveyed him. For his courtiers lived only in the light of his countenance. Yet the countenance of this god was grandly cold, serene, and unchangeable, as that of any of the marble deities that presided over his fountains. It was no mean advantage to him that nature had kindly exalted him at least 3 inches above almost every other man of his court. The French were not generally a fine race of men, but the dress of the period, the high heels, the wig, the lofty plume, and the looped-up broad-brimmed hat, gave to the grandees an appearance of height, which as a rule they had not. And above them all towered their king, like Jupiter in Olympus, in the midst of the inferior gods, whereas the sun, with lesser lights revolving around him, and shining only in the refulgence of his rays. Red-heeled boots, slashed doublets, and flowing wigs, cordelias of pearls, Moorish fans, masks, patches and paint, monumental headdresses, and the 1,000 other items indispensable to the toilets of the lords and ladies of the Louis XIV period, have a charmingly picturesque effect, seen through the long vista of 2 centuries, and heightened by the glamour of la grande politesse et les grandes galanteries of the grand monarque and his court. Life seems to have been with them one long fancy dress ball, a never-ending carnival, a perpetual whirl, an endless succession of fetes and carousals. Louis XIV now found nearly all Europe in arms against him. He sent 20,000 men under Marshal Turenne to encounter the forces of the Emperor of Germany, and 40,000 under the Prince de Conde to assail William, Prince of Orange. In his defence of the frontiers of the Rhine, Turenne acquired a reputation which has made his name famous in military annals. With 20,000 men, he defeated and dispersed the imperial army of 70,000, and it adds not a little to his celebrity that, following his own judgment, he achieved the victory in direct opposition to the orders from the Minister of War. A merciless warrior, he allowed no consideration of humanity to interfere with his military operations. He laid in ashes the beautiful country of the Palatinate, embracing on both sides of the Rhine about 1,600 square miles, and having a population of over 300,000 souls, in order that the armies of his enemies might be deprived of sustenance, while the wail of widows and orphans rose over the smouldering ruins of their dwellings, over the bleak and barren fields. On the 27th of June 1675, a cannonball struck Turenne and closed, in an instant, his earthly career. Few men have ever lived who have caused such widespread misery. For 2 years the war continued, with sometimes varying success, but with unvarying blood and misery. At last, on the 14th of August 1678, the Peace of Nimeguen was made. Louis XIV dictated the terms. Now, at the height of his grandeur, having enlarged his dominions by the addition of Franche-Comté, Dunkirk, and half of Flanders, worshipped by his courtiers as a demigod, the court of France conferred upon him, with imposing solemnities, the title of Louis le Grand. In 1685, the Queen, Maria Theresa, breathed her last. Amiable, unselfish, warm-hearted, from the time of her marriage she devoted herself to the promotion of her husband's happiness. His neglect caused her to shed many tears. The king could not be insensible to her many virtues, and perhaps remorse, mingled with the emotions which had compelled him to weep bitterly over her death, caused him to exclaim as he gazed upon the lifeless remains, "Kind and forbearing friend, this is the first sorrow you have caused me throughout 20 years." For 10 days the royal corpse lay in state at Versailles, and perpetual masses were performed for the soul of the departed. On the day of the funeral, the king, in the insane endeavour to obliterate from his mind all thoughts of death and burial, ordered out the hounds, and plunged into the excitement of the chase. His horse pitched the monarch over his head into a ditch of stagnant water, dislocating one of his shoulders. In 1685 also died Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the king's Minister of Finance. As superintendent of buildings, arts, and manufactures, he had enlarged the Tuileries and the Louvre, completed gorgeous Versailles, reared the magnificent edifice of the Invalides, and founded the Gobelins. As Minister of Finance, he had furnished the king with the money he needed for his expensive wars and luxurious indulgence. Now old, forgotten, exhausted by incessant labour, he was on his dying bed. The heavy taxes he had imposed upon the people rendered him unpopular. The curses and imprecations of a starving peasantry rose about his dying couch. The king condescended in courtesy to send a messenger inquiring after the condition of his minister, but the dying sufferer turned away his face, saying, "I will not hear that man spoken of again. If for God I had done what I have done for him, I should have been saved 10 times over. What my fate now may be, I know not." And so, worn out by toil, anxiety, and grief, he died. On the following day, without any marks of honour, his remains were conveyed to the church of Saint Eustache. Genoa had offended the king by giving assistance to the Algerines. He seized, by lettre de cachet, the Genoese ambassador, and plunging him into one of the dungeons of the Bastille, sent a fleet of 50 vessels to chastise those who had offended him with terrible severity. On the 19th of May, 1684, the ships entered the harbour of Genoa, and immediately opened upon the city a terrific fire, so that in a few hours a large portion of those marble edifices, which had given to the city the name of Genoa the Superb, were crumbled into powder. The city was threatened with total destruction, and in terror the authorities implored the clemency of the conqueror. Haughtily, the Grand Monarque demanded that the Doge of Genoa and 4 of his principal ministers should repair to the palace of Versailles and humbly implore his pardon. Utterly powerless, the Doge was compelled to submit to these humiliating terms. On the 15th of May, 1685, Louis ordered his throne to be placed at the end of the Grand Gallery, by the side of the Salon of Peace. The Doge entered with 4 senators Genoa had sent to accompany him. He was dressed in red velvet with a cap of the same. In order to preserve all the dignity his misfortune allowed him, the Doge remained covered till he entered the presence of the king. The king allowed the princes to remain covered during the audience. The Doge discharged his sad mission with a firmness that created astonishment. His bearing was more impressive than his discourse. A few days after, he attended the levee, dined with the king, was shown the park and all the fountains, and was present at a ball given in the grand apartment. Afterwards he had his audience of leave-taking, and when one of the senators asked him what surprised him most at Versailles, he replied with an air of more chagrin than usual, "At seeing myself there." The Doge and senators did not stay long in France. They saw in haste the wonders shown them, and then returned to Genoa. Arrived at home, they talked over the things they had seen. One senator spoke of the dazzling spectacles, the vast apartments, the sumptuous ornaments, and said no mind was powerful enough to carry away the remembrance of all the riches of the palace, its paintings, its statues, its tapestry, its ceilings, its gold, and its marble. The Doge replied there was more than its exterior magnificence and luxury of its interior, that the palace was the whole French monarchy. You read the origin of the monarchy in the chateau built by Louis XIII. The architects wished to pull it down. The king replied that if it would not last, they must take it down, but reconstruct it on its first plan. He wished the work of his father to remain, to contrast with the edifice he was going to erect. One part of the building only projects immensely in the long outline. That is where the master dwells. The king walks alone in the first rank. The courtiers follow, and support the train of the royal mantle. If you mount by the grand staircase, you find a suite of immense salons, covered with beautiful paintings. The Salon of Plenty, then Venus, then Diana, then Mars, then Mercury, and then Apollo. Of what use are they? The master does not inhabit them. But go on farther, pass through empty galleries, you will at length find his apartments. All this suite of magnificent salons, all these galleries, serve as an antechamber only to the place in which he dwells. Mars and Apollo, gods formerly, are nothing now but lackeys to the King of France. In the year 1598, King Henry IV, feeling the need of the support of the Protestants to protect his kingdom from the perils by which it was surrounded, and having himself been educated a Protestant, had granted to the Protestants the world-renowned Edict of Nantes. By this edict, Protestants were allowed liberty of conscience, were permitted, in certain designated places, to hold public worship, were declared to be eligible to offices of state, and, in certain places, were allowed to publish books. Louis XIV was a Catholic, a bigoted Catholic, hoping in some measure to atone for his sins by a supreme devotion to the interests of the Church, and while assuring the Protestant powers of Europe that he would continue to respect the Edict of Nantes, he commenced issuing a series of ordinances in direct opposition to that contract. In 1680, he excluded Protestants from all public offices whatsoever. A Protestant could not be employed as a physician, lawyer, apothecary, bookseller, printer, or even as a nurse. In some parts of the kingdom, the Protestants comprised nearly the entire population. Here it was impossible to enforce the atrocious decree. Riots and bloodshed followed. Affairs went from bad to worse, and on the 18th of October, 1685, the king, yielding to the wishes of his confessor and other high dignitaries of the Church, signed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. In this act of revocation, it was declared that the exercise of the Protestant worship should nowhere be tolerated in the realm of France. All Protestant pastors were ordered to leave the kingdom within 15 days, under pain of being sent to the galleys. Parents were forbidden to instruct their children in the Protestant religion. Every child in the kingdom was to be baptized and educated by a Catholic priest. All Protestants who had left France were ordered to return within 4 months, under penalty of confiscation of their possessions. Any Protestant man or woman who should attempt to emigrate incurred the penalty of imprisonment for life. This infamous ordinance caused an amount of misery which can never be gauged, and inflicted upon the prosperity of France the most terrible blow it had ever received. Only 1 year after the revocation, Marshal Vauban wrote, "France has lost 100,000 inhabitants, 60 millions of coins and money, 9,000 sailors, 12,000 disciplined soldiers, 600 officers, and her most flourishing manufactures. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes was the great blot upon the reign of Louis XIV. From that hour, the fortunes of the Grand Monarque began manifestly to decline. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Louis XIV of France, 1638 to 1715 A.D. Part 3. Louvois, Minister of War, had for a long time been all-powerful at court. Through his influence, the king had been induced to revoke the Edict of Nantes, and to order the utter devastation of the Palatinate. But that influence was upon the wane. The king had become weary of his haughty assumptions, and the conflagration of the Palatinate had raised a cry of indignation that even he could not fail to hear. Trèves had escaped the flames. Louvois solicited an order to burn it. The king refused. Louvois insolently gave the order himself, and entering the royal presence, exclaimed calmly, "Sire, I have commanded the burning of Trèves, in order that I might spare your majesty the pain of issuing such an edict." Louis was furious, and springing up with flashing eyes, forgetful of all the restraints of etiquette, he seized the tongs from the fireplace, and would have broken the head of his minister, had not Madame de Maintenon rushed between them. The king dispatched a messenger to countermand the order, and declared that if but a single house were burned, the head of the minister should be the forfeit. Trèves was saved. On one occasion, when Louis XIV went to examine the progress of the building of Trianon, accompanied by Louvois, he remarked that a particular window was out of proportion, and did not harmonize with the rest. But the minister, jealous of his dignity as controller of the royal works, would not admit the objection, but maintained that it was similar to the others. The king desired Le Notre to declare his opinion as to the size of the disputed window. Le Notre, fearful of offending either the monarch or his minister, endeavoured to give an evasive answer, upon which Louis commanded him to measure it carefully. He was reluctantly compelled to obey. The result of the trial proved that the king was right. The window was too small, and the monarch had no sooner ascertained the fact than he turned angrily to his minister, exclaiming, "Monsieur Louvois, I am weary of your obstinacy. It is fortunate that I myself have superintended the work of the building, or the façade would have been ruined." As this scene had taken place not only in the presence of the workmen, but of all the courtiers who followed the king upon his promenade, Louvois was stung to the quick, and on entering his own house he exclaimed furiously, "I am lost if I do not find some occupation for a man who can interest himself in such trifles. There is nothing but the war which can divert him from this building, and a war he shall have. I shall soon make him abandon his trowel." He kept his word, and Europe was once more plunged into a general war because a window had been made a few inches too narrow, and a king had convicted a minister of error. In 1691, the French were besieging Mons. The haughty minister, unintimidated even by the menace of the tongs, ventured to countermand an order which the king had issued. The lowering brow of the monarch convinced him that his ministerial reign was soon to close. The health of the minister began rapidly to fail. A few subsequent interviews with the king satisfied them that his disgrace and ruin were decided upon, and about the middle of June, meeting the monarch in his council chamber, although he was unusually complacent, Louvois so thoroughly understood him that he retired to his residence in utter despair. He ordered that his son, the Marquis de Barbizot, might be requested to follow him to his chamber. In 5 minutes the summons was obeyed, but it was too late, for when the Marquis entered the room, his father had already expired. Louvois had judged rightly, for the king had already drawn up the lettre de cachet which was to consign him to the oubliettes of the Bastille. Civil war was now also desolating unhappy France. The Protestants, bereft of their children, robbed of their property, driven from their homes, dragged to the gallows, plunged into dungeons, broken upon the wheel, hanged upon scaffolds, rose in several places in insurrectionary bands, and the man who was thus crushing beneath the iron heel of his armies the quivering hearts of the Palatinate, and who was drenching his own realms with tears and blood, was clothed in purple, and faring sumptuously, and reclining upon the silken sofas of Marly and Versailles. On the 1st of November, 1700, Charles II of Spain died, having no heirs. Urged by the Pope, he left the throne to the children of the Dauphin of France. As the Duke de Bourgogne was direct heir to the throne of France, the Dauphin's second son, the Duke d'Anjou, was proclaimed King of Spain under the title of Philip V. On the 14th of the month, Louis XIV summoned the Spanish ambassador to an audience at Versailles. The king presented his grandson to the minister, saying, "This, sir, is the Duke d'Anjou, whom you may salute as your king." Then, contrary to his custom, he ordered the folding doors of his cabinet to be thrown back, and the crowd of courtiers assembled in the grand gallery poured into the apartment. The Spanish ambassador dropped upon his knee before the young prince with expressions of profound homage, while the king, embracing the neck of his grandson with his left arm, and pointing to him with his right, presented him to the assembled court, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, this is the King of Spain. His birth calls him to the crown. The late king has recognized his right by his will. All the nation desires his succession, has entreated it at my hands. It is the will of heaven, to which I conform with satisfaction." To his grandson he added, "Be a good Spaniard, but never forget you were born a Frenchman. Carefully maintain the union of the two nations. Thus only can you render them both happy." Preparations were immediately made for the departure of the boy king to take possession of the Spanish throne. The Grand Monarch regarded it as a signal stroke of policy and a great victory on his part, that notwithstanding the remonstrances of other nations, he had placed a French Bourbon prince upon the throne of Spain. He saw the domain of France extending far southward to the Straits of Gibraltar. "Henceforth," exclaimed Louis XIV exultingly, "there are no more Pyrenees." Louis XIV reigned everywhere, over his people, over his age, often over Europe, but nowhere did he reign so completely as over his court. Never were the wishes, the defects, and the vices of a man so completely a law to other men as at the court of Louis XIV during the whole period of his long life. When near to him at the Palace of Versailles, men lived, hoped, trembled. Everywhere else in France, even at Paris, men vegetated. The existence of the nobles was concentrated in the court about the person of the king, and so abject was their submission that Louis XIV looked on all sides for a great lord, and found about him only courtiers. When the king learned that certain of the nobility affected to despise the plebeian genius of the great dramatist Molière, he invited the comedian to his table, and when, at the grand entrée, the nobles thronged the apartment, he turned to them haughtily, exclaiming, "Gentlemen of the court, you see me breakfasting with Molière, whom my nobles do not consider worthy of their notice." It was enough. From that moment the great dramatist found all the nobility of France at his feet. Never did man give with better grace than Louis XIV, or augment so much in this way the price of his benefits. Never did man sell to better profit his words, even his smiles, nay, his looks. Never did disobliging words escape him, and if he had to blame, to reprimand, or correct, which was very rare, it was nearly always with goodness, never with anger or severity. Never was man so naturally polite, or of a politeness so measured, so graduated, so adapted to person, time, and place. Towards women his politeness was without parallel. Never did he pass the humblest petticoat without raising his hat. For ladies he took his hat off completely, but to a greater or less extent. For titled people, half off, holding it in his hand or against his ear for some instance. He took it off for the princes of the blood as for the ladies. If he accosted ladies, he did not cover himself till he had quitted them. His reverences, more or less marked, but always light, were incomparable for their grace and manner. As after the Battle of Senef, fought August 11, 1674 against William of Orange, Monsieur le Prince, le Grand Condé, was walking slowly from the effects of gout up the grand staircase of Versailles, he exclaimed to the king, who awaited him upon the landing above, "Sire, I crave your majesty's pardon if I keep you waiting." To which Louis replied, "Do not hurry, my cousin. No one could move more quickly who was so loaded with laurels as you are." It was the language of the court. And again when, in May 1706, Marshal Villeroy returned worsted at the Battle of Ramillies in his encounter with Marlborough and Prince Eugene, the Grand Monarch gave utterance to one of those delicate remarks he knew so well how to make, and which sounded almost like a compliment. "Ah, Monsieur le Marshal," exclaimed the king when he presented himself at Versailles, "at our age one is no longer fortunate." The king loved air and exercise very much, as long as he could make use of them. He had excelled at dancing, at tennis, and at mole. On horseback he was admirable, even at a late age. He liked to see everything done with grace and address. To acquit yourself well or ill before him was a merit or a fault. He was very fond of shooting, and there was not a better or more graceful shot than he. He was very fond also of stag hunting, but in a calèche, since he broke his arm while hunting at Fontainebleau immediately after the death of the Queen. He rode alone in a species of box, drawn by 4 little horses, and drove himself with an accuracy and address unknown to the best coachman. He liked splendour, magnificence, and profusion in everything. You pleased him if you shone through the brilliancy of your houses, your clothes, your table, and your equipages. As for the king himself, nobody ever approached his magnificence. Old age had crept fast upon Louis XIV. For 72 years he had proudly sat upon the throne of his ancestors, but the time was near at hand when he must lay aside his sceptre and his crown. Still, the more deeply he became conscious of his physical weakness, the more determined and extraordinary were his efforts to preserve intact the interests of the state. Richard, in his war tent on the bloody field of Bosworth, never contemplated a train of more appalling shadows than those evoked by the memory of Louis XIV, as he sat, supported by cushions and pillowed upon velvet, in this sumptuous apartment. Maria Theresa the Queen, the Grand Dauphin, his son the Duke de Bourgogne, and last of all the Duke de Berry, the sole prop to that throne which must soon be empty, dead, all dead, save a frail infant. Such were the thoughts that crowded upon his last reveries, and well might the poor old man in his solitary moments bend down that proud head which had no longer strength to bear a crown, and laying aside the arrogance of those years in which he had assumed the bearing of a demigod, confessed to his own heart that he was but human. On the 3rd of May, 1715, the king rose at an early hour to witness an eclipse of the sun. Strange coincidence that he who had taken for his emblem a rising sun should witness the eclipse of that brilliant orb while he himself was sinking toward the grave. In the evening he retired early, complaining of extreme fatigue. The advanced age of the king and his many infirmities rendered even a slight indisposition alarming. The report spread rapidly that the king was dangerously sick. The foreign ambassadors promptly dispatched the news to their respective courts, a circumstance which soon reached the ears of the monarch, who, indignant at such indecent precipitancy, and to prove, not only to the court but to all Europe, that he was still every inch a king, commanded that preparations should forthwith be commenced for a grand review of the household troops at Mal. On the 20th of June this magnificent exhibition took place, when for the last time the troops of gendarmes and light horse in their splendid uniforms defiled before the terrace of Marly, which they had no sooner done than the monarch appeared at the principal entrance of the palace, habited in the costume of his earlier years, and descending the marble steps mounted his horse, and for 4 long hours sat proudly in his saddle, under the eyes of those foreign envoys who had announced his approaching death to their sovereigns. It was the expiring effort of his pride. During the whole of the last year of his life, it had been the study of Louis XIV to deceive himself, and above all to deceive others, as to the extent of the physical debility induced by his great age. He rose at a late hour, in order to curtail the fatigues of the day, received his ministers, and even dined in his bed, and once, having prevailed upon himself to leave it, passed several hours in succession in his cushioned chair. In vain his physician urged upon him the necessity of exercise in order to counteract his tendency to reverie and somnolency. The swollen state of his feet and ankles rendered it impossible for him to rise from his chair without severe pain, and he never attempted to do so until all his attendants had left the room, lest they should perceive the state of weakness to which he was reduced. Great therefore had been the effort we have described, when the monarch had for a time conquered the man, and where pride had supplied the place of strength. The only exercise which he ultimately consented to take was in the magnificent gardens of Versailles, where he was wheeled through the stately avenues, which he had himself planted, in a bath chair, a prey to pain, which was visibly depicted upon his countenance, but which he supported with cold and silent dignity, too haughty to complain. The king grew daily worse. The disease was mortal, and he felt he was beyond the power of human aid. Bitterly, Louis XIV, upon his deathbed, expiated the faults and excesses of his past life. He wept over the profligacy of his youth, deplored the madness of his ambition, by which he had brought mourning into every corner of his kingdom. On the 26th of August, the king commanded all the great dignitaries and officers of the household to meet in his apartment, and addressed them in a firm voice, saying, "Gentlemen, I die in the faith and obedience of the Church. I desire your pardon for the bad example which I have set you. I have greatly to thank you for the manner in which you have served me, and request from you the same zeal and the same fidelity towards the Dauphin. Farewell, gentlemen. I feel that this parting has affected not only myself, but you also. Forgive me. I trust that you will sometimes think of me when I am gone." How sad the scene! The grey-haired king, half sitting, half lying in his gorgeous bed, whose velvet hangings, looped back with their heavy ropes of tassels of gold, were the laborious offering of the pupils of St. Cyr, the groups of princes in their gorgeous costumes dispersed over the vast apartment, the gilded cornices, the priceless, the tapestried hangings, the richly carpeted floor, the waste of luxury on every side, the pride of man's intellect and of man's strength, and in the midst decay and death, a palsied hand and a dimmed eye. For a few moments there was unbroken silence. The king then requested his great-grandchild, who was to be his successor, to be brought to him. A cushion was placed at the bedside, and the little prince, clinging to the hand of his governess, knelt upon it. Louis XIV gazed for a moment upon him with mingled anxiety and tenderness, and then said impressively, "My child, you are about to become a great king. Do not imitate me, either in my taste for building or in my love of war. Endeavour, on the contrary, to live in peace with the neighbouring nations. Render to God all that you owe him, and cause his name to be honoured by your subjects. Strive to relieve the burdens of your people, in which I have been unfortunate enough to fail, and never forget the gratitude that you owe to Madame le Ventedieu." Louis XV caused these last words, addressed to him by his grandfather, to be inscribed on vellum and attached to the headcloth of his bed, words to which his life for 50 years was but a hollow mockery. The following days were ones of agony to the expiring king. His intervals of consciousness were rare and brief. Mortification extended rapidly, and toward midday on the 31st of August, his condition became so much exacerbated that it was found necessary to perform the service for the dying without further delay. The mournful ceremony roused him from his lethargy, and his voice was heard audibly and clearly, mingled with those of the priests. At the termination of the prayers, he recognized the Cardinal de Rohan, and said calmly, "These are the last favours of the Church." He then repeated several times, "Nunc et in hora mortis." And finally he exclaimed with earnest fervour, "O my God, come to my aid, and hasten to help me." He never spoke again. His head fell back upon the pillow, one long-drawn sigh, and all was over. The spirit of Louis XIV had passed the earthly veil and entered the vast unknown. An immense concourse had assembled in the marble court at Versailles, anticipating the announcement of his death. The moment he breathed his last, the captain of the bodyguard approached the great balcony, threw open the massive windows, and looking down upon the multitude below, raised his truncheon above his head, broke it in the centre, and throwing the fragments down into the courtyard, he cried sadly, "The king is dead." Then, instantly seizing another staff from the hands of an attendant, he waved it joyfully above his head, and shouted triumphantly, "Long live the king, Louis XV!" And a multitudinous echo from the depths of the lately deserted apartment answered as buoyantly, "Long live the king." Thus, on the 1st of September 1715, in his palace at Versailles, died one of the world's most powerful monarchs, Louis of Bourbon, Louis the Great, Louis the God-given, Louis the Grand Monarque, Louis the worn-out, unloving and unloved old man of magnificent Versailles. And when Massillon called to preach the funeral sermon of Louis XIV, as he looked upon the magnificent draperies and insignia of royalty around him, and thought of the title the deceased king had borne during his life, he began his discourse with the simple and striking words which amazed the pleasure-loving courtiers of Versailles. "God alone is great, my brothers." And now, after 200 years have rolled away, at this present time, in this 19th century, after the scaffold of Louis XVI, after the downfall of Napoleon, after the exile of Charles X, after the flight of Louis Philippe, after the French Revolution, in a word, that is to say, after this renewal, complete, absolute, prodigious, of principles, opinions, situations, influences, and facts, standing upon the terrace of magnificent Versailles, looking upon those scenes where for so many years he was the central light and figure, we bid a last adieu to Louis XIV, the Grand Monarque, greatest of all the Bourbons. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henry Cohen. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Peter the Great, A.D. 1672 to 1725. No true and permanent fame can be founded except in labors which promote the happiness of mankind. Charles Sumner. 1,000 years ago, Russia was inhabited by disunited Slavonic tribes who were frequently at war with each other. Then Scandinavian tribes were called in, and the Russian nation grew from the two centers of Novgorod and Kiev. Christianity was introduced from Constantinople. Trade had been commenced with the west of Europe, when the whole country was overrun by the Mongols and Tartars, and the people were obliged to submit to their yoke. The country had been divided into various Russian states, which were not ruled directly by the Mongols, but became vassals. These states were each governed by its own prince, who were all subject to Tartary. One state after another was at length swallowed up by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and the autocracy was established, which, after freeing Russia from the Mongol yoke, reached its highest development under Ivan the Terrible in 1533. The death of Ivan gave a blow to autocracy and brought nobility into power. In 1598, nearly the whole of the Russian people were reduced to serfdom, which was an institution then first legally established. Then came a period called the Troublous Time, when pretender vied with pretender, and the son of the King of Poland was crowned Tsar of Moscow. Finally, the Poles were turned out, and young Michael Romanov was elected Tsar. Then followed continual wars with Poland and Sweden. In the reign of Alexis in 1645 to 76, an arbitrary government was formed. Henceforth, the Tsar managed all matters, both great and small, according to his own will and pleasure. The Tsar Alexis was of a gentle and amiable nature, and was called by his subjects the most debonair. But his qualities in the end rendered him one of the worst sovereigns of Russia, for he was entirely in the hands of wicked men who, as his favorites, exercised all the power, and in reality governed the country. Then arose the dissent in the Russian Church. The Patriarch Nikon undertook the correction of all the printed and manuscript copies of the liturgy, and by a decree of the Ecclesiastical Council, the corrected books were ordered to be the only ones used, and the command was given that all others should be destroyed. This measure excited the great hostility. It seems strange that passion should be roused and people be found willing to suffer martyrdom for such seemingly unimportant questions as to whether the name of Jesus should be pronounced Jesus or Yesus, whether in a certain portion of the morning service the word hallelujah should be repeated twice or thrice, and whether the sign of the cross should be made with the 2 forefingers extended or with the 4 fingers and the thumb as denoting the Trinity. But such was the case, and so great was the commotion that arms were resorted to by the court at Moscow to enforce these innovations, and some of the most obstinate opposers were even executed. In the east of Russia, the inhabitants of whole villages shut themselves up in their houses, and setting fire to them, perished in the flames, rather than accept a new and what they called a diabolical religion. The government was at length successful, however, and revised service books were introduced into the churches. At present day, nearly 1/2 of the Russians belong in spirit, if not openly, to the dissenters, and the reconciliation between them and the official church has only been accomplished by relaxing the rigor of the laws of persecution. During the reign of Alexis, the father of Peter the Great, much importance was attached to the length and fullness of the Tsar's title. An accidental omission of a single word or letter from this long and cumbrous official title was considered an act of personal disrespect to the prince, almost equal to high treason, and was punished far more severely than many terrible crimes. The shortest title of the Tsar that could possibly be used, and which it was necessary to repeat every time that the Tsar's name was mentioned in document, petition, or discourse, was the Great Lord Tsar and Grand Duke Alexis Mikhailovich of all Great and Little and White Russia Autocrat. The complete title contained 123 words, which we have not the space to give. Alexis, having lost his first wife in 1669, married for his second wife, Natalia Narishkin, who was a ward of Matveev, the chief minister of the Tsar. Their meeting was in this manner. One evening, when the Tsar was at Matveev's house, the wife and the pretty ward of the prime minister came into the room, bringing the usual refreshment cups of vodka, the caviar, and smoked fish, which are eaten by the Russians before dinner or supper. The widowed Tsar was struck by the pretty face of the tall, shapely, black-eyed girl, and, on going away, said to Matveev that he would find a bridegroom for his pretty ward. It was the custom, when the Tsar was in want of a bride, for all of the Russian maidens of suitable position and beauty to assemble at the palace on a certain day, that a bride might be chosen from their number for the prince. Word was now sent to Natalia Narishkin to appear with the other maidens, but it was soon reported that she was the chosen bride. The daughters of the Tsar objected to so young a stepmother, but in spite of the opposition, both political and from his family, Alexis was married to Natalia on the 1st of February, 1671. The Tsar had several daughters of his first wife still living, and 2 sons, Theodore, who was very infirm and sickly, and John, or Ivan, who was almost blind and had a defect of speech and was nearly an idiot. But his favorite child was Peter, the son of his second wife, Natalia, who was born June 9th, 1672. The birth of Peter was hailed with great joy, and Alexis ordered a most splendid ceremonial in honor of the event. Then came the christening. The ceremony was performed at the Cathedral of Annunciation, and the infant Peter was borne to the church in a cradle placed on wheels, while the priest, most venerated for his sanctity, sprinkled the path with holy water. The next day after the christening, the feast occurred. The expense and account books, which have been preserved, show that on this occasion the tables were loaded with large pieces of sugarwork, representing eagles, swans, and other birds larger than life. Also representations of the Muscovite arms and a model of the Kremlin, the palace of the Tsar, and a large fortress with cannon. One of the first ceremonies after the birth of a Russian prince was what was called taking his measure. The measure of Peter was taken on the 3rd day after his birth and was performed in this manner. A board of either cypress or linden wood was cut the exact length and breadth of the child, which in his case was 19 1/4 inches long and 5 1/4 inches broad. Upon this board, a picture representing the Holy Trinity, together with the Apostle Peter, was painted by a famous artist. This birth measure of Peter was carefully preserved and now hangs over his tomb in the Cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul in the fortress of St. Petersburg. A nurse and governess were then selected for the infant Peter, and he had a special staff of dwarves who should be his companions and servants. The infant prince had his own apartments, some of which were hung with leather, stamped with silver, and others with fine red cloth, while the furniture was covered with crimson, embroidered with blue and yellow, and the walls and ceilings were decorated with paintings. The curious books of accounts enumerate some of the articles ordered for him in the first years of his childhood. Among them were cradles covered with gold-embroidered Turkish velvet, sheets and pillows of white silk, coverlets of gold and silver stuffs, coats, caps, stockings, and shoes of velvet, silk, and satin embroidered with gold and pearls, buttons and tassels of pearls and emeralds, a chest for his clothes covered with dark blue velvet, ornamented with mother of pearl, and a miniature carriage drawn by ponies, in which he was taken out to drive. Among his toys were musical instruments of various kinds and all sorts of military equipments. Peter grew rapidly. He was able to walk when 6 months old. Being the pet of his parents, he accompanied them in all their excursions and visits. When he was 3 years of age, he was presented with a small carriage drawn by 4 ponies, in which he was driven by the court dwarves, and he began to take part in the public processions of the court. One scene is thus described. Immediately after the carriage of the Tsar, there appeared from another gate of the palace the carriage of the Tsarina. In front went the chamberlains with 200 runners, after which 12 large snow-white horses covered with silk housings drew the Tsarina. Then followed the small carriage of the youngest prince, all glittering with gold, drawn by 4 dwarf ponies. At the side of it rode 4 dwarves on ponies and another one behind. The presentation of Peter at the court is thus described. The door on one side suddenly opened, and Peter, 3 years old, a curly-headed boy, was seen for a moment holding his mother's hand and looking at the reception. At this time, there were 12 princesses living at the palace, the sisters and the aunts and the 6 daughters of the Tsar Alexis. All were unmarried. They were forbidden to marry any below their own rank, and since the Tartar invasion, only 2 attempts had been made to marry a Russian princess to a foreigner. None of these princesses, except Sophia, who had shared the lessons of her brother Theodore, had more than the rudiments of an education. Most of the princesses were disposed of by placing them in convents. Natalia, the mother of Peter, having been brought up by a Scotchwoman, had seen more of society than the other royal ladies, and she was allowed a greater degree of freedom than had been vouchsafed to her predecessors, who had been rigidly secluded within their own apartments. In 1676, the Tsar Alexis died, and the throne descended to his eldest son, Theodore. It was custom in Russia for the relations of the Tsar's wife to have great power at court, and when Theodore came to the throne, the Miloslavsky family, who were his mother's relations, assumed great power, while the family of Peter's mother, the Tsarina Natalia, lost their influence for the time. Both Theodore and Ivan were feeble and sickly children, while Peter was strong and robust, but the law of descent was inexorable, and on the death of Alexis, Theodore became Tsar. As he was only 14 years of age, the administration of the government was left to the ministers of state. Now his sister, Princess Sophia, who was very ambitious, formed schemes for getting the power into her own hands. She therefore so devoted herself to the care of Theodore, who was sick most of the time, that she gained complete ascendancy over him, and she met all the courtiers who came to visit the sick Tsar with such affable manners and showed such intelligence that she won a strong party of the nobles over to her support. There was in Russia at this time a very powerful body of troops, which had been organized by the emperors as an imperial guard. These troops were called the Streltsy. The Princess Sophia paid great attention to the officers of these guards, and thus gained their goodwill. Theodore soon after died and named Peter as his successor, passing over his brother Ivan, as his many infirmities rendered it impossible for him to reign. It is probable that it was through the influence of some of the nobles who were opposed to Sophia that Theodore was induced to name Peter as his successor. Peter, although but 10 years of age, was proclaimed emperor by the nobles immediately after Theodore's death. Sophia now determined to resist the transfer of the supreme power to Peter. She secretly engaged the Streltsy, or guards, on her side. She caused a report to be spread that the late emperor had been poisoned, and that the Narishkins had murdered the Tsarwitz Ivan, and that the Narishkins wished to kill all the royal family. Thus were the relations of the Tsarina Natalia, the mother of Peter, accused of desiring the death of all the children of the first wife of Alexis, that Peter might gain the throne. Such was the falsehood that the Princess Sophia is said to have originated in order to secure the power. The cry then arose, "To arms! Punish the traitors! To the Kremlin! Save the Tsar!" A general alarm was sounded. The Streltsy, fully armed, advanced from all sides towards the Kremlin and surrounded the palace, demanding the Tsarewitz Ivan. The Tsarina Natalia was advised to go out on the red staircase with the Tsar Peter and the Tsarewitz Ivan, that the Streltsy might be convinced of the falsity of the rumor. Trembling with terror, Natalia took by the hand her son and stepson, and accompanied by the nobles, went out upon the red staircase. "Here is the Tsar Peter and the Tsarewitz Ivan," cried the nobles to the mob below. "There are no traitors in the royal family." The Streltsy placed ladders against the rails, and some of them climbed up to the platform where the little Tsar stood. Peter looked at them without blanching or showing any signs of fear. But even this did not quiet the disturbance, and the Streltsy burst into the palace. Natalia took Peter and fled for safety to the monastery of the Trinity. The soldiers pursued her even into the sanctuary and to the foot of the altar, but there the sacredness of the spot arrested their vengeance, and they left their victims with sullen oaths. In the meantime, the commotion in the city continued for several days, and the brother of the Empress Natalia and others of her friends were slain. At last, a compromise was effected, and it was agreed that Ivan should be proclaimed Tsar in conjunction with his brother Peter, and the Princess Sophia should be regnant. Sophia, knowing that Ivan, the poor idiot, would be but a tool in her hands, endeavored in every way possible to prevent her half-brother Peter from becoming so intelligent and energetic that he would take the power away from her. She therefore caused his teacher to be dismissed, and commenced to carry out her plan to ruin the bright and talented boy by taking away from him all restraint and indulging him in every pleasure and whim. Peter was now established in a household of his own at a palace in a small village some distance from Moscow, and Sophia selected 50 boys to live with him as playmates. These boys were provided with every possible means of indulgence, subject to little restraint. It was the intention of Sophia that they should do just as they choose, so that they would all grow up idle, vicious, and good for nothing. And she had also the hope that Peter might so impair his health as to bring him to an early grave. But Peter had already been too well instructed, or possessed too much native good sense to fall into this snare, and instead of giving up his studies, he contrived to turn his companions into scholars also. He organized a kind of military school where they practiced the evolutions and discipline necessary in a camp. He caused himself to be taught to drum so that he could execute all the signals used in camp and on the battlefield. He studied fortification and set the boys to work with him to construct a battery in a regular and scientific manner. He learned the use of tools, and the wheelbarrow he used in making the fortification was one he made himself. As he grew older, he continued to introduce higher branches of military art into the school, and he adopted the uniforms and equipments for the pupils, such as were used in the military schools of other nations of Europe. The result was that when he was 18 years of age and the time came for him to leave the place, the institution had become a well-organized and well-appointed military school, and it continued in successful operation for a long time afterwards. So this wicked plan of the ambitious Sophia had completely failed. The energy and talent that Peter had displayed caused many of the leading nobles to attach themselves to his cause, by which means he was finally enabled to dispose Sophia from her regency and to take the power into his own hands. But before this took place, we must note a still more wicked and evil design of the ambitious princess. The party of nobles who now espoused Peter's cause thought it expedient that he should marry, and the counselors accordingly chose for his wife Exodixa Lopokin, a young lady of noble birth. The Princess Sophia did all in her power to prevent this match, but she was unsuccessful, and the marriage took place in February 1689. It was thought that a good stay-at-home wife would be likely to keep him from taking his long excursions for military maneuvers and for shipbuilding, of which he was so fond. But he had scarcely been married 2 months before he started off again for his boat building on Lake Pleshetif. Here he immediately set to work with his carpenters to complete the boats, and he wrote to his mother as follows: "To my most beloved and, while bodily life endures, my dearest little mother, Lady Tsaritsa and Grand Duchess Natalia Kurilovna, thy little son now here at work, Petrushka, I ask thy blessing and desire to hear about thy health, and we, through thy prayers, are all well, and the lake is all got clear from the ice today, and all the boats, except the big ship, are finished. Only we are waiting for ropes, and therefore I beg your kindness that these ropes, 700 fathoms long, be sent from the artillery department without delaying, for the work is waiting for them, and our sojourn here is being prolonged. And again he writes, Hey, I wish to hear about thy health and beg thy blessing. We are all well and about the boats. I say again that they are mighty good, and Tiklon Natikish will tell you all about this himself, thy unworthy Petrus. Peter, with his young wife, resided in a country palace a few miles from Moscow. The place was called Obrogensko. Meanwhile, the Russian government had been engaged in the Crimean War. The Poles, having become involved in a war with the Turks, proposed to the Russians, or Muscovites, as they were often called, that they should aid them in an attempt to conquer the Crimea. In this war occurred the incident relating to the famous Mazeppa, whose frightful ride through the tangled thickets of a wild country, bound naked to an untamed horse, was so graphically described by the poet Byron. Mazeppa was a Polish gentleman, and having offended a Polish nobleman, he was thus cruelly punished by his enemy. Some Cossack peasants rescued the poor Mazeppa from his terrible position, and he afterwards became a chieftain amongst them. He distinguished himself in these campaigns of the Crimean War, fought by Muscovites against the Turks and Tartars during the regency of the Princess Sophia. This war was not successful, and Prince Golitsyn, who led the Russian forces, was obliged to retreat. But fearing to have the state of the case known, he sent word to Moscow that he had been successful, and was received by Sophia upon his return with great honors. The young Peter, who had been studying military tactics, was so displeased and disgusted with the military operations of Golitsyn that, when the general was received by Sophia at Moscow with great state, the rewards could not then be read, as Peter had refused to sign them. He, however, was afterwards persuaded to grant them. But this unfortunate campaign of Golitsyn's was the turning point in the struggle between the aristocratic party, which espoused the side of Peter, and the government of Sophia. Now there was formed a dark and wicked plot, and some historians accused Sophia of being a party to it, if she did not even propose it. This was the assassination of the young Tsar Peter. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henry Cohen. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Peter the Great, Part 2. The commander of the Streltsy selected a band of 600 of the imperial guards to go with him to Obrogensko. Their plan was to seize Peter at night while in his bed. This plot was, however, frustrated by two of the soldiers who revealed it to Peter. He could not at first believe that Sophia would resort to such a terrible crime, and messengers were sent to the city to learn the truth of the matter. These messengers met the imperial guards when they had gone halfway to Moscow, and, concealing themselves by the wayside until the troops had passed, they hastened back to a shorter route to inform Peter of his impending danger. Peter had just time to flee with his wife and mother to the monastery of the Trinity, when the Streltsy reached his palace and sought him in vain. They returned, discomfited and alarmed, to the Princess Sophia and reported that Peter had escaped. From his retreat in the monastery, Peter sent a message to Sophia, charging her with having sent the imperial guards to take his life. The princess, greatly alarmed, denied her guilt. The excitement increased. The leading nobles flocked to the monastery to declare their adherence to Peter. Sophia endeavored to keep the Streltsy upon her side, but they at last went over to Peter, and he demanded that the leader of the band who attempted his assassination should be delivered into his hands. This Sophia was obliged to do, and the man was put to the torture and revealed the plot. He said that the design had been to kill Peter himself, his mother, and several other near relations. The Princess Sophia was accused of being the originator of the plot, and many other persons were also implicated, including Prince Golitsyn, the commander of the Russian forces in the Crimean War. The leader of the band of the guards who thus attempted the life of Peter was beheaded. Prince Golitsyn and his family were banished to Siberia, and many others implicated were put to death, imprisoned for life, or banished. Thus ended this conspiracy against the young Tsar Peter. The The Princess Sophia was shut up in a convent where she was imprisoned for 15 years when she died. Ivan, the brother Tsar with Peter, was too feeble and inefficient to take any part in the government, and he died about 7 years after this time. The aristocratic party now filled the offices of state and administered the government. As Peter was yet so young, he left everything in the hands of his counselors, and for several years took merely a formal part in the administration. He employed himself in military exercises and boat building, and in the indulgence of his mechanical tastes. As Peter grew older and took more direction of the affairs of the government, he made choice of 2 very able men whom he afterwards raised to positions of great honor. The name of one of these statesmen was Lefort, and the other was Menshikov. Lefort was the son of a merchant of Geneva. He had from childhood evinced a strong desire to be a soldier, but his father preferred that he should become a merchant, and he was taken into the counting house of one of the great merchants of Amsterdam. This merchant was constantly sending vessels to different parts of the world, and Lefort was sent in charge of the cargo of one vessel to Copenhagen. At this time, an ambassador was to be sent from Denmark to Russia, and as Lefort knew something of the Russian language, he secured the place of interpreter in the suite of the ambassador and went with him to Moscow. On one occasion, when the Tsar Peter was dining at the house of the ambassador, he noticed Lefort and observed that he spoke the Russian language remarkably for a foreigner. He was at once interested in him and soon secured Lefort as his own interpreter, as he found that he also spoke other languages. Lefort became a great favorite of the emperor's and continued in his service until his death. The first improvement which Lefort introduced into Russia related to the dress and equipment of the troops. The imperial guards had been accustomed to wear an old-fashioned Russian uniform consisting of a long outer coat or gown which much impeded their movements. In conversing with the Tsar, Lefort suggested that the dress of the soldiers of the Western nations was more convenient for military use. Peter at once desired to see it, and Lefort immediately repaired to the tailor of the Danish ambassador and ordered him to make 2 military suits in the style worn by the royal guards at Copenhagen, one for an officer and the other for a soldier in the ranks. Peter was so pleased with these suits when they were shown to him that he said he should like to have a company of guards dressed and equipped in that manner and drilled according to the Western style. Lefort undertook the task of organizing and equipping such a band. When this company was completed and clothed in the new uniform and had been properly drilled, Lefort placed himself at their head and marched them, with drums beating and colors flying, before the palace gates. The Tsar came to the window to see them pass and was so pleased that he said he would join the company himself. He accordingly ordered a dress to be made for his own use, and he took his place in the ranks and drilled as a common soldier. From this beginning, the entire imperial army was reformed. The Tsar now proposed to Lefort to make arrangements for bringing into the country a great number of mechanics and artisans from Denmark, Germany, France, and other European countries, in order that their improved methods might be introduced into Russia. To accomplish this end, the tariff of duties on the products and manufacturers of foreign countries was greatly reduced. This increased the number of importation of goods from foreign countries and prompted the intercourse of the Russians with foreign merchants, manufacturers, and artisans, and accustomed the people to a better style of living by improving their dress, furniture, and equipages. Also, the new system greatly increased the revenue of the empire. Among other reforms instituted by Peter was that of the dress of his people. The Russians had been accustomed to wear long gowns, similar to those worn now in Oriental countries. As this costume was inconvenient for soldiers, workmen, and artisans, Peter required it to be changed. This description is given of one strange style of dress among the ancient Russian ladies. They wore a sort of dress of which the sleeves were 10 or 12 yards long. These sleeves were made very full and were drawn up upon the arm in a sort of puff, it being the fashion to have as great a length of sleeve as could possibly be crowded on between the shoulder and the wrist. The customary salutation between ladies and gentlemen in society when this dress was in fashion was performed through the intervention of the sleeves. On one approach of the gentleman, the lady, by a sudden and dexterous motion of her arm, would throw off the end of her sleeve to him. The sleeve, being so very long, could be thrown in this way half across the room. The gentleman would take the end of the sleeve, which represented, we are to suppose, the hand of the lady, and after kissing and saluting it in a most respectful manner, he would resign it, and the lady would draw it back again upon her arm. Peter required the people to change this dress, and he sent patterns of the coats worn in Western Europe to all parts of the country. He, however, met with a good deal of difficulty in inducing the people to follow these new fashions, especially regarding the shaving of their mustaches and beards. He thereupon assessed a tax upon beards, requiring every gentleman who wore one to pay 100 rubles a year, and if any peasant entered the city wearing a beard, he was stopped at the gates and required to pay a fine of a penny. The officers of the customs who were stationed at the gates of the towns were ordered to stop every man who wore a long dress and compel him to pay a fine of 50 cents, or else kneel down and have all the part of his coat which lay upon the ground cut off with a pair of big shears. The Tsar first set an example also of rapid motion through the streets. It had been custom for all the nobles to move about attended by a vast retinue, and as it was considered more stately to move slowly, and as all those in lower rank must stand with uncovered heads in the presence of their masters, the streets were often blocked in the snow and rain by these vast cavalcades of royalty, and crowds were obliged to stand in the cold and wet with bare heads exposed to the inclemency of the weather. Peter the Great was attended, therefore, only by a few persons when going out in carriage or sleigh, and his coachman was ordered to drive at a quick pace, and he limited the attendance of his nobles to a certain number. This story is told of the manner in which the Tsar's attention was attracted to the young Menshikov, who became one of his chief officers. Alexander Menshikov was the son of a laboring man in the service of a monastery on the banks of the Volga. Young Menshikov afterwards went to Moscow and was there employed in a pastry cook's shop. It was his part of the work to go out in the streets and sell pies and cakes in order to attract customers. He often sang songs. At one time, Peter was passing and stopped to listen to the songs of the young pastry boy. Finally, the Tsar asked him what he would take for his whole stock of cakes and pies, basket and all. The boy promptly stated the sum he would take for his wares, but as for the basket, as it belonged to his master, he could not sell it, but he dryly added, "Still, everything belongs to your majesty, and your majesty has, therefore, only to give me the command, and I shall deliver it to you." This reply so pleased the Tsar that he took the boy into his service. When Peter the Great first became the sole ruler of Russia after the downfall of Sofia, he was about 20 years of age. His word was law. Life and death hung upon his will. His dominions extended so far that when he wished to send an ambassador to one of his neighbors, the Emperor of China, it took the messenger more than 18 months of constant traveling to go from the capital to the frontier. As to Peter's character, he was talented, ambitious, energetic, and resolute, but he was also quick-tempered, imperious, merciless towards his enemies, and possessed an indomitable will. Peter thus describes his first trial of the open sea. For some years I had the fill of my desires on Lake Pereyaslavl, but finally it grew too narrow for me. I then went to the Kubensky Lake, but that was too shallow. I then decided to see the open sea and began often to beg the permission of my mother to go to Archangel. She forbade me such a dangerous journey, but seeing my great desire and my unchangeable longing allowed it in spite of herself. So, in 1693, Peter set out from Moscow with a suite of 100 persons to go to Archangel. Having arrived there, the smell of the salt water was too inviting to be resisted, and Peter put out to sea on a little yacht called St. Peter, which had been built for him. His mother, who had exacted a promise that he would not go to sea, hearing that he had gone on a sea journey, was much alarmed and wrote to him, urging his return. She even had a letter written to him in the name of his little son Alexis, then 3 years old, begging him to come back. To this he replied, "By thy letter I see, that thou hast been mightily grieved. And why? Why dost thou trouble thyself about me? Thou hast deigned to write that thou hast given me into the care of the Virgin. When thou hast such a guardian for me, why dost thou grieve?" While at Archangel, besides the time which Peter gave to the study of commerce and shipbuilding, he found leisure for inspecting various industries and practicing both at the forge and at the lathe. A chandelier made of walrus teeth, turned by him, hangs now over his tomb in the cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul at St. Petersburg, and carved work in bone and wood and iron bars forged by him at this time are still preserved. Besides the balls and dinners which he attended at Archangel, to which he had also been much given at Moscow, he frequently attended a neighboring church where he himself read the epistle, sang with the choir, and made great friends with the archbishop. In 1694, his mother Natalia died, and soon he repudiated his wife Eudoxia and shut her up in a convent, where he kept her confined all the rest of her life. Peter had only married his wife to please his mother and his nobles, and having never loved her, soon tired of her. She had been brought up in the old-fashioned Russian way, and was very ignorant, but as she appeared to love him devotedly, his treatment of her was wicked and cruel, and in his after-domestic life there is much to condemn. Although he did much for the advancement of Russia, and his public enterprise and achievements are greatly to be admired, in character he was brutal and selfish, and his tastes were low and vicious. He was fond of drunken carousels, and sank the dignity of his rank in his associations with inferior and profligate companions. As a man, there is little to admire in him, but as a public benefactor of his country he is greatly to be commended. As an artisan, statesman, and general, he introduced wise and good reforms into his realms, and raised his people from semi-barbarism to rank with the other civilized nations of Europe. Though he was not a scholar, he encouraged learning. There was about this time a second attempt made to assassinate the Tsar. As Peter was often accustomed to attend conflagrations in Moscow, these conspirators formed the plan of setting fire to some building near the royal palace, and when the emperor, as was his wont, should come out to help extinguish the flames, he was to be assassinated. They then determined to go to the convent where Sophia was confined, release her, and proclaim her empress. This plot was, however, revealed to the Tsar, and he thereupon ordered a small body of men to attend him, and he went at once to the houses of the various conspirators and arrested them. They were afterwards executed in a most barbarous manner. The criminals were brought out one by one. First their arms were cut off, then their legs, and finally their heads. The amputated limbs and heads were then hung up upon a column in the marketplace in Moscow, where they were left as a bloody warning to others, as long as the weather remained cold enough to keep them frozen. Thus ended the second conspiracy against the life of Peter the Great. In 1695, the Tsar, in conjunction with other European powers, declared a war against the Turks and Tartars. Peter acquired great renown throughout Europe for his successful siege against Azov, to obtain which was one of the chief objects of his campaign. This success also increased Peter's interest in the building of ships. He determined to establish a large fleet on the Black Sea, and in order to ascertain the best modes of shipbuilding, Peter resolved to make a journey to Western Europe. That he might not be burdened with fates and ceremonies, he adopted a disguise. Macaulay said of this journey, "It is an epoch in history, not only of his own country, but of ours and of the world." Various reasons have been given by different writers for this step of the Tsar. Player, the secret Austrian agent, wrote to the Emperor Leopold that the whole embassy was merely a cloak for the freedom sought by the Tsar to get out of his own country and divert himself a little. A document in the archives at Vienna states that the cause of the journey was a vow made by Peter, when in danger on the White Sea, to make a pilgrimage to the tombs of the apostles St. Peter and St. Paul at Rome. Voltaire said he resolved to absent himself for some years from his dominions in order to learn how better to govern them. Napoleon said he left his country to deliver himself for a while from the crown, so as to learn ordinary life and remount by degrees to greatness. But later writers say Peter went abroad, not to fulfill a vow, not to amuse himself, not to become more civilized, not to learn the art of government, but simply to become a good shipwright. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessie Percival. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Section 31. Peter the Great, A.D. 1672 to 1725, Part 3. His mind was filled with the idea of creating a navy on the Black Sea, and his tastes had always been mechanical. In order to give the Tsar greater freedom of action, the purpose of his journey was concealed by means of a great embassy, which should visit the chief countries of Western Europe. In the suite of the ambassadors were 20 nobles and 35 called volunteers, who were going for the study of shipbuilding. Among these was the Tsar himself. These volunteers were chiefly young men who had been comrades of Peter in his play regiments and boat building. During the absence of the Tsar, the government was entrusted to a regency of 3 persons, the uncle of the Tsar, and 2 princes. We have not space to describe this journey in full, and can only mention certain incidents. The Tsar is thus described by the Electress of Hanover and her daughter, whom Peter met at Koppenbrugge. Quote, "My mother and I began to pay him our compliments, but he made Mr. Lefort reply for him, for he seemed shy, hid his face in his hands, and said, 'Ich kann nicht sprechen.' We tamed him a little, and then he sat down at the table between my mother and myself, and each of us talked to him in turn. Sometimes he replied with promptitude. At others, he made 2 interpreters talk, and assuredly he said nothing that was not to the point on all subjects that were suggested. As to his grimaces, I imagined them worse than I found them, and some are not in his power to correct. One can see also that he has had no one to teach him how to eat properly, but he has a natural unconstrained air which pleases me." End quote. Her mother also wrote, quote, "The Tsar is very tall, his features are fine, and his figure very noble. He has great vivacity of mind, and a ready and just repartee. But with all the advantages with which nature has endowed him, it could be wished that his manners were a little less rustic. I asked him if he liked his hunting. He replied that his father had been very fond of it, but that he himself, from his earliest youth, had had real passion for navigation and for fireworks. He told us that he worked himself in building ships, showed us his hands, and made us touch the callous places that had been made by work. He has quite the manners of his country. If he had received a better education, he would be an accomplished man, for he has many good qualities, and an infinite amount of native wit." End quote. The Tsar proceeded to Holland, and in the little town of Saardam, not far from Amsterdam, may still be seen the shop which Peter occupied while there. The historians say he entered himself as a common ship carpenter at Amsterdam, and worked for several months among the other workmen, wearing the same dress they wore. In moments of rest, the Tsar, sitting down on a log, with his hatchet between his knees, was willing to talk to anyone who addressed him simply as Carpenter Peter, but turned away without answering if you called Sire or Your Majesty. Peter's curiosity was insatiable. He visited workshops, factories, cabinets of coins, anatomical museums, botanical gardens, hospitals, theaters, and numerous other places, and inquired about everything he saw, until he was recognized by his usual questions. Quote, "What is that for? How does that work? That will I see." End quote. He made himself acquainted with Dutch home and family life. Every market day he went to the Botermarket, mingled with the people, and studied their trades. He took lessons from a traveling dentist and experimented on his servants. He mended his own clothes and learned enough of cobbling to make himself a pair of slippers. He visited Protestant churches and did not forget the beerhouses. The frigate upon which Peter had worked so long was at last launched, and proved a good ship. He had seen some English ships which pleased him so much that he determined to set out for England, which he did in 1698, leaving his embassy in Holland. King William of England made Peter a present of an English yacht, with which he was much delighted. Peter spent much of his time in England looking for suitable persons to employ in arts and mechanics in Russia. He avoided all court pomp and etiquette during this journey, and travelled incognito as much as possible. He visited also the mint in England, for he was pleased with the excellence of the English coinage, and he designed recoining the Russian money, which he afterwards accomplished, coining copper, silver, and gold to the extent of $18 million in the space of 3 years to replace the bits of stamped leather formerly used. At length he returned to Amsterdam, where his embassy awaited him. When Peter the Great was excited by anger or emotion, the ugly aspect of his countenance and demeanour was greatly aggravated by a nervous affection of the head and face, which attacked him, particularly when he was in a passion, and which produced convulsive twitches of the muscles, that drew his head by jerks to one side, and distorted his face in a manner dreadful to behold. It was said that this disorder was first induced in his childhood by some one of the terrible frights through which he passed. This distortion, together with the coarse and savage language he employed when in a passion, made him appear at times more like some ugly monster of fiction than like a man. He disliked court etiquette and avoided pompous ceremonies. Of course, there was much curiosity to see him in the various cities he visited, but he generally avoided the crowds. And when his splendid embassy entered a city in royal state, and the people collected in vast numbers to behold the famous Tsar, while they were straining their eyes and peering into every carriage of the royal procession in hopes of seeing him, Peter himself would slip into the city by some quiet street, in disguise, and meeting the merchants, with whom he delighted to associate. He would go to some inn and indulge in his pipe and beer, leaving his embassy to represent royalty. At last his disguise was discovered, and then the news was circulated that the Tsar could be easily recognized by his great height, nearly 7 feet, by the twitching of his face, by his gesturing with his right hand, and by a small mole on the right cheek. His appearance is thus described by one who saw him at this time. Quote, "He is a prince of very great stature, but there is one circumstance which is unpleasant. He has convulsions, sometimes in his eyes, sometimes in his arms, and sometimes in his whole body. He at times turns his eyes so that one can see nothing but the whites. I do not know whence it arises, but we must believe that it is a lack of good breeding. Then he has also movements in the legs, so that he can scarcely keep in one place. He is very well made, and goes about dressed as a sailor, in the highest degree simple, and wishing nothing else than to be on the water." End quote. But the Cardinal Colonitz, Primate of Hungary, gives a more flattering picture of Peter the Great. Quote, "The Tsar is a youth of from 28 to 30 years of age, is tall, of an olive complexion, rather stout than thin, in aspect between proud and grave, and with a lively countenance. His left eye, as well as his left arm and leg, were injured by the poison given him during the life of his brother, but there remained now only a fixed and fascinated look in his eye, and a constant movement of his arm and leg. To hide which, he accompanies this forced motion with continual movements of his entire body, which, by many people in the countries which he has visited, has been attributed to natural causes, but really it is artificial. His wit is lively and ready, his manners rather civil than barbarous, the journey he has made having improved him, and the difference from the beginning of his travels and the present time being visible. Although his native roughness may still be seen in him, but it is chiefly noticeable in his followers, whom he holds in check with great severity. He has a knowledge of geography and history, and, what is most to be noticed, he desires to know these subjects better, but his strongest inclination is for maritime affairs, at which he himself works mechanically as he did in Holland, and this work, according to many people who have had to do with him, is indispensable to divert the effects of the poison, which still very much troubles him. In person and in aspect, as well as in his manners, there is nothing which would distinguish him or declare him to be a prince." End quote. During his visit to Paris, the Tsar often astonished the polite Parisians. Quote, "On one occasion he went with the Duke of Orleans to the opera, where he sat on the front bench of the large box. During the performance the Tsar asked if he could not have some beer. A large goblet on a saucer was immediately brought. The regent rose, took it, and presented it to the Tsar, who, with a smile and a bow of politeness, took the goblet without any ceremony, drank, and put it back on the saucer, which the regent kept holding. The Duke then took a plate with a napkin, which he presented to the Tsar, who, without rising, made use of it, at which scene the audience seemed astonished." End quote. Notwithstanding his rough manners, the history, character, and achievements of the Tsar, together with his exact knowledge in so many directions, and his interest in everything that was scientific and technical, made a deep impression upon those who met him. St. Simon thus describes him, quote, "He was a very tall man, well made, not too stout, with a roundish face, a high forehead, and fine eyebrows, a short nose, but not too short, large at the end. His lips were rather thick, his complexion a ruddy brown, fine black eyes, large, lively, piercing, and well apart, a majestic and gracious look when he wished, otherwise severe and stern, with a twitching which did not often return, but which disturbed his look and his whole expression, and inspired fear. That lasted but a moment, accompanied by a wild and terrible look, and passed away as quickly. His whole air showed his intellect, his reflection, and his greatness, and did not lack a certain grace. He wore only a linen collar, a round brown peruke, without powder, which did not touch his shoulders, a brown tight-fitting coat, plain, with gold buttons, a waistcoat, breeches, stockings, no gloves nor cuffs, the star of his order on his coat, and the ribbon underneath. His coat often quite unbuttoned, his hat on a table, and never on his head even out of doors. With all this simplicity, and whatever bad carriage or company he might be, one could not fail to perceive the air of greatness that was natural to him." End quote. While at Vienna, Peter learned of another revolt of the Streltsy, and thereupon hastened back to Moscow to put down the insurrection. The rebellion was soon quelled, but the tortures and executions which followed were barbarous. Some were beheaded, some were broken on the wheel, and then left to die in horrible agonies. Many were buried alive, their heads only being left above the ground. It is said that Peter took such a savage delight in these punishments that he executed many of the victims with his own hand. At one time, when half intoxicated, at a banquet, he ordered 20 prisoners to be brought in, and between his drinks of brandy, cut off their heads himself, being an hour in cutting off the 20 heads. As Peter thought Sophia was implicated in this revolt, he ordered the arm of the ringleader of the plot to be cut off, and an address which he found, written to Sophia, to be placed in the stiffened hand, and by his order this ghastly relic was fastened to the wall in Sophia's apartment. When the trials were over, a decree was issued, abolishing the Streltsy, and they were all sent into exile. Peter was now involved in a war with Sweden for the possession of the eastern shore of the Baltic Sea. At first, the Swedes were victorious, but in about a year the Tsar gained possession of a considerable portion of the Baltic shore, and he thereupon determined to build a new city there, with the view of making it the naval and commercial capital of his kingdom. This plan was successfully carried out, and the building of the great city of St. Petersburg was one of the most important events in the reign of Peter the Great. At length, Charles XII, King of Sweden, began to be alarmed at the increasing power of the Tsar in that part of the country, and he invaded Russia with an army. The famous Battle of Pultowa, by which the invasion of the Swedes was repelled, was fought in 1709, and this was almost the only serious danger from any foreign source which threatened the dominions of Peter the Great during his reign. Peter, having been previously privately married to Catherine, determined in 1712 to have a public ceremony. Peter's first wife had one son, Alexis, who occasioned his father the most serious trouble. Alexis was indolent and most vicious in his habits of life, and so outrageous was his conduct that at last his father caused him to be imprisoned. It was then discovered that Alexis had been planning a revolt, and Peter referred his case to a grand council of civil authorities, and also a convocation of the clergy to determine upon the sentence to be pronounced upon this rebellious son. The council declared that he was worthy of death, and the Tsar confirmed the judgment of the council, and a day was appointed on which Alexis was to be arraigned in order that sentence of death might be solemnly pronounced upon him. But before the appointed day arrived, Alexis was attacked with convulsions caused by his terror, and the Tsar visited him in the fortress where he was dying. The dying prince besought forgiveness of his father with such prayers and tears that Peter and his ministers were overcome with emotion. The Tsar gave Alexis his forgiveness and his blessing, and took his leave with tears and lamentations. Soon after, Alexis expired. The funeral rites were performed by the Tsar and his family with much solemnity. At the service in the church, a funeral sermon was pronounced by the priest from the appropriate text, quote, "O Absalom, my son Absalom," end quote. Thus ended this dreadful tragedy. The heir to the throne was now the little son of Catherine, Peter Petrowitz. The birth of this son, which occurred about 3 years before the death of Alexis, was such delight to Peter the Great that he celebrated the event with public rejoicings. At the baptism of the babe, 2 kings, those of Denmark and of Prussia, acted as godfathers. The christening was attended with the most gorgeous banquets. Among other curious contrivances were 2 enormous pies, one served in the room of the gentlemen, and the other in that of the ladies. From the ladies' pie there stepped out, when it was opened, a young dwarf, very small, and clothed in a fantastic manner. The dwarf brought out with him, from the pie, some glasses and a bottle of wine, and he walked round the table, drinking to the health of the ladies, who were intensely amused by his droll manners. In the gentleman's room the pie was similar, from which a female dwarf stepped forth and performed the same ceremony. Peter the Great was much attached to his wife Catherine, whose romantic life we have not space to describe. Her influence over the Tsar was most beneficial. About a year after the death of Alexis, the little Peter Petrowitz, the idolized son of the Tsar, also died. Peter the Great was completely overwhelmed with grief at this new calamity. Even Catherine, who usually had power to soothe his fits of frenzy, anger, or grief, and whose touch would often stop the contortions of his face, could not comfort him now, for the sight of her only reminded him more keenly of his loss. It was feared at this time that grief would kill the Tsar, for he shut himself up alone, and would not allow anyone to come near him for 3 days and nights. Peter the Great, however, lived 16 years after this event. During these last years he continued the reforms in his empire and increased the power and influence of his government among surrounding nations. As both of his sons were dead, he determined to leave the government in the hands of Catherine, and she was crowned empress with most imposing ceremonies. In less than a year after this event, the Tsar was attacked with a sudden illness during the ceremonies and rejoicings connected with the betrothal of one of his daughters to a foreign duke. His death took place on the 28th of January, 1725. Another of his daughters having died a short time after her father, their bodies were interred together. The funeral obsequies were so protracted, and were conducted with so much pomp and ceremony, that 6 weeks elapsed before the remains of Peter the Great were formally committed to the tomb. The fame of Peter the Great differs from that attained by other famous rulers of the world. for it was not consequent upon renowned foreign conquests, but the triumph which Peter achieved was the commencement of a work of internal improvement and reform which now, after a century and a half has passed, is still going on. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Frederick the Great, AD 1712 to 1786. Part 1. Kings are like stars. They rise and set. They have the worship of the world, but no repose. Shelley. A man's a man, but when you see a king, you see the work of many thousand men. George Eliot. Carlyle accused Schiller of oversetting fact, disregarding reality, and tumbling time and space topsy-turvy. That there is great danger of doing the latter in condensing such a life as that of Frederick the Great into the small space allotted to these sketches cannot be denied. But fiction itself could scarcely overstate the facts connected with this weird but most fascinating glimpse of historical events. Carlyle says, with such wagon loads of books and printed records as exist on the subject of Frederick, it has always seemed possible, even for a stranger, to acquire some real understanding of him, though practically here and now, I have to own, it proves difficult beyond conception. Alas, the books are not cosmic, they are chaotic. True it is not want of material, but the overwhelming multiplicity of documents which renders it difficult to trace out a clear-cut figure of Frederick the Great. And that we may do it more concisely, and yet entertainingly, a series of panoramic pictures will perhaps be the best method of achieving the desired end. About 100 years ago there used to be seen, sauntering on the terraces of Sans-Souci, for a short time in the afternoon, or you might have met him elsewhere at an earlier hour, riding or driving in a rapid business manner on the open roads or through the scraggy woods and avenues of that intricate amphibious Potsdam region. A highly interesting, lean little old man of alert though slightly stooping figure, whose name among strangers was King Frederick II, or Frederick the Great of Prussia, and at home among the common people who much loved and esteemed him was Vater Fritz, Father Fred. He is a king, every inch of him, though without the trappings of a king. He presents himself in a Spartan simplicity of vesture, no crown, but an old military cocked hat, generally old, or trampled and kneaded into absolute softness if new. No sceptre, but one like Agamemnon's, a walking stick cut from the woods, which serves also as a riding stick. And for royal robes, a mere soldier's blue coat with red facings. Coat likely to be old, and sure to have a good deal of Spanish snuff on the breast of it. Rest of the apparel dim, unobtrusive in colour or cut, ending in high over-knee military boots, which may be brushed, but are not permitted to be blackened or varnished. The man is not of godlike physiognomy, any more than of imposing stature or costume. Close-shut mouth with thin lips, prominent jaws and nose, receding brow, by no means of Olympian height, head, however, is of long form, and has superlative grey eyes in it. Not what is called a beautiful man, nor yet, by all appearance, what is called a happy. The face bears evidence of many sorrows, of much hard labour done in this world. Quiet stoicism, great unconscious and some conscious pride, well tempered with a cheery mockery of humour, are written on that old face, which carries its chin well forward, in spite of the slight stoop around the neck. Snuffy nose, rather flung into the air, under its old cocked hat, like an old snuffy lion on the watch. And such a pair of eyes as no man, or lion, or lynx of that century bore elsewhere. Those eyes, which at the bidding of his great soul fascinated you with seduction or with terror. Most excellent, potent, brilliant eyes, swift darting as the stars, steadfast as the sun, grey, we said, of the azure grey colour, large enough, not of glaring size, the habitual expression of them vigilance and penetrating sense, and gives us the notion of a lambent outer radiance, springing from some great inner sea of light and fire in the man. The voice, if he speak to you, is clear, melodious, and sonorous. All tones are in it. Ingenious inquiry, graceful sociality, light-flowing banter, up to definite word of command, up to desolating word of rebuke and reprobation. Such is the picture of Frederick the Great in his latter days. But now we will turn back our panoramic views and behold the setting of his early years. And, to a clearer understanding of those events, an aid may be found in glancing at his native country, Prussia. For many centuries, the country on the southern coasts of the Baltic Sea was inhabited by wild tribes of barbarians, almost as savage as the beasts which roamed in their forests. After a time, the tribes, tamed and partly civilized, produced a race of tall and manly proportions, fair in complexion with flaxen hair, stern aspect, great physical strength, and most formidable foes in battle. Centuries passed of which history notes only wars and woes, when from this chaotic barbarism, order emerged. Small states were organized, and a political life began. In 1700, one of the petty provinces was called the Marquisate of Brandenburg, whose marquis was Frederick, of the family of Hohenzollern. To the east of this province was a duchy called Prussia, which was at length added to the domains of Frederick, the Marquis of Brandenburg, and he obtained from the Emperor of Germany the recognition of his domains as a kingdom, and assumed the title of Frederick I of Prussia. On the 16th of November, 1700, his ambassador returned triumphantly from Vienna. The Kaiser has consented. We are to wear a royal crown on top of our periwig. Thus Prussia became a kingdom. When Frederick was crowned King of Prussia, most gorgeous was the pomp, most royal was the grandeur of the imposing ceremonies. Carlyle says, "The magnificence of Frederick's processionings into Königsberg, and of his coronation ceremonials there, what pen can describe it? What pen need? Folio volumes with copper plates have been written on it, and are not yet all pasted into bandboxes, or split into spills. The diamond buttons of his Majesty's coat, snuff-coloured or purple I cannot recollect, cost 1,500 apiece. By this one feature judge what an expensive hair. Streets were hung with cloth, carpeted with cloth, no end of draperies and cloth. Your oppressed imagination feels as if there was cloth enough of scarlet and other bright colours to thatch the Arctic zone, with illuminations, cannon salvos, fountains running wine. Frederick himself put the crown on his head, king here in my own right after all, and looked his royalist, we may fancy, the kind eyes of him almost fierce for moments, and the cheerfulness of pride well blending with something of awful. But now we must hang up the picture of Frederick the grandfather, for there has another Frederick come to claim our attention. Courage, poor old grandfather, poor old man. He got his own back half broken by a careless nurse, letting him fall, and has slightly stooped ever since, much against his will, for he would fain have been beautiful. But here is a new edition of a Frederick, the first having gone off with so little effort. This one's back is still unbroken. Who knows but heaven may be kinder to this one? Heaven was much kinder to this one. Him heaven had needed of a more potent stuff, a mighty fellow this one, and a strange, of a swift, far-darting nature this one, like an Apollo clad in sunbeams and in lightnings, and with a back which all the world could not succeed in breaking. Between the old grandfather and this famous Frederick there hangs the picture of still another Frederick, only a little less famous, Frederick Wilhelm, Crown Prince of Prussia when his famous son was born, afterwards second King of Prussia, and withal most ferocious in his nature, part bear and part maniac. His picture is thus graphically sketched. The new monarch who assumed the crown with the title of Frederick Wilhelm, not with that of Frederick II, to the utter consternation of the court, dismissed nearly every honorary official of the palace, from the highest dignitary to the humblest page. His flashing eye and determined manner were so appalling that no one ventured to remonstrate. A clean sweep was made, so that the household was reduced to the lowest footing of economy consistent with the supply of indispensable wants. 8 servants were retained at 6 shillings a week. His father had 35 pages. All were dismissed, but free. There were 1,000 saddle horses in the royal stables. Frederick William kept 30. 3/4 of the names were struck from the pension list. For 27 years this strange man reigned. He was like no other monarch. Great wisdom and shrewdness were blended with unutterable folly and almost maniacal madness. Though a man of strong powers of mind, he was very illiterate. For spelling, grammar, penmanship, and composition, his semi-articulate papers resemble nothing else extant, are as if done by the paw of a bear. Indeed, the utterance generally sounds more like the growling of a bear than anything that could be handily spelled or passed. But there is a decisive human sense in the heart of it, and such a dire hatred of empty bladders, unrealities, and hypocritical forms and pretences, which he calls wind and humbug, as is very strange indeed. His energy inspired the whole kingdom and paved the way for the achievements of his son. The father created the machine with which the son attained such wonderful results. He commuted the old feudal service into a fixed money payment. He goaded the whole realm into industry, compelling even the apple women to knit at the stalls. The crown lands were farmed out. He drained bogs, planted colonies, established manufacturers, and in every way encouraged the use of Prussian products. He carried with him invariably a stout rattan cane. Upon the slightest provocation, like a madman, he would thrash those who displeased him. He was an arbitrary king, ruling at his sovereign will, and disposing of the liberty, the property, and the lives of his subjects at his pleasure. Every year he accumulated large masses of coin, which he deposited in barrels in the cellar of his palace. He had no powers of graceful speech, but spent his energetic, joyless life in grumbling and growling. He would allow no drapery, no stuffed furniture, no carpets in his apartments. He sat upon a plain wooden chair. He ate roughly of roast beef, despised all delicacies. His dress was a close military blue coat, with red cuffs and collar, buff waistcoat and breeches, and white linen gaiters to the knee. His sword was belted around his waist. A well-worn, battered triangular hat covered his head. He walked rapidly through the streets which surrounded his palaces at Potsdam and Berlin. If he met anyone, he would abruptly inquire, "Who are you?" When His Majesty took a walk, every human being fled before him, as if a tiger had broken loose from a menagerie. If he met a lady in the street, he gave her a kick and told her to go home and mind her children. If he saw a clergyman staring at the soldiers, he admonished the reverend gentleman to betake himself to study and prayer, and enforced his pious advice by a stout caning administered on the spot. But it was in his own house that he was most unreasonable and ferocious. His palace was hell, and he the most execrable of fiends. And now we will turn this unlovely picture of the bearish Frederick William to the wall, while we examine a portrait of the young Fritz, afterwards Frederick the Great. In the Palace of Berlin on the 24th of January 1712, a small infant opened its eyes upon this world. Though small, he was of great promise and possibility, and thrice and 4 times welcome to all sovereign and other persons in the Prussian court and Prussian realms in those cold winter days. His father, they say, was like to have stifled him with his caresses, so overjoyed was the man, or at least to have scorched him in the blaze of the fire, when happily some much suitabler female nurse snatched this little creature from the rough paternal paws, and saved it for the benefit of Prussia and mankind. Then they christened this wee fellow, aged 1 week, with immense magnificence and pomp of ceremony, Carl Frederick. But the Carl dropped altogether out of practice, and Frederick, rich in peace, became his only title, until his father became King of Prussia, and Fritz stepped into the rank of Crown Prince, and subsequently became the most renowned sovereign of his nation, and took his place in the foremost rank of the famous rulers of the world. Frederick William had married, when 18 years of age, his pretty cousin, Sophie Dorothy, daughter of George I of England. Little Fritz had an elder sister named Wilhelmina. There were several younger children afterwards, but our story mostly concerns Fritz and his sister Wilhelmina, for whom he showed greater affection than for any other person. Frederick William was very desirous that Fritz should be a soldier, but the beautiful laughing Fritz, with his long golden curls and sensitive nature, was fonder of books and music than of war and soldiering, which much offended his stern father. And so great was his abhorrence of such a feminine employment as he esteemed music, that little Fritz and Wilhelmina must needs practise in secret, and had it not been for the aid of their mother, the Queen Sophie Dorothy, they would have been denied this great pleasure. But the music masters were sent to the forests or caves by the Queen, and there the Prince Fritz and Wilhelmina took their much prized music lessons. But one day, the stern king found Fritz and Wilhelmina marching around together, while the laughing prince was proudly beating a drum, much to his own and his sister's delight. The king was so overjoyed at this manifestation of supposed military taste in his son, that he immediately called the Queen to witness the performance, and then employed an artist to transfer the scene to canvas. This picture still hangs upon the walls of the Charlottenburg Palace. When Fritz was but 6 years old, a military company was organised for him, consisting of about 300 lads. This band was called the Crown Prince Cadets. Fritz was very thoroughly drilled in his military duties, and a uniform was provided for him. An arsenal was built on the palace grounds in Potsdam, where he mounted batteries and practised gunnery with small brass ordnance. Until Fritz was 7 years of age, his education had been under the care of a French governess. But at that age he was taken from his lady teachers and placed under tutors. These tutors were military officers of great renown. The following directions were drawn up by Frederick William regarding his son's education. My son must be impressed with love and fear of God as the foundations of our temporal and eternal welfare. No false religions or sects of atheist, Arian, Socinian, or whatever name the poisonous things have, which can easily corrupt a young mind, are to even be named in his hearing. He is to be taught a proper abhorrence of papistry, and to be shown its baselessness and nonsensicality. Impress on him the true religion, which consists essentially in this, that Christ died for all men. He is to learn no Latin, but German and French, so as to speak and write with brevity and propriety. Let him learn arithmetic, mathematics, artillery, economy, to the very bottom, history in particular, ancient history only slightly, but the history of the last 150 years to the exactest pitch. He must be completely master of geography, as also of whatever is remarkable in each country. With increasing years you will more and more, to an especial degree, go upon fortification, the formation of a camp, and other war sciences, that the prince may from youth upwards be trained to act as officer and general, and to seek all his glory in his soldier profession. Frederick William took little Fritz with him from early childhood on all his military reviews. And in going from garrison to garrison, the king employed a common vehicle called a sausage car. This consisted of a mere stuffed pole some 10 or 12 feet long, upon which they sat astride. It rested upon wheels, and the riders, 10 or a dozen, were rattled along over the rough roads through dust and rain, in winter's cold and summer's heat. This iron king robbed his child even of sleep, saying, "Too much sleep stupefies a fellow." Sitting astride of this log carriage, the tender and delicate Fritz, whose love was for music, poetry, and books, was forced to endure all kinds of hardship and fatigue. When Fritz was 10 years of age, his exacting father made out a set of rules which covered all the hours of this poor boy's life. Not even Saturday or Sunday was left untrammelled by his stern requirements. Fritz was a remarkably handsome boy with a fine figure, small and delicate hands and feet, and flowing blonde hair. His father, despising all the etiquette and social manners of life and dress, ordered his beautiful hair to be cut off, and denied him every luxury of the toilette and adornment. Frederick William early displayed an aversion for his handsome son, which soon amounted to actual hatred. As Wilhelmina and the mother of Fritz both took his part against the angry and brutal king, the wrath of that almost inhuman monster was also meted out to them. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Boy's Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Frederick the Great, AD 1712 to 1786. Part 2. When Fritz was 14 years of age, he was appointed by his father as captain of the Potsdam Grenadier Guards. This regiment was the glory of the king, and was composed entirely of giants. The shortest of the men were nearly 7 feet high, and the tallest nearly 9 feet in height. Frederick William did not scruple to take any means of securing these coveted giants, and his recruiting officers were stationed in many places for the purpose of seizing any large men, no matter what their nationality or position. When the rulers of neighbouring realms complained at this unlawful seizure of their subjects, the Prussian king pretended that it was done without his knowledge. If any young woman was found in his kingdom of remarkable stature, she was compelled to marry one of the king's giants. This guard consisted of 2,400 men. The Queen Mother, Sophie Dorothy, had set her mind upon bringing about a double marriage between Wilhelmina and her cousin Fred, son of the King of England, and Fritz and his cousin, the Princess Amelia, the sister of Fred. But though all her schemes came to naught, they occasioned much trouble in her family, and brought down upon the heads of poor Wilhelmina and Fritz much brutal persecution from their inhuman father. Frederick William took his son Fritz to visit Augustus, King of Poland. This king was an exceedingly profligate man, and the young Fritz learned vicious habits at this court, which lured him into evil ways, which ever after left their blot upon his character and morals. This fatal visit to Dresden occurred when Fritz was 16 years of age, and the dissipation of those 4 weeks introduced the Crown Prince to habits which have left an indelible stain upon his reputation, and which poisoned his life. The king's previous dislike to his son was now converted into contempt and hatred, as he became aware of his vicious habits. For though the Iron King was a maniac in temper, and cruel as a savage, he had no weakness towards an immoral life. King Frederick William was now confined to his chair with gout, and poor Wilhelmina and Fritz were the victims upon whom his severest tyrannies fell. The Princess Wilhelmina was very beautiful, and had it not been for his love for his sister, upon whom the whole weight of his father's resentment would then fall, Fritz would have escaped from his home and the terrible ill-treatment he there received. We have not the space to give the pictures of the family broils in this unhappy household. Now the crabbed old man would snatch the plates from the table at dinner and fling them at the heads of his children, usually at hapless Wilhelmina or Fritz. Then, angered at Wilhelmina because she refused to take whatever husband her cruel father might select, irrespective of her inclination or wishes, he shut the poor princess up in her apartment and tried to starve her into submission. For, as she writes, I was really dying of hunger, having nothing to eat but soup made with salt and water and a ragout of old bones full of hairs and other dirt. At last she yielded to her father's demands, but then incurred the anger of her mother, who had set her heart upon the match with the Prince of Wales. So the poor princess's days were full of bitterness. But, fortunately, the Prince of Bayreuth, whom she married, turned out to be a kind husband. But as he was absent most of the time on regimental duty, and had but his small salary, and the old Marquis of Bayreuth, her husband's father, was penurious, irascible, and an inebriate, she often suffered for the necessities of life. The home of her step-parents was unendurable, and the home of her childhood was still more so. Unhappy princess. And yet, in the midst of all this misery, her bright and graphic letters form one of the greatest delights to students of history, and give true pictures of the home of Frederick the Great, which can be found nowhere else. Fritz had now seriously offended his father, that the king openly exposed him to contempt. He even flogged the prince with his rattan in the presence of others, and the young heir apparent to the throne of Prussia, beautiful in person, high-spirited, and of superior genius, was treated by his father with studied insult, even in the presence of monarchs, of lords and ladies, of the highest dignitaries of Europe. And after raining blows upon his head, he exclaimed in diabolical wrath, as if desirous of goading his son to suicide, "Had I been so treated by my father, I would have blown my brains out. But this fellow has no honour. He takes all that comes." But at last, Fritz decided not to take longer all that came, and so he prepared for flight. On the 15th of July, 1730, the King of Prussia set out with a small train, accompanied by Fritz, to take a journey to the Rhine. When near Augsburg, Fritz wrote to Lieutenant Katte, one of his profligate friends, stating that he should embrace the first opportunity to escape to The Hague, that there he should assume the name of the Count of Olberville. He wished Katte to join him there, and to bring with him the overcoat and the 1,000 ducats which he had left in his hands. Just after midnight the prince stole out to meet his valet, who had been commanded to bring some horses to the village green. But as Keith, the valet, appeared with the horses, he was accosted by one of the king's guards, and the prince, although disguised with a red overcoat, was recognised and forced to withdraw to his own quarters and give up the attempt for that time. The king was informed of these things, and now the poor prince was put in the care of 3 of the guard, and they were informed if the prince was allowed to escape, death would be their doom. Upon the king's arrival at Wesel, he ordered his culprit's son to be brought before him. A terrible scene ensued. As the king would give no assurance that his friends who had aided him should be pardoned, the crown prince evaded all attempts to extort from him confessions which would implicate them. "Why," asked the king, furiously, "did you attempt to desert?" "I wished to escape," the prince boldly replied, "because you did not treat me like a son, but like an abject slave." "You are a cowardly deserter," the father exclaimed, "devoid of all feelings of honour." "I have as much honour as you have," the son replied, "and I have only done that which I have heard you say 100 times you would have done yourself had you been treated as I have been." The infuriated king was now beside himself with rage. He drew his sword, and seemed upon the point of thrusting it through the heart of his son, when General Mosel threw himself before the king, exclaiming, "Sire, you may kill me, but spare your son." The prince was then placed in a room where 2 sentries watched over him with fixed bayonets. As the prince had held the rank of colonel in the army, his unjust father declared he was a deserter and merited death. Frederick William, whose brutal cruelty exceeds our powers of belief, then sent a courier with the following dispatch to his wife: "I have arrested the rascal Fritz. I shall treat him as his crime and his cowardice merit. He has dishonoured me and all my family. So great a wretch is no longer worthy to live. His Majesty is in a flaming rage. He arrests, punishes, and banishes where there is a trace of cooperation with deserter Fritz and his schemes. It is dangerous to have spoken kindly to the Crown Prince, or even to have been spoken to by him. Doris Ritter, a young girl who was a good musician and whom the unfortunate Fritz had presented with music and sometimes joined in her singing in the presence of the girl's mother, is condemned to be publicly whipped through the streets by the beadle, and to be imprisoned for 3 years, forced to the hard labour of beating hemp. The excellent tutor of the Crown Prince is banished, the accusation against him being that he had introduced French literature to the prince, which had caused him to imbibe infidel notions. The wicked old king never seemed to think that his own brutal conduct might have influenced the prince to be indifferent to the religion which he hypocritically professed to believe, but so poorly practised. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was conveyed from Wesel to the castle of Mittenwalde, where he was imprisoned in a room without furniture or bed. Here, Grumkau, one of the king's ministers, was sent to interrogate him. Though the cruel old minister threatened the rack of torture to force him to confess, Fritz had the nerve to reply, "A hangman such as you naturally takes pleasure in talking of his tools and of his trade, but on me they will produce no effect. I have owned everything, and almost regret to have done so. I ought not to degrade myself by answering the questions of a scoundrel such as you are." The next day the Crown Prince was sent to the fortress of Kustrin, about 70 miles from Berlin. The strong dungeon-like room in which he was incarcerated consisted of bare walls without any furniture, the light being admitted by a single aperture so high that the prince could not look out of it. He was divested of his uniform, of his sword, of every mark of dignity. Coarse brown clothes of the plainest cut were furnished him. His flute was taken from him, and he was deprived of all books but the Bible and a few devotional treatises. He was allowed a daily sum amounting to 12 cents for his food, 8 cents for his dinner, and 4 for his supper. His food was purchased at a cook shop nearby and cut for him. He was not permitted the use of a knife. The door was opened 3 times a day for ventilation, morning, noon, and night, but not for more than 4 minutes each time. A single tallow candle was allowed him, but that was to be extinguished at 7 o'clock in the evening. For long months this Prince of 19 was imprisoned in absolute solitude, awaiting the doom of his merciless father. But the savage king had reserved still greater torture for the unfortunate Fritz. By the order of the king, Fritz, who also had been condemned to die, was brought down into a lower room of the fortress, and there compelled to witness the execution of Lieutenant Katter, his friend, whom the king had condemned as guilty of high treason. As Fritz was led into the lower apartment of the fortress, the curtains which concealed the window were drawn back, and Fritz, to his horror, beheld the scaffold, draped in black, placed directly before the window. The frantic young prince was in an agony of despair, and exclaimed, with eyes full of tears, "In the name of God, I beg you to stop the execution till I write to the king. I am ready to renounce all my rights to the crown, if he will pardon Katter." But the attendants knew the iron will of the merciless monarch, and his cries and tears were unheeded. As the condemned was led by the window to ascend the scaffold, Fritz cried out to him in tones of deepest anguish, "Pardon me, my dear Katter, pardon me. Oh, that this should be what I have done for you." "Death is sweet for a prince I love so well," replied the heroic Katter, with calm fortitude. And ascending the scaffold, the bloody execution was performed, while 4 grenadiers held Fritz with his face to the window, so that he must perforce look upon the ghastly scene. But as Katter's gory head rolled upon the scaffold, the prince fainted. When the poor tortured prince regained his consciousness, his misery plunged him into a fever, and in his wild delirium he sought to take his life. When the fever abated, he sank into hopeless despair, looking forward to nothing but a like horrible death. With strange inconsistency, the ferocious king, who could thus torture the body and mind of the prince, expressed the greatest anxiety for the salvation of his soul. It is not strange that the example of such a father staggered the faith of his son. And failing to see that the religion professed by his father was bigoted fanaticism instead of the religion of the pure and saving truths inculcated by a sinless Christ, the Crown Prince became in after life an infidel. In accordance with a promise made by the king, that his life should be spared if he would acknowledge his guilt, which word was brought to the lonely captive by the chaplain Muller, the Crown Prince took an oath of submission to the king, and soon after wrote this letter to his father. All serenest and all graciousest father, to your royal majesty, my all graciousest father, I have, by my disobedience, as their subject and soldier, not less than by my undutifulness as their son, given occasion to a just wrath and aversion against me. With the all-obedientest respect, I submit myself wholly to the grace of my most all-gracious Father, and beg him most all-graciously to pardon me, as it is not so much the withdrawal of my liberty in a sad arrest, as my own thoughts of the fault I have committed that have brought me to reason, who, with all-obedientest respect and submission, continue till my end, my all-graciousest kings and fathers, faithfully obedient servant and son, Frederick. Though the prince had been brought by his terrors and sorrows to make such a humble appeal, his father's anger was not entirely removed. The prince was still forced to dwell in the town of Coeur, in a house poorly furnished, and though allowed to wear his sword, his uniform was forbidden him. He was debarred all amusements, and was forbidden to read, write, or speak French, and was denied his flute, of which he was exceedingly fond. 3 persons were appointed constantly to watch him. His only recreation was the order to attend the sittings of the Chamber of Councillors in that district. At last, through the intercession of his sister Wilhelmina, the king consented to allow Fritz to come home. In March 1732, the Crown Prince was betrothed to Princess Elizabeth, the daughter of the Duke of Bevern. The sufferings of this unhappy princess cannot now be related. The Queen of Prussia received her with bitter hatred, because this match would crush her cherished plans of marrying her son to Princess Amelia of England, and Fritz himself, forced to be betrothed against his will, treated her with utter neglect. In June 1733, the Crown Prince was married to Elizabeth, she being 18, and he 21 years of age. Frederick I of Prussia had reared a very magnificent palace in Berlin, and in spite of all his stinginess in his household, Frederick William added masses of silver to the ornamentation of this palace, for he prided himself on his army and his money as giving him power and influence in Europe. He had stored away many barrels of money in the vaults of his palace, and as there do not seem to have been banking institutions in his realms in those days, he ordered vast quantities of silver to be wrought into chandeliers, mirror frames, and balconies, which gave him a great reputation for wealth, and could at any time be converted into money. This hoarded wealth saved his son from ruin when involved in after wars which exhausted his treasury. The Crown Prince, having married a niece of the Emperor of Germany, and being also of age, his father lost much of his control over him. Frederick was now the rising sun, and his father the setting luminary. All the courts of Europe were anxious to gain the favour of the coming King of Prussia. The king allowed his son a petty income, but the Crown Prince borrowed large sums of money from the Empress of Germany, from Russia, and from England, who were quite ready to supply his wants, being assured of payment when he should receive the throne. Fritz did not forget his sister Wilhelmina, but gave her money to relieve her wants. War now broke out between France and Germany, and Frederick William became an ally of the Emperor. The Crown Prince accompanied the King of Prussia to the siege of Philipsburg. The campaign continued for some time, but the Prince saw little of active service. The King of Prussia, being broken down in health by gout and intemperance, now became very ill, and was obliged to return home. Though Frederick returned from this campaign neither socially nor morally improved, he had become very ambitious of high intellectual culture and of literary renown. He was now living in the village of Rainsburg, in a castle which the king had purchased and assigned to his son. He here gathered around him a number of scholarly men, and commenced and persevered in a severe course of study, devoting his morning to his books, and the remainder of the day to recreation and music. The old king grumbled at his son's studies and his recreations, but Frederick was now a full-grown man, whose heirship to the crown made him a power in Europe, and the snarling old king was confined to his rooms with dropsy and gout, growling away his last hours. The companions of Frederick's hours of recreation were gay and profligate young men, who scoffed at religion and every virtue. No wonder that with such godless companions and with such an inconsistent and irreligious example in his father, even while professing the most fanatical devotion to the church and religion, the mind of the talented young prince should have been turned into the wandering wilds of unbelief. Voltaire was at this time about 40 years of age. His renown as a man of genius already filled Europe. Frederick became an ardent admirer of Voltaire, and a correspondence was commenced between them. Now the grim old King of Prussia is forced to meet a still grimmer antagonist, who will not take no for an answer. He has fought the world, fought all human affection, fought all feelings of humanity, fought every good spirit within his heart, except a brutal fanaticism which he ignorantly and superstitiously called religion, fought gout, dropsy, and manifold complaints of the flesh, fought his wife, fought his children, tried to fight the devil, but ended up in being his slave. But he cannot fight grim death, which now clutches him in his ghastly grasp. But not to be outdone even by this enemy, while the death gurgle was even rattling in his throat, he solemnly abdicated in favour of his son Frederick, and with his fingers trembling with the chill of the grave, he signed the deed, and falling back, expired. So the obstinate old king was determined that his will, not death, should hand over the crown of Prussia, which he could no longer clutch with his own cruel hands. Voltaire said of his reign, "It must be owned Turkey is a republic in comparison to the despotism exercised by Frederick William." Frederick the Great was 28 years of age when he became King of Prussia. He was very handsome and of graceful presence. In rapid succession, the young king announced certain sentiments which were so amazing in the eyes of the rulers of that age as to be considered phenomena. The day after his ascension to the throne, he summoned his ministers and declared, "Our grand care will be to further the country's well-being and to make every one of our subjects contented and happy." Strange ideas, when all sovereigns had hitherto only thought of their own contentment. Next, he abolished the use of torture in criminal trials. More wonderful still, the world said. Soon he issued this marvellous edict, which struck consternation in the midst of the upholders of bigotry and fanatical superstition. All religions must be tolerated, and the king's solicitor must have an eye that none of them make unjust encroachments on the other, for in this country every man must get to heaven his own way. Europe was electrified. Priests trembled. Bigotry and religious persecution hung their heads and slunk away. But more surprises. "The press is free," thundered forth this powerful young Frederick the Great, and all these phenomena accomplished in the first year of his reign. No wonder Europe turned their eyes to the rising monarch. Sad pity that he did not continue in this line of action, bringing blessings instead of woes upon mankind. But the angel of wise reform was soon driven from his heart and mind by the subtle and poisonous demon of selfish ambition. The young king soon abolished the giant guards. He no longer coveted fine clothes, no longer indulged in the luxury of slippers and French dressing gown, which had raised the ire of his ease-hating father. His hours were rigidly counted, and various duties assigned them in regular routine. Though he treated his nominal wife Queen Elizabeth politely in company, he utterly neglected her in his domestic life, and in later years rarely ever addressed a word to her. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Boy's Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy's Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Frederick the Great, AD 1712 to 1786. Part 3. On the southwest frontier of Prussia was an Austrian realm, Silesia. For more than a century it had been a portion of the Austrian kingdom. Maria Theresa had inherited the crown of Austria. Frederick, wishing to enlarge his own domains, determined to invade Silesia. History has severely condemned this unprovoked invasion. In January 1741, the Prussian army were encamped before Niza. On Sunday morning, January the 15th, the deadly fire of shot and shell was opened upon the crowded city, where women and children, wounded and bleeding, ran to and fro, frantic with terror. For 5 days the deadly missiles rained down upon the city almost without intermission. Not wishing entirely to destroy the city, Frederick then converted the siege into a blockade, and, leaving his troops before the place, returned to Berlin. Frederick in this 6 weeks' campaign had let loose the dogs of war, and he must now meet the consequences. The chivalry of Europe were in sympathy with the young and beautiful Austrian queen. Every court in Europe was aware of the fact that it was owing to the intervention of the father of Maria Theresa that the life of Frederick was spared, and that he was rescued from the scaffold when the exasperated and ferocious Frederick William had condemned his own son to death. France had no fear of Prussia, but France did fear the supremacy of Austria over Europe. Therefore, France was leaning towards the side of Frederick. England was the foe of France. Therefore, England sympathized with Austria. The puerile king of England, George II, hated his nephew, Frederick of Prussia, which hatred Frederick vigorously returned. Spain was at war with England and ready for alliance with her foes. The father of the infant Tsar of Russia was the brother of Frederick's neglected wife Elizabeth. Russia had not yet displayed her partisanship to either side. Minor powers might be constrained by terror or led by bribes. Meanwhile, the heroic Maria Theresa was resolved not to part with 1 inch of her territory, and the patriotism of the Austrian court inspired by her determined then to seek to drive the Prussians out of Silesia. A rumour comes that England, Poland and Russia are contemplating invasion of the Prussian realms. Frederick immediately dispatched a force to Hanover to seize upon that continental possession of the King of England upon the slightest indication of hostility. This menace alarmed George II. Young Prince Leopold had assaulted and captured Glogau from the Austrians, which Frederick considered an important achievement, and sent Prince Leopold a present of $10,000. Frederick next proceeded to push the siege of Niza, but upon nearing that place he found that General Neipperg with a large force of Austrians were coming against him. The siege of Niza was abandoned, and the entire Prussian army gathered around the king. The night before the contemplated battle, Frederick wrote to his brother Augustus William, who, as Frederick had no children, was heir to the throne and crown prince of Prussia, informing him of his danger, of the coming battle, and bidding farewell to himself and his mother in case of his death. No word of affectionate remembrance was sent to his neglected wife. On the morrow, which was Sunday, a snowstorm raged so furiously that neither army could move. On Monday the battle began. The Prussians advanced boldly with waving banners and martial music and valiantly charged the enemy. But the Austrians returned the charge with such fury that the Prussian right wing, where Frederick himself commanded, was routed and put to flight. Frederick, struck with terror, lost his presence of mind and ingloriously fled with the rest. As with his little band of fugitives he rushed into the gloom of night, he exclaimed in despair, "Oh, my God, this is too much!" But as the crestfallen king waits under the shelter of a mill, a courier rides up and cries, "The Prussian army has gained the victory!" Thus the Prussian king had been galloping from the battlefield in fear and terror while his valiant troops were achieving the victory. This incident caused unlimited merriment among the sarcastic foes of Frederick, and he himself was never known to allude to this humiliating adventure. The picture of the heroic and intrepid Maria Theresa encouraging her troops to patriotism and valour in the very face of her foes, and that of the terror-stricken Frederick rushing from the field of battle, do not form a comparison very flattering to the bravery of the young Prussian king. But as some actors on the stage who have had the worst stage frights have afterwards made the most brilliant stars, so the ignominious flight of the king did not prevent him from becoming one of the greatest generals of the world. Gradually, the secret alliance of France, Bavaria, and Prussia was made known. Under the threatening danger which menaced ruin, Maria Theresa, urged by her council and by the English court, consented to propose terms of compromise to Frederick. To the English ministers, sent from Vienna to offer $1 million to the Prussian king if he would consent to relinquish this enterprise and retire from Silesia, Frederick answered, "Retire from Silesia, and for money. Do you take me for a beggar? Retire from Silesia, in the conquest of which I have expended so much blood and treasure? No, sir, no. I am at the head of an army which has already vanquished the enemy and which is ready to meet the enemy again. The country which alone I desire is already conquered and securely held. If the Queen do not now grant me all I require, I shall, in 4 weeks, demand 4 principalities more. I now demand the whole of Lower Silesia, Breslau included. With that answer, you can return to Vienna." These tidings caused consternation in the Austrian council. Again, the high-spirited Queen was forced by her circumstances and influenced by her council and England to accede to the compromise, and she agreed to surrender the whole of Lower Silesia to Frederick. But when such word was brought to the Prussian camp, the king replied, "I will not see the minister. The time has passed. I will not now listen to a compromise." Now followed a dark and deceitful manoeuvre on the part of Frederick, which even the stratagems of war cannot warrant. He entered into secret negotiations with Austria, that if Silesia was delivered to him, he would form an alliance with them against the French, whose armies were already joined with his own, at the same time apparently keeping faith with the French, but promising to betray them to the Austrians, meanwhile stating that he must keep up sham attacks to deceive the French. Frederick now invested Niza, and pretending a sham attack, he really so vigorously assaulted it that it surrendered, and having thus obtained the last fortress in Silesia, he caused himself to be crowned Sovereign Duke of Lower Silesia, and returned to Berlin in triumph. Having, by this stratagem, obtained Silesia, he assured the French of his unchanging fidelity, and denied that he had ever entered into any arrangements with Austria. In commencing this war, he had said, "Ambition, interest, and the desire to make the world speak of me vanquished all, and war was determined on." He had indeed made the world speak of him. All Europe spoke of him. Some extolled him, others denounced his amazing perfidy. Admiration for his sagacity and fear of his power made many courts of Europe seek his alliance. Carlyle thus comments on these events. Of the political morality of this game of fast and loose, what have we to say, except that the dice on both sides seems to be loaded? That logic might be chopped upon it forever, that a candid mind will settle what degree of wisdom, which is always essential veracity, and what of folly, which is always falsity, there was in Frederick and the others. And, in fine, it will have to be granted that you cannot work in pitch and keep hands evidently clean. Frederick has got into the enchanted wilderness, populous with devils and their work. Alas, it will be long before he get out of it again, his life waning towards night before he get victoriously out. This selfish rapacity of the Prussian king set the example to others. The whole world sprang to arms. Macaulay says, "On the head of Frederick is all the blood which was shed in a war which raged during many years and in every quarter of the globe. The blood of the column of Fontenoy, the blood of the brave mountaineers who were slaughtered at Culloden. The evils produced by this wickedness were felt in lands where the name of Prussia was unknown. In order that he might rob a neighbour whom he had promised to defend, black men fought on the coast of Coromandel, and red men scalped each other by the Great Lakes of North America." In the winter of 1742, Frederick was engaged in a campaign to deliver Moravia, which was overrun by the Austrians. But in this he was not successful. On the morning of the 17th of May, 1742, Frederick again faced the Austrians at the Battle of Chotusitz. In this famous battle Frederick was victorious, and the Austrians under Prince Charles were obliged to retreat. It required 9 acres of ground to bury the dead after this bloody conflict. Frederick did not pursue the Austrians after this victory, and on the 11th of June the Treaty of Breslau was signed. By this treaty Silesia was ceded to Frederick, and he agreed to withdraw from the French alliance and enter into friendly relations with Maria Theresa. In 1744, however, Maria Theresa, having been joined by England, had been achieving so many victories on the field that Frederick, deciding that she was gathering her forces to reconquer Silesia, again entered into an alliance with France and took the field against the Austrians. But in this campaign, Frederick himself narrowly escaped being taken prisoner and returned a defeated monarch, leaving a shattered army behind him. He had already exhausted nearly all the resources which his father had accumulated. Already the sumptuous chandeliers and silver balconies had been melted up. His disastrous Bohemian campaign had cost him $350,000 a month. The least sum with which he could commence a new campaign for the protection of Silesia was $4,500,000. In spite of these apparently insurmountable difficulties, the administrative genius of Frederick made a way by which he succeeded in raising another army. On the 4th of June, 1745, the Battle of Hohenfriedberg was fought, by which victory Frederick escaped utter destruction, and the Austrians were forced sullenly to retire. All Europe was now in war, caused by the personal ambition of one man, who did not pretend that it involved any question of human rights. Frederick had openly avowed that he drew his sword and led his 100,000 soldiers to death and destruction that he might enlarge his territories and achieve renown. All the nations of Europe wished to borrow. None but England had money to lend, and England was fighting Frederick and supplying his foes with aid and money. Frederick realized that Maria Theresa, whom he had despised as a woman, was fully his equal in ability to raise and direct armies and in diplomatic intrigue. Berlin was almost defenceless. All Saxony was rising behind Frederick. In his hour of peril, with an army of 26,000 men, Frederick was obliged to meet his foes at Coeur. Defeat to Frederick would have been utter ruin, but the brave determination of the Prussian king animated his troops with desperate valour to conquer or die. And conquer they did, and the victory of Frederick was complete. On the 25th of December 1745, the Peace of Dresden was signed. The demands of Frederick were acceded to. Augustus III of Saxony, Maria Theresa of Austria, and George II of England became parties to the treaty. Frederick now entered upon a period of 10 years of peace. The Prussian king now constructed for himself a beautiful villa on a pleasant hilltop near Potsdam, which he called Sans Souci, which Carlyle quaintly translates no bother. He had 3 other palaces, far surpassing Sanssouci in magnificence: Charlottenburg at Berlin, the New Palace at Potsdam, and his palace at Regensburg. Voltaire made a long visit to the Prussian king. Frederick had been for many years greatly fascinated with that talented writer, but gradually Voltaire lost favour with the king. Frederick prided himself upon his literary abilities, and at first Voltaire flattered him. But on one occasion, when the king had sent him a manuscript to revise, he sarcastically exclaimed to the royal messenger, "When will his majesty be done with sending me his dirty linen to wash?" This speech was repeated to the king. Frederick did not lose his revenge. Voltaire had been made chamberlain. His duties were to give an hour to the Prussian king, and, as Voltaire said, to touch up a bit his works in prose and verse. But Voltaire used his sarcastic pen against the king, and especially against the president of the academy founded by the king at Berlin. A bitter pamphlet entitled La Diatribe du Docteur Akakia appeared, and the satire was so scathing that the Prussian king ordered all copies to be burned. Voltaire, though allowing the whole edition to be destroyed before his eyes, managed to send a copy to some safe place, where it was again published and arrived at Berlin by post from Dresden. People fought for the pamphlet. Everybody laughed. The satire was spread all over Europe. Frederick was enraged, and Voltaire thought it safe to leave Prussia. The king had previously presented him with a copy of his own poems, and fearing that Voltaire had him now in his power, as this volume contained some very wicked and licentious burlesques, in which Frederick had scoffed at everything and everybody, he ordered Voltaire to be arrested at Frankfurt, and the book of poems recovered. Either by Frederick's malice, or the stupidity of his agent, Freytag, Voltaire and his friends were subjected to an imprisonment for 12 days in a miserable hostelry. The intimacy between Frederick and Voltaire was thus destroyed, and a lasting friendship made impossible. In 1756, Frederick invaded Saxony. Thus was commenced the 7 Years' War, which proved to be one of the most bloody and cruel strifes ever waged. It gave Frederick the renown of being one of the ablest generals of the world. In 1757, France, Russia, Austria, Poland, and Sweden were combined against Frederick. The entire force of the Prussian king did not exceed 80,000 men. There were, marching against him, combined armies amounting to 400,000 men. On the battlefield of Leuthen, Frederick met and conquered his foes. But still, peace was out of the question without further fighting. England, at last alarmed at the growing power of France, came to the aid of Frederick. But France, Austria, Sweden, and Russia prepared for a campaign against him. On August the 25th, 1758, occurred the bloody Battle of Zorndorf between the Russians and the Prussians. It was an awful massacre. The stolid Russians refused to fly. The Prussians sabred them and trampled them beneath their horses' feet. It is considered the most bloody battle of the 7 Years' War, and some claim it was the most furious ever fought. Frederick was again victorious. But in October 1758, on the field of Hochkirch, Frederick was defeated by the Austrians. Just after the dreadful defeat came the tidings of the death of his sister Wilhelmina. Thus ended the third campaign in clouds and darkness for the Prussian king. The destinies of Europe were now held in the hands of 3 women: Maria Theresa, who by common consent had good cause for war and was fighting in self-defence; Madame de Pompadour, who, Virtually sovereign of France by reason of her supreme control of the infamous Louis XV, as Frederick had stung her by some insult, did not hesitate to deluge Europe in blood. And Catherine II, Empress of Russia, who was also Frederick's foe on account of personal pique. Frederick himself was undeniably an unscrupulous aggressor, and some call him a highway robber. The cause of Maria Theresa alone could have been called honourable. In the fourth campaign of 1759, the terrible battle of Kunersdorf was fought in August. At first, the Prussians were victorious, but the Russians at length routed them with fearful loss. So great was the despair of Frederick that it is said he contemplated suicide. For a year the struggle continued. The Prussian army left in Silesia was utterly destroyed by the Austrians. But at length the tide turned, and Frederick routed the Austrians at the Battle of Liegnitz. But the position of Frederick was still most hazardous. He was in the heart of Silesia, surrounded by hostile armies, 3 times larger than his own. Weary weeks of marching, fighting, blood, and woe passed on. Sieges, skirmishes, battles innumerable ensued. At length the Allies captured Berlin, whereupon Frederick marched quickly to the rescue of his capital. At his dread approach the Allies fled. Frederick followed the Austrians. We have no space to give details of the end of the bloody war. Frederick attacked the Austrians under Marshal Daun at Torgau, saying to his soldiers, "This war has become tedious. If I beat him, all his army must be taken prisoner or drowned in the Elbe. If we are beaten, we must all perish." After a day of hard fighting, the Prussians held the field. Frederick, who was a very profane man, replied to a soldier who inquired if they should go into winter quarters, "By all the devils, I shall not till we have taken Dresden." But Dresden he did not take at that time, and went into winter quarters at Leipzig. The 5th campaign of the 7 Years' War closed with the winter of 1760. The Russians and Austrians had concentrated in Bohemia. The summer and autumn wore away with little accomplished. The Allies feared to attack Frederick, and the Russians retreated for winter quarters. But the Austrians captured Schweidnitz, and so could winter in Silesia. This was a terrible blow to Frederick, but no word betrayed the anguish of the hard-pressed Prussian king. Taking his weary, suffering troops to Breslau, Frederick sought shelter for the winter of 1761-62. At this dark time he wrote, "The school of patience I am at is hard, long continued, cruel, nay, barbarous. I have not been able to escape my lot. All that human foresight could suggest has been employed, and nothing has succeeded. If fortune continues to pursue me, doubtless I shall sink. It is only she that can extricate me from the situation I am in. I escape out of it by looking at the universe on the great scale like an observer from some distant planet. All then seems to me so infinitely small, and I could almost pity my enemies for giving themselves such trouble about so very little." Poor blinded Frederick! He could not even see his own selfish ambition had tempted him to commence an unjust war, and thus bring upon his own head all these sorrows. On the 24th of November, 1762, the belligerents entered into an armistice until the 1st of March. All were exhausted. On the 15th of February, 1763, peace was concluded. The bloody 7 Years' War was over, and its immense result was Frederick the Great had captured and retained Silesia. The expense of the war had been 853,000 lives, which had perished on the battlefield. Of the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children who had died from exposure, famine, and pestilence, no note is taken. The population of Prussia had diminished 500,000 The world had run red with blood, the air had resounded with wails and cries and groans. Prussia was laid waste by the ravages of the war. And what had been accomplished? Frederick had achieved his renown. He had made himself talked of. Silesia had been captured, and Frederick the Great had been placed in the foremost ranks of the world's generals. Compared with the achievements of Gustavus Adolphus, whose victories had laid the foundation for the success of the Reformation, how petty had been the prize. One, a Christian king upholding liberty of conscience and religious freedom. The other, an infidel king, fighting in an unjust war for his own glory and aggrandizement. But the world applauded. Berlin blazed with illuminations and rang with the shouts of rejoicing. For 23 years, Frederick the Great still lived to bear his honours. He must have the credit of endeavouring during the remainder of his life to repair the terrible desolation and ruin which his wars had brought upon Prussia. We have but space to glance at his last hours. Dark was the gloom which shrouded his closing days. His worst enemies were the scoffing devils of unbelief he had let loose within his own soul. No Christian hopes illuminated the vast unknown into which he must so soon pass. To him the grave was but the awful portal to the direful abyss of annihilation. To his patient, cruelly neglected wife, he penned these last cold words. Madam, I am much obliged by the wishes you deign to form, but a heavy fever I have taken hinders me from answering you. With no companions near him but his servants and his dogs, he awaited the coming of his last despairing end, and thus this lonely, hopeless old man fought his last battle of life, and on the 17th of August, 1786, the fight was ended, the battle lost, and Frederick II, Frederick the Great, was carried to the tomb and laid by the side of his father. What a warning to the world! What a warning to parents! The inconsistent, brutal life of his father made him an infidel. His own selfish ambition made him more of a curse than a blessing to mankind. In the eyes of the great and just judge of the world, both lives were terrible failures. History has decreed that Frederick the Great gained a foremost place amongst the famous rulers of the world, and that his name stands in the first rank of the world's conquerors. But history has also written over his career. The verdict? He was an ambitious aggressor in an unjust war, which plunged all of Europe into the horrors of famine, pestilence, bloody conflicts, and desolated battlefields, piled with heaps of ghastly corpses, above which rose the direful wails of anguished hearts and the relentless flames of ruined homes. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie, Wehmeyer. The Boys' Book of Famous Rulers by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Napoleon I, 1769 through 1821 A.D. Part 1. He doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus. Shakespeare. Fame comes only when deserved, and then it is as inevitable as destiny, for it is destiny. Longfellow. It was not physical force, it was the magnetic majesty of mind which looked forth from those awe-inspiring eyes and gave him Jovesque grandeur and dignity and sovereign preeminence among mankind. No merely mortal man stands beside him among the same level on the heights of fame. Upon the highest mountain peak of human achievement and earthly greatness he stands alone, looking with calm, deep eyes and eagle glance upon the rolling centuries which preceded his marvelous career. In spite of all the contradictory views which have been presented of Napoleon, in spite of hostile historians who have stigmatized him as a usurper,
in spite of foes who have denounced him as a tyrant, inexorable as Nero, in spite of calumny which has proclaimed him a bloodthirsty monster, in spite of English literature and English criticism, which have denounced him as a scourge of the race, as a cook roasting whole continents and populations in the flames of war, in spite of many a Judas, such as Bourrienne, Augereau, Marmont, Berthier, Bernadotte, Moreau, and others among those whom his own genius had lifted into prominence and power, in spite of obstacles such as no other mortal man ever conquered, Napoleon the Great stands forth the most amazing phenomenon of human achievement, personal magnetism, and mortal greatness. A man who raised himself from obscurity to a throne, who changed the face of the world, who made himself felt through powerful and civilized nations, who sent the terror of his name across seas and oceans, whose will was pronounced and feared as destiny, whose donatives were crowns, whose antechamber was thronged by submissive princes, who broke down the awful barrier of the Alps and made them a highway, and whose fame was spread beyond the boundaries of civilization to the steppes of the Cossack and the deserts of the Arab. A man who has left this record of himself in history has taken out of our hands the question whether he shall be called great. All must concede to him a sublime power of action, an energy equal to great effects. Whether we think of his amazing genius, his unparalleled power of embracing vast combinations while he lost sight of none of the details necessary to ensure success, his rapidity of thought and equally sudden execution, his tireless energy, his ceaseless activity, his ability to direct the movements of 500,000 of soldiers in different parts of the world, and at the same time reform the laws, restore the finances, and administer the government of his country, or whether we trace his dazzling career from the time he was a poor, proud charity boy at the military school of Brienne to the hour when he sat down on the most brilliant throne of Europe, he is the same wonderful man, the same grand theme for human contemplation. In this short sketch, we have no space for arguments, nor does Napoleon need arguments to substantiate his claims to greatness. Facts only can prove the supremacy of his fame, and facts proclaim him unparalleled in history. Lies only defame him and make him out a tyrant. That he was without fault or blemish we would not maintain. That sad mistakes brought upon him evil consequences which he himself was the first to trace to their source we do not deny. But that amongst all these famous rulers of the world, his is the greatest name, unprejudiced history has decreed. Of all these mighty conquerors of the world, Napoleon stands second to none. When the sword of Alexander overthrew the Persian throne and subjugated the East as far as the Indus, he did but extend the civilization of Athens. The refinement of the age of Pericles, the acquirements of Attica, the philosophy of the Academy and the Lyceum, followed in the train of his victories. When Caesar subjugated Parthia and Germany and carried the Roman eagles from the summit of Caucasus to the hills of Caledonia, when he passed from Gaul to Italy, from Rome to Greece, from the plains of Pharsalia to the shores of Africa, from the ruins of Carthage to the banks of the Nile and the Euxine, when he traversed the Bosphorus and the Rhine, the Taurus and the Alps, the Atlas and the Pyrenees, and all these triumphal courses lie propagated under the protection of his personal glory, the name, the language, and manners of civilized Rome. If Alexander carried with him the age of Pericles and Caesar, that of Augustus, if they were accompanied in their triumphs by the genius of Homer and of Sophocles, of Plato and Aristotle, of Virgil and Horace, Napoleon carried with him an age that the arts, sciences, and philosophy have rendered equally illustrious, and his enterprise is no less than that of his predecessors. Though the aristocracy of Europe denounced him as an odious despot and an insatiable conqueror, in the hearts of his people, the artisan, the laborer, and the soldier, he is still cherished as the man of the people, as the personification of that spirit of equality which pervaded both his administration and the camp. His name is still religiously respected by the peasant in his cottage. His tomb is still cherished as the most sacred spot on earth by the French people. Never did mortal man inspire such love and adoration in the hearts of his soldiers. This unprecedented idolatry of a nation is the best refutation of the malign accusations of his enemies that Napoleon usurped the sovereignty of France, that having attained the supreme power he was a tyrant, devoting that power to the promotion of his own selfish aggrandizement, that the wars in which he was incessantly engaged were provoked by his arrogance. Should the testimony of disappointed sycophants, whose pens are dipped in the venom of thwarted ambition and vanity, or the accusations of bitter foes, whose opinions are biased by the political intrigues, be believed against the character of Napoleon, rather than his own noble utterances, and the testimony of his incorruptible friends? That his invasion of Egypt was aggressive and unjust, we will admit, but should England be the one to make the loudest outcry against this expedition, when it was only following her own policy when she increased her possessions by her conquest in India? And even the superiority of English literature and English writers should not make us blind to the unjust prejudices of English critics. Had Napoleon not quelled the insurrection and given the final death blow to the revolution, how can any monarchy in Europe be certain that all thrones in Europe might not have tottered and fallen, that all European kingdoms might not have had to face a revolution? Had Napoleon died upon the throne of France, even his English foes, who feared the lonely exile, whom their duplicity and treachery had banished to the dreary rock of St. Helena, more than they feared any European monarch, would doubtless have joined the plaudits of the world in honor of the hero of success. Irrespective of methods or motives, it is only because Napoleon outlived his marvelous and almost miraculous success that the world condemns, and his enemies malign him. Had our own Washington been unsuccessful, then would he have been hung as a rebel, and our own glorious revolution would have been called a rebellion, and none would have been so loud in the outcry against us as England. But our success has compelled her recognition, and our marvelous growth in strength, power, and resources has gained her reluctant admiration. It is hardly to be expected that England should ever forget how Napoleon made her tremble, and how near she came to being the conquered rather than the conqueror. From an earthly point of view, his was the greatest life of mortal man, but from a heavenly standpoint, even his greatness crumbles into dust, and his own higher nature was true enough to realize and acknowledge the instability of earthly renown, and the failure of even such phenomenal greatness as his own to satisfy the higher cravings of the immortal soul. To properly estimate the genius of Napoleon and his achievements in behalf of France, a glance must be given to the bloody background of the Revolution, which rises up with all its ghastliness and horrors. The rights and liberties of the French people had been trampled underfoot by despotic and profligate kings and nobles, and then brute force arose against oppression, and brute force for a time conquered. Mobs surge like a mighty ocean through the streets of Paris. Men, women, and children are turned into wild beasts of fury, thirsting only for blood. And blood they get, till Paris runs red like a river, and all the demons of Hades seem to have been let loose upon the world. Such was the hydra-headed monster of bloody, lawless license and ignorant defiance which confronted the dawning manhood of Napoleon Bonaparte. Such was the ferocious fury which the genius of this small, slender, pale-faced, smooth-cheeked youth of 25 encountered with such dauntless courage and quelled by his irresistible foresight and execution. The monarchy of France had been dethroned. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette had paid with their lives the forfeit of oppression, which was not all their own. The Royalists and the Jacobins had joined the howling mob of insurgents, and all together were rushing onward to attack the Convention, which was the only representative of government then in France. The troops of the Convention had been sent to meet the mob, but retired in fear and panic. The mob advanced with demoniacal shouts of menace. The Convention trembled. In the midst of the terror and confusion, one member exclaims, "I know the man who can defend us if any can. It is a young Corsican officer, Napoleon Bonaparte." The Convention immediately sent for him. All expected to see a stalwart soldier of gigantic frame and imperious bearing. Their surprise was unbounded when a young, slender man of boyish presence appeared before them. The astonished president incredulously inquired, "Are you willing to undertake the defense of the Convention?" "Yes," was the laconic and calm reply. With half disdainful contempt, the president continued, "Are you aware of the magnitude of the undertaking?" Sweeping the assembly with his magnetic glance and fixing his eagle eye upon the president, Napoleon replied, "Perfectly, and I am in the habit of accomplishing what I undertake." And accomplish he did, but how? By the same measures he had declared should have been taken when, a short time before, he had watched the furious mob rush unrestrained through the palace of the imprisoned monarch. Then he had exclaimed, "They should have swept down the first 500 with grape-shot, and the rest would have soon taken to flight." And his own successful quelling of the insurgents proved the correctness of his plans and the marvelous executive force of his genius. So Napoleon established the new government of France called the Directory. We have space only for a glance at his boyhood. He was born upon the island of Corsica on the 15th of August, 1769. His father died while Napoleon was quite young, and his mother, Madame Laetitia Bonaparte, was left with small means to provide for 8 children. Joseph, Napoleon, Lucien, Louis, Jerome, Eliza, Pauline, and Caroline. When Napoleon was about 10 years of age, Count Marbeuf obtained his admission to the military school at Brienne, near Paris. Regarded as a charity student by his companions, he was here subjected to neglects and taunts which stung his sensitive nature to the quick. When Napoleon was 15, he was promoted to the military school at Paris. On one occasion, a mathematical problem of great difficulty was given to his class. Napoleon secluded himself in his room for 72 hours and solved the problem. Napoleon did not blunder into greatness. His achievements were not accidents. That he possessed native genius cannot be denied, but he also possessed that perseverance and application which alone can win the success which genius aspires to, but which only energy and perseverance can make possible. When Napoleon was 16 years of age, he was examined for an appointment in the army. At the close of this examination, one of the professors wrote opposite the signature of Napoleon, "This young man will distinguish himself in the world, if favored by fortune." Napoleon secured the position of second lieutenant in a regiment of artillery. He was ordered to Lyon with his regiment. While there, the Academy at Lyon offered a prize for the best dissertation upon the question, "What are the institutions most likely to contribute to human happiness?" Napoleon won the prize. The English, uniting with the Royalists of France, had seized Toulon, a naval depot and arsenal of France. The Convention, the revolutionary government, promoted Napoleon to the rank of brigadier general and gave him the command of the artillery train at Toulon. It was here that his military abilities were noticed by the member of the Convention who afterwards proposed him as being the only man who could defend them against the mob, as we have already narrated. After quelling this formidable insurrection, Napoleon was enthusiastically received by the Convention. 5 directors were now chosen by the Convention, who should constitute the new Directory, and the Convention dissolved itself, surrendering the government into the hands of the Directory. Napoleon was appointed by them Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior, and entrusted with the military defense and government of the metropolis. Having attained this high dignity, Napoleon placed his mother and the rest of his family in comfort. Famine was great in Paris. The revolution had left all industries paralyzed. The poor were perishing. Napoleon immediately organized the National Guards, established order, and distributed wood and bread to the perishing citizens. It was at this time that he met his future wife, Josephine. She was a widow with 2 children. Her husband, the Viscount Baronese, had perished on the scaffold during the Revolution. On the 6th of March, 1796, Napoleon and Josephine were married. Napoleon was 26 years of age, Josephine being 2 years older. This marriage was one of ideal love. When Napoleon was crowned emperor, he was privately married again by Cardinal Fesch, in accordance with the forms of the Church, which the emperor had re-established. Napoleon turned with disgust from the profligacy and dissipation which ever disgrace an army, to the defamations of his enemies who endeavored to malign his character. By accusing him of immortality, let his own words answer, "When I took command of the army of Italy, my extreme youth rendered it necessary that I should evince great reserve of manners and the utmost severity of morals. My supremacy could be retained only by proving myself a better man than any other man in the army. Had I yielded to human weaknesses, I should have lost my power." Napoleon was temperate in the extreme and manifested the strongest disapproval for gaming. Napoleon's first campaign in Italy was one of self-defense on the part of the French. France had renounced a monarchy and established a republic. The kings of Europe trembled. England was hovering around the coast of France, assailing every available point. Austria had marched an army of nearly 200,000 men to the banks of the Rhine. She had called into requisition her Italian possessions, and in alliance with the British Navy, the armies of the King of Sardinia, together with the legions of Naples and Sicily, prepared to attack the French Republic. The Directory said to the young commander-in-chief, "We can furnish you only men. The troops are destitute of everything, but we have no money to provide supplies. Give me only men enough," replied the undaunted Napoleon. "I will be answerable for the result." Leaving his bride in Paris, Napoleon hastened to Nice, the headquarters of the army of Italy. Now the first of those wonderful proclamations rings out in the ears of the astonished troops. "Soldiers, you are hungry and naked. The government owes you much and can pay you nothing. I come to lead you into the most fertile plains the sun beholds. There you will find abundant harvests, honor, and glory. Soldiers of Italy, will you fail in courage?" This apparent stripling then assembles his generals, all worn chiefs. Amazed and speechless, they listen to his plans. The time has passed in which enemies are mutually to appoint the place of combat. Advance, hat in hand, and say, "Gentlemen, will you have the goodness to fire? The art of war is in its infancy. Experienced generals conduct the troops opposed to us. So much the better, so much the better. It is not their experience which will avail against me. Mark my words, they will soon burn their books on tactics and know not what to do. Yes, gentlemen, the first onset of the Italian army will give birth to a new epoch in military affairs. As for us, we must hurl ourselves on the foe like a thunderbolt and smite it. Disconcerted by our tactics and not daring to put them into execution, they will fly before us as the shades of night before the uprising sun." And fly before him they did at the Battle of Montenotte, regarding which Napoleon afterwards proudly said, "My title of nobility dates from the Battle of Montenotte." The Austrians fled in one direction, the Sardinians in another. Before this invincible conqueror, and Europe, amazed, inquired, "Who is this young general who has blazed forth in such sudden and appalling splendor?" Meanwhile, Napoleon issues this stirring proclamation. "Soldiers, you have gained in 15 days 6 victories, taken 21 standards, 55 pieces of cannon, many strong places, and have conquered the richest part of Piedmont. You have gained battles without cannon, passed rivers without bridges, made forced marches without shoes, bivouacked without bread. The phalanxes of the Republic, the soldiers of liberty, were alone capable of such services." The humiliated king of Sardinia sued for peace. It was the evening of the 10th of May, 1796. The Austrians had entrenched themselves on the banks of the river Po. As the French were making the terrible passage of the bridge of Lodi, in the face of enemies' fire, Napoleon seized a standard, shouting to his men, "Follow your general!" And plunging through the blinding smoke, he led his bleeding column forward, and the bridge was carried. "This beardless youth," said an Austrian general indignantly, "ought to have been beaten over and over again, for whoever saw such tactics? The blockhead knows nothing of the rules of war. Today he is in our rear, tomorrow on our flank, and the next day in our front. Such gross violations of the principles of war are insufferable." And more insufferable still would his enemies find the tactics of the invincible Napoleon. Some of the veterans of the army jocosely promoted Napoleon to the rank of corporal in honor of his bravery at the bridge of Lodi. When their general next appeared before his army, he was greeted with the shouts, "Long live our little corporal!" And even in the dignity of consul and emperor, Napoleon never lost this affectionate nickname amongst his troops, of whom he was the idol. We have no space for details. The battles of Castiglione, Arcola, and the bloody conflict of Rivoli had been fought. The imperial court had sent out 5 armies against the French Republicans, and had encountered defeat and destruction at the hands of the beardless general, who they had disdainfully declared knew nothing about war tactics. Mantua had fallen, and the Austrians were driven from Italy. The Pope implored the clemency of the conqueror, but the Italian people everywhere hailed him as their deliverer. Still, Austria refused to make peace with Republican France, and the march to Vienna was commenced. Again, one of those soul-stirring, inspiring proclamations was issued to his troops. "Soldiers, the campaign just ended has given you imperishable renown. You have been victorious in 14 pitched battles and 70 actions. You have taken more than 100,000 prisoners, 500 field pieces, 2,000 heavy guns, and 4 pontoon trains. You have maintained the army during the whole campaign. In addition to this, you have sent $6 millions to the public treasury and have enriched the National Museum with 300 masterpieces of the art of ancient and modern Italy, which it has required 30 centuries to produce. You have conquered the finest countries of Europe. The French flag waves for the first time upon the Adriatic, opposite to Macedon, the native country of Alexander. Still, higher destinies await you. I know that you will not prove unworthy of them. Of all the foes that conspired to stifle the Republic in its birth, the Austrian Emperor alone remains before you. To obtain peace, we must seek it in the heart of his hereditary state. You will there find a brave people whose religion and customs you will respect, and whose property you will hold sacred. Remember that it is liberty you carry to the brave Hungarian nation." As he had to the Italian people, so also to the Austrian people Napoleon issued one of his glowing proclamations, assuring them that he was fighting not for conquest but for peace, that the people of Austria would find in him a protector who would respect their religion and defend all their rights. All was consternation in Vienna. The people clamored for peace, and the Austrian emperor sent ambassadors to Napoleon. A treaty was signed, and Austria was conquered. Not a year had elapsed since this nameless young man of 26, with 30,000 ragged, starving troops, had dauntlessly undertaken this seemingly impossible enterprise. Now Italy was at his feet. Austria was forced to come to terms. All his foes were stunned into terror-stricken inaction. Before the Treaty of Campo Formio was signed, every possible endeavor was made to bribe Napoleon to make terms which should conduce to the advantage of his foes. The wealth of Europe was laid at his feet. Millions upon millions of gold were offered to him, but his noble spirit could not thus be tarnished. Napoleon arrived in Paris on the 7th of December, 1797, having been absent about 18 months. The Directory, jealous of Napoleon's power and popularity, were forced by the enthusiasm of the people to prepare a triumphal festival for the delivery of the Treaty of Campo Formio. The magnificent palace of the Luxembourg was adorned for this gorgeous show. The walls were hung with glittering trophies. The vast galleries were crowded with those illustrious in rank. Martial music rang out upon the air, and the thunders of the cannon mingled with the enthusiastic shouts of the rejoicing multitudes. Napoleon was introduced by Talleyrand in an eloquent speech. Calmly, the great hero stood before the assembled multitude. His imposing presence required not the trappings of the bedecked and bejeweled grandees of the court. Majestic was his calm dignity as he addressed the people. Citizens, the French people, in order to be free, had kings to combat. To obtain a constitution founded on reason, it had the prejudices of 18 centuries to overcome. Priestcraft, feudalism, despotism have successfully for 2,000 years governed Europe. From the peace you have just concluded dates the era of representative governments. You have succeeded in organizing a great nation, whose vast territory is circumscribed only because nature herself has fixed its limits. You have done more. The two finest countries in Europe, formerly so renowned for the arts, the sciences, and the illustrious men whose cradle they were, see with the greatest hopes genius and freedom issuing from the tomb of their ancestors. I have the honor to deliver to you the treaty signed at Campo Formio and ratified by the Emperor. Peace secures the liberty, the prosperity, and the glory of the Republic. As soon as the happiness of France is secured by the best organic laws, the whole of Europe will be free. A wild burst of enthusiasm filled the air as Napoleon ceased speaking. The people shouted, "Live Napoleon, the conqueror of Italy, the pacificator of Europe, the savior of France." Napoleon now laid aside the dress of a soldier. He attended constantly the meetings of the Institute, and immediately assumed a preeminence amongst those distinguished scholars, as marked as he had already attained as a general. End of section 35.